Summer 1998. From the kitchen, Callie heard Trevor tapping his fingers on the aquarium. Her grip tightened around the spatula she was using to mix cookie dough. He was only 10 years old. She thought he was being bullied at school. His father was an asshole. He was allergic to cats and terrified of dogs. Any shrink would tell you the kid was terrorizing the poor fish in a desperate bid for attention, but Callie was barely holding on by her fingernails. Tap, tap. She rubbed her temples, trying to ward off a headache. "Trev, are you tapping on the aquarium like I told you not to?" The tapping stopped. "No, ma'am." "Are you sure?" Silence. Callie plopped dough onto the cookie sheet. The tapping resumed like a metronome. She plopped out more rows on the 3 count. Tap, plop, tap, plop. Callie was closing the oven door when Trevor suddenly appeared behind her like a serial killer. He threw his arms around her, saying, "I love you." She held on to him as tightly as he held on to her. The fist of tension loosened its grip on her skull. She kissed the top of Trevor's head. He tasted salty from the festering heat. He was standing completely still, but his nervous energy reminded her of a coiled spring. "Do you want to lick the bowl?" The question was answered before she could finish asking it. He dragged a kitchen chair to the counter and made like Pooh Bear sticking his head into a honey pot. Callie wiped the sweat from her forehead. The sun had gone down an hour ago, but the house was still broiling. The air conditioning was barely functioning. The oven had turned the kitchen into a sauna. Everything felt sticky and wet, herself and Trevor included. She turned on the faucet. The cold water was irresistible. She splashed her face, then, to Trevor's delight, sprinkled some on the back of his neck. Once the giggling died down, Callie adjusted the water to clean the spatula. She placed it in the drying rack beside the remnants from dinner. 2 plates, 2 glasses, 2 forks, 1 knife to cut Trevor's hot dog into pieces, 1 teaspoon for a dollop of Worcestershire sauce mixed in with the ketchup. Trevor handed her the bowl to wash. His lips curved up to the left when he smiled, the same way his father's did. He stood beside her at the sink, his hip pressing against her. She asked, "Were you tapping the glass on the aquarium?" He looked up. She caught the flash of scheming in his eyes, exactly like his father. "You said they were starter fish, that they probably wouldn't live." She felt a nasty response worthy of her mother press against the back of her clenched teeth. "Your grandfather's going to die too. Should we go down to the nursing home and stick needles under his fingernails?" Callie hadn't said the words out loud, but the spring inside of Trevor coiled even tighter. She was always unsettled by how tuned in he was to her emotions. "Okay." She dried her hands on her shorts, nodding toward the aquarium. "We should find out their names." He looked guarded, always afraid of being the last one to get the joke. "Fish don't have names." "Of course they do, silly. They don't just meet each other on the first day of school and say, 'Hello, my name is Fish.'" She gently nudged him into the living room. The 2 bicolored blennies were swimming a nervous loop around the aquarium. She had lost Trevor's interest several times during the arduous process of setting up the saltwater tank. The arrival of the fish had sharpened his focus to the head of a pin. Callie's knee popped as she knelt down in front of the aquarium. The throbbing pain was more tolerable than the sight of Trevor's grimy fingerprints clouding the glass. "What about the little guy?" She pointed to the smaller of the 2. "What's his name?" Trevor's lips curved up at the left as he fought a smile. "Bait." "Bait? For when the sharks come and eat him?" Trevor burst into too loud laughter, rolling on the floor at the hilarity. Callie tried to rub the throb out of her knee. She glanced around the room with her usual sinking depression. The stained shag carpet had been flattened sometime in the late 80s. Streetlight lasered around the puckered edges of the orange and brown drapes. One corner of the room was taken up by a fully stocked bar with a smoky mirror behind it. Glasses hung down from a ceiling rack, and 4 leather bar stools crowded around the L shape of the sticky wooden top. The entire room was centered around a giant television that weighed more than Callie. The orange couch had 2 depressing his and her indentations on opposite ends. The tan club chairs had sweat stains at the backs. The arms had been burned by smoldering cigarettes. Trevor's hand slipped inside of hers. He had picked up on her mood again. He tried, "What about the other fish?" She smiled as she rested her head against his. "How about—" She cast around for something good. Anchovy? Genghis carp? Brine Austin Green? Mr. Darcy? Trevor wrinkled his nose. Not an Austin fan. What time is Dad getting home? Buddy Waleski got home whenever he damn well got home. Soon. Are the cookies ready yet? Callie winced her way to standing so she could follow him back into the kitchen. They watched the cookies through the oven door. Not quite, but when you're out of your bath. Trevor bolted down the hallway. The bathroom door slammed. She heard the faucet squeak. Water splattered into the tub. He started humming. An amateur would claim victory, but Callie was no amateur. She waited a few minutes, then cracked open the bathroom door to make sure he was actually in the tub. She caught him just as he dipped his head under the water. Still not a win. There was no soap in sight, but she was exhausted and her back ached and her knee was pinching when she walked up the hallway, so all she could do was grit through the pain until she reached the bar and filled a martini glass with equal parts Sprite and Captain Morgan. Callie limited herself to 2 swigs before she leaned down and checked for blinking lights under the bar. She had discovered the digital camera by accident a few months ago. The power had gone out. She'd been looking for the emergency candles when she noticed a flash out of the corner of her eye. Callie's first thought had been sprained back, trick knee, and now her retina's detaching. But the light was red, not white, and it was flashing like Rudolph's nose between 2 of the heavy leather stools under the bar. She had pulled them away, watched the red light flash off the brass footrail that stringed along the bottom. It was a good hiding place. The front of the bar was done up in a multicolored mosaic. Shards of mirror punctuated broken pieces of blue, green, and orange tile, all of which obscured the 1-inch hole cut through to the shelves in the back. She'd found the Canon digital camcorder behind a cardboard box filled with wine corks. Buddy had taped the power cord up inside the shelf to hide it, but the power had been off for hours. The battery was dying. Callie had no idea whether or not the camera had been recording. It was pointed directly at the couch. This is what Callie had told herself. Buddy had friends over almost every weekend. They watched basketball or football or baseball, and they talked bullshit and business and women, and they probably said things that gave Buddy leverage, the kind of leverage that he could later use to close a deal, and probably that's what the camera was for. Probably. She left out the Sprite on her second drink. The spiced rum burned up her throat and into her nose. Callie sneezed, catching most of it with the back of her arm. She was too tired to get a paper towel from the kitchen. She used one of the bar towels to wipe off the snot. The monogrammed crest scratched her skin. Callie looked at the logo, which summed up Buddy in a nutshell. Not the Atlanta Falcons, not the Georgia Bulldogs, not even Georgia Tech. Buddy Waleski had chosen to be a booster for the Division II Bellwood Eagles, a high school team that went 0-10 last season. Big fish, small pond. Callie was downing the rest of the rum when Trevor came back into the living room. He wrapped his skinny arms around her again. She kissed the top of his head. He still tasted sweaty, but she had fought enough battles for the day. All she wanted now was for him to go to sleep so that she could drink away the aches and pains in her body. They sat on the floor in front of the aquarium as they waited for the cookies to cool down. Callie told him about her first aquarium, the mistakes she had made, the responsibility and care it took to keep the fish thriving. Trevor had turned docile. She told herself it was because of the warm bath and not because of the way the light went out of his eyes every time he saw her standing behind the bar pouring herself another drink. Callie's guilt started to dissipate as they got closer to Trevor's bedtime. She could feel him start to wind himself up as they sat at the kitchen table. The routine was familiar. An argument about how many cookies he could eat, spilled milk, another cookie argument, a discussion about which bed he would sleep in, a struggle to get him into his pajamas, a negotiation over how many pages she would read from his book, a kiss goodnight, another kiss goodnight, a request for a glass of water, not that glass, this glass, not this water, that water. Screaming, crying, more battling, more negotiating. Promises for tomorrow games, the zoo, a visit to the water park, and so on, until she eventually, finally, found herself standing alone behind a bar again. She stopped herself from rushing to open the bottle like a desperate drunk. Her hands were shaking. She watched them tremor in the silence of the dingy room. More than anything else, she associated the room with Buddy. The air was stifling. Smoke from thousands of cigarettes and cigarillos had stained the low ceiling. Even the spider webs in the corners were orangey brown. She never took her shoes off inside the house because the feel of the sticky carpet cupping her feet made her stomach turn. Callie slowly twisted the cap off the bottle of rum. The spices tickled at her nose again. Her mouth started to water from anticipation. She could feel the numbing effects just from thinking about the third drink, not the last drink, the drink that would help her shoulders relax, her back stop spasming, her knee stop throbbing. The kitchen door popped open. Buddy coughed, the phlegm tight in his throat. He threw his briefcase onto the counter, kicked Trevor's chair back under the table, snatched up a handful of cookies, held his cigarillo in one hand as he chewed with his mouth open. Callie could practically hear the crumbs pinging off the table, bouncing against his scuffed shoes, scattering across the linoleum, tiny cymbals clanging together. Because everywhere Buddy went, there was noise, noise, noise. He finally noticed her. She had that early feeling of being glad to see him, of expecting him to envelop her in his arms and make her feel special again. Then more crumbs dropped from his mouth. "Pour me one, baby doll." She filled a glass with scotch and soda. The stink of his cigarillo wafted across the room. Black mild. She had never seen him without a box sticking out of his shirt pocket. Buddy was finishing the last two cookies as he pounded his way toward the bar. Heavy footsteps creaking the floors. Crumbs on the carpet. Crumbs on his wrinkled, sweat-stained work shirt, trapped in the stubble of his 5 o'clock shadow. Buddy was 6'3" when he stood up straight, which was never. His skin was perpetually red. He had more hair than most men his age, a little bit of it starting to gray. He worked out, but only with weights, so he looked more gorilla than man. Short-waisted, with arms so muscled that they wouldn't go flat to his sides. Callie seldom saw his hands when they weren't fisted. Everything about him screamed ruthless motherfucker. People turned in the opposite direction when they saw him in the street. If Trevor was a coiled spring, Buddy was a sledgehammer. He dropped the cigarillo into the ashtray, slurped down the scotch, then banged the glass down on the counter. "You have a good day, Dolly?" "Sure." She stepped aside so he could get a refill. "I had a great one. You know that new strip mall over on Stewart? Guess who's going to be doing the framing?" "You," Callie said, though Buddy hadn't waited for her to answer. "Got the down payment today. They're pouring the foundation tomorrow. Nothing better than having cash in your pocket, right?" He belched, pounding his chest to get it out. "Fetch me some ice, will ya?" She started to go, but his hand grabbed her ass like he was turning a doorknob. Look at that tiny little thing. There had been a time early on when Callie had thought it was funny how obsessed he was with her petite size. He would lift her up with one arm, or marvel at his hand stretched across her back, the thumb and fingers almost touching the edges of her hip bones. He called her little bit, and baby girl, and doll, and now it was just one more thing about him that annoyed her. Callie hugged the ice bucket to her stomach as she headed toward the kitchen. She glanced at the aquarium. The blennies had calmed down. They were swimming through the bubbles from the filter. She filled the bucket with ice that smelled like Arm & Hammer baking soda and freezer-burned meat. Buddy swiveled around in his bar stool as she made her way back toward him. He had pinched off the tip of his cigarillo and was shoving it back into the box. "God damn, little girl, I love watching your hips move. Do a spin for me." She felt her eyes roll again, not at him, but at herself, because a tiny, stupid, lonely part of Callie still bought into his flirting. He was honest to God the first person in her life who had ever made her feel truly loved. She had never before felt special, chosen, like she was all that mattered to another human being. Buddy had made her feel safe and cared for. But lately, all he wanted to do was fuck her. Buddy pocketed the black milds. He jammed his paw into the ice bucket. She saw dirt crescents under his fingernails. He asked, "How's the kid?" "Sleeping." His hand was cupped between her legs before she caught the glint in his eye. Her knees bowed awkwardly. It was like sitting on the flat end of a shovel.
Buddy. His other hand clamped around her ass, trapping her between his bulging arms. "Look at how tiny you are. I could stick you in my pocket and nobody'd ever know you were there." She could taste cookies and scotch and tobacco when his tongue slid into her mouth. Callie returned the kiss because pushing him away, bruising his ego, would take up so much time and end up with her back at the exact same damn place. For all his sound and fury, Buddy was a pussy when it came to his feelings. He could beat a grown man to a pulp without blinking an eye, but with Callie, he was so raw sometimes that it made her skin crawl. She had spent hours reassuring him, coddling him, procking him up, listening to his insecurities roll in like an ocean wave scratching at the sand. Why was she with him? She should find someone else. She was out of his league. Too pretty, too young, too smart, too classy. Why did she give a stupid brute like him the time of day? What did she see in him? No, tell him in detail, right now, what exactly was it that she liked about him? Be specific. He constantly told her she was beautiful. He took her to nice restaurants, upscale hotels. He bought her jewelry and expensive clothes and gave her mother cash when she was short. He would beat down any man who even thought about looking at her the wrong way. The outside world would probably think that Callie had landed like a pig in shit, but inside, she wondered if she'd be better off if he was as cruel to her as he was to everyone else. At least then she'd have a reason to hate him.
Something real that she could point to instead of his pathetic tears soaking her shirt or the sight of him on his knees begging for her forgiveness. Daddy? Callie shuddered at the sound of Trevor's voice. He stood in the hallway clutching his blanket. Buddy's hands kept Callie locked in place. "Go back to bed, son. I want Mommy." Callie closed her eyes so she wouldn't have to see Trevor's face. "Do as I say," Buddy warned. "Now." She held her breath, only letting it go when she heard the slow pad of Trevor's feet back down the hall. His bedroom door creaked on its hinges. She heard the latch click. Callie pulled away. She walked behind the bar, started turning the labels on the bottles, wiping down the counter, pretending like she wasn't trying to put an obstacle between them. Buddy huffed a laugh, rubbing his arms like it wasn't sweltering in this wretched house. "Why is it so cold all of a sudden?" Callie said. "I should go check on him." "Nah." Buddy came around the bar, blocking her exit. "Check on me first." Buddy guided her palm to the bulge in his pants. He moved her hand up and down, once, and she was reminded of watching him jerk the rope on the lawnmower to start the motor. "Like that," he repeated the motion. Callie relented. She always relented. "That's good." Callie closed her eyes. She could smell the pinched-off tip of his cigarillo still smoldering in the ashtray. The aquarium gurgled from across the room. She tried to think of some good fish names for Trevor tomorrow. James Pond, Darth Bader, Tank Sinatra. "Jesus, your hands are so small." Buddy unzipped his pants. Pressed down on her shoulder. The carpet behind the bar felt wet. Her knees sucked into the shag. "You're my little ballerina." Callie put her mouth on him. Christ. Buddy's grip was firm on her shoulder. "That's good. Like that." Callie squeezed her eyes closed. "Tuna Turner, Leonardo DiCaprio, Mary-Kate and Ashley Ocean." Buddy patted her shoulder. "Come on, baby, let's finish on the couch." Callie didn't want to go to the couch. She wanted to finish now, to go away, to be by herself, to take a breath and fill her lungs with anything but him. "God damn it!" Callie cringed. He wasn't yelling at her. She could tell from the shift in the air that Trevor was back in the hallway. She tried to imagine what he'd seen. One of Buddy's meaty hands gripping the counter, his hips thrusting at something underneath the bar. "Daddy?" he asked. What did I tell you?" Buddy bellowed. "I'm not sleepy." "Then go drink your medicine. Go." Callie looked up at Buddy. He was jamming one of his fat fingers toward the kitchen. She heard Trevor's chair screech across the linoleum, the back banging against the counter, the cabinet creaking open. A tick, tick, tick as Trevor turned the child-proof cap on the NyQuil. Buddy called it his sleepy medicine. The antihistamines would knock him out for the rest of the night. "Drink it," Buddy ordered.
Callie thought of the delicate ripples in Trevor's throat when he threw his head back and gulped down his milk. "Leave it on the counter," Buddy said. "Go back to your room." "But Go back to your damn room and stay there before I beat the skin off your ass." Again, Callie held her breath until she heard the click of Trevor's bedroom door latching closed. Fucking kid. "Buddy, She stood up just as Buddy swung back around. His elbow accidentally caught her square in the nose. The sudden crack of breaking bones split her like a bolt of lightning. She was too stunned to even blink. Buddy looked horrified. "Doll? Are you okay? I'm sorry, Callie's senses toggled back on one by one. Sound rushing into her ears. Pain flooding her nerves. Vision swimming. Mouth filling with blood. She gasped for air. Blood sucked down her throat. The room started spinning. She was going to pass out. Her knees buckled. She frantically grabbed at anything to keep from falling. The cardboard box toppled from the shelf. The back of her head popped against the floor. Wine corks hit her chest and face like fat drops of rain. She blinked up at the ceiling. She saw the bicolored fish swimming furiously in front of her eyes. She blinked again. The fish darted away. Breath swirled inside of her lungs. Her head started pounding along with her heartbeat. She wiped something off her chest. The box of Black Mild had fallen out of Buddy's shirt pocket, scattering the slim cigarillos across her body. She craned her neck to find him. Callie had expected Buddy to have that apologetic puppy dog look on his face, but he barely noticed her. He was holding the video camera in his hands. She'd accidentally pulled it off the shelf along with the box. A chunk of plastic had chipped off the corner. He let out a low, sharp, "Shit." Finally, he looked at her. His eyes went shifty, the same way Trevor's did. Caught red-handed, desperate for a way out. Callie's head fell back against the carpet. She was still so disoriented. Everything she looked at pulsed along with the throb inside her skull. The glasses hanging down from the rack. The brown water stains on the ceiling. She coughed into her hand. Blood speckled her palm. She looked up at him again. "Buddy, Without warning, he wrenched her up by the arm. Callie's legs struggled to stand. His elbow had smacked her harder than she'd first thought. The world had started to stutter, a record needle caught in the same rut. Callie coughed again, stumbling forward. Her entire face felt smashed open. A thick stream of blood ran down the back of her throat. The room was swirling like a globe. Was this a concussion? It felt like a concussion. "Buddy, Shut it." His hand clamped down hard on the back of her neck. He muscled her through the living room and into the kitchen like a misbehaving dog. Callie was too startled to fight back. His fury had always been like a flash fire, sudden and all-encompassing. Usually she knew where it was coming from. "Buddy, He threw her against the table. "Will you fucking shut up and listen to me?" Callie reached back to steady herself. The entire kitchen turned sideways. She was going to throw up. She needed to get to the sink. Buddy banged his fist on the counter. "Stop playing around, damn it!" Callie's hands covered her ears. His face was scarlet. He was so angry. Why was he so angry? "I'm dead fucking serious." Buddy's tone had softened, but the register had a deep, ominous growl. "You need to listen to me." Okay, just give me a minute." Callie's legs were still shaky. She lurched toward the sink, twisted on the faucet, waited for the water to run clear. She stuck her head under the cold stream. Her nose burned. She winced, and the pain shot straight through her face. Buddy's hand wrapped around the edge of the sink. He was waiting. Callie lifted her head. The dizziness nearly sent her reeling again. She found a towel in the drawer. The rough material scratched her cheeks. She stuck it under her nose, tried to staunch the bleeding. "What is it?" He was bouncing on the balls of his feet. "You can't tell anybody about the camera, okay?" The towel had already soaked through. The blood would not stop pouring from her nose, into her mouth, down her throat. Callie had never wanted so desperately to lie down in bed and close her eyes. Buddy used to know when she needed that. He used to sweep her up in his arms and carry her down the hall and tuck her into bed and stroke her hair until she fell asleep. "Callie, promise me. Look me in the eye and promise you won't tell." Buddy's hand was on her shoulder again, but more gently this time. The rage inside of him had started to burn itself. He lifted her chin with his thick fingers. She felt like a Barbie he was trying to pose. Shit, baby, look at your nose. Are you okay? He grabbed a fresh towel. I'm sorry, all right? Jesus, your beautiful little face. Are you okay? Callie turned back to the sink. She spat blood into the drain. Her nose felt like it was cranked between two gears. This had to be a concussion.
Linda's still at the hospital, right? Callie walked over to the phone hanging by the side door. Her fingers traced the emergency numbers that were taped onto the wall. Even as she went through the motions, Callie wondered if she could go through with the call. Linda was always so kind. The news would devastate her. There was no way Buddy would let it get that far. Still, Callie picked up the receiver, expecting him to wail and plead and beg for her forgiveness and reaffirm his love and devotion. He did none of this. His mouth kept trouting. He stood like a frozen gorilla, his arms bulging out at his sides. Callie turned her back to him. She rested the receiver against her shoulder, stretched the springy cord out of her way, touched the number 8 on the keypad. The entire world slowed down before her brain could register what was happening. The punch to her kidney was like a speeding car sideswiping her from behind. The phone slipped from her shoulder. Callie's arms flew up. Her feet left the ground. She felt a breeze on her skin as she launched into the air. Her chest slammed into the wall. Her nose crushed flat. Her teeth dug into the sheetrock. Stupid bitch. Buddy palmed the back of her head and banged her face into the wall again. Then again. He reared back a third time. Callie forced her knees to bend. She felt her hair rip from her scalp as she folded her body into a ball on the floor. She had been beaten before. She knew how to take a hit. But that was with someone whose size and strength were relatively close to her own. Someone who didn't thrash people for a living. Someone who had never killed before. You gonna fucking threaten me? Buddy's split swung into her stomach like a wrecking ball. Callie's body lifted off the floor. She huffed all of the air out of her lungs. A sharp, stabbing pain told her that one of her ribs had fractured. Buddy was on his knees. She looked up at him. His eyes were crazed. Spit speckled the corners of his mouth. He wrapped one hand around her neck. Callie tried to scramble away but ended up on her back. He straddled her. The weight of him was unbearable. His grip tightened. Her windpipe flexed into her spine. He was pinching off her air. She swung at him, trying to aim her fist between his legs. Once. Twice. A side swipe was enough to loosen his grip. She rolled out from under him, tried to find a way to stand, to run, to flee. The air cracked with a sound she couldn't quite name. Fire burned across Callie's back. She felt her skin being flayed. He was using the telephone cord to whip her. Blood bubbled up like acid across her spine. She raised her hand and watched the skin on her arm snake open as the phone cord wrapped around her wrist. Instinctively, she jerked back her arm. The cord slipped from his grasp. She saw the surprise in his face and scrambled to get her back against the wall. She lashed out at him, punching, kicking, recklessly swinging the cord, screaming, "Fuck you, motherfucker! I'll fucking kill you!" Her voice echoed in the kitchen. Suddenly, somehow, everything had come to a standstill. Callie had at some point managed to spring to her feet. Her hand was raised behind her head, waiting to whip the cord around. Both of them stood their ground, no more than spitting distance between them. Buddy's startled laugh turned into an appreciative chuckle. "Damn, girl!" She had opened a gash along his cheek. He wiped the blood onto his fingers. He put his fingers in his mouth. He made a loud sucking noise. Callie felt her stomach twist into a tight knot. She knew the taste of violence brought out a darkness in him. "Come on, Tiger." He raised his fists like a boxer ready for a knockout round. "Come at me again." "Buddy, please." Callie silently willed her muscles to stay primed, her joints to keep loose, to be ready to fight back as hard as they could, because the only reason he was acting calm right now was because he had made up his mind that he was going to enjoy killing her. It doesn't have to be like this. Sugar doll, it was always going to be like this. She let that knowledge settle into her brain. Callie knew that he was right. She had been such a fool. "I won't say anything, I promise." "It's too far gone, Dolly. I think you know that." His fists still hung loose in front of his face. He waved her forward. "Come on, baby girl, don't go down without a fight." He had nearly 2 feet and at least 150 pounds on her. The heft of an entire second human being existed inside of his hulking body. Scratch him? Bite him? Pull out his hair? Die with his blood in her mouth? What you gonna do, little bit? He kept his fists at the ready. "I'm giving you a chance here. You gonna come at me or you gonna fold?" The hallway? She couldn't risk leading him to Trevor. The front door? Too far away. The kitchen door? Callie could see the gold doorknob out of the corner of her eye. Gleaming, waiting, unlocked. She walked herself through the motions. Turn, left foot, right foot, grab the knob, twist, run through the carport, out into the street, scream her head off the whole way. Who was she kidding? All she had to do was turn, and Buddy would be on her. He wasn't fast, but he didn't need to be. In one long stride, his hand would be around her neck again. Callie stared all of her hatred into him. He shrugged, because it didn't matter. "Why did you do it?" she asked. "Why did you show them our private stuff?" "Money." He sounded disappointed that she was so stupid. Why the hell else? Callie couldn't let herself think about all those grown men watching her do stuff she did not want to do with a man who had promised he would always, no matter what, protect her. Bring it. Buddy punched a lazy right hook into the air, then a slow-motion uppercut. "Come on, Rocky, give me what you got." She let her gaze ping-pong around the kitchen. Fridge, oven, cabinets, drawers, cookie plate, NyQuil, drying rack. Buddy smirked. "You gonna hit me with a frying pan, Daffy Duck?" Callie sprinted straight toward him, full out, like a bullet exploding from the muzzle of a gun. Buddy's hands were up near his face. She tucked her body down low so that when he finally managed to drop his fists, she was already out of his reach. She crashed into the kitchen sink, grabbed the knife out of the drying rack, spun around with the blade slicing out in front of her. Buddy grinned at the steak knife, which looked like something Linda had bought at the grocery store in a 6-piece set made in Taiwan. Cracked wooden handle, serrated blade so thin that it bent 3 different ways before straightening out at the end. Callie had used it to cut Trevor's hot dog into pieces because otherwise he would try to shove the whole thing in his mouth and start to choke. Callie could see she'd missed some ketchup. A thin streak of red ran along the serrated teeth. "Oh." Buddy sounded surprised. "Oh, Jesus." They both looked down at the same time. The knife had slashed open the leg of his pants, left upper thigh, a few inches down from his crotch. She watched the cocky material slowly turn crimson. Callie had been involved in competitive gymnastics from the age of 5. She had an intimate understanding of all the ways that you could hurt yourself. An awkward twist could tear the ligaments in your back. A sloppy dismount could wreck the tendons in your knee. A piece of metal, even a cheap piece of metal, that cut across your inner thigh could open your femoral artery, the major pipeline that supplied blood to the lower part of your body. Cow! Buddy's hand clamped down on his leg. Blood seeped through his clenched fingers. Christ, Callie, get a towel or... He started to fall, broad shoulders banging into the cabinets, head cracking off the edge of the countertop. The room shook from his weight as he dropped down. "Cal?" Buddy's throat worked. Sweat dripped down his face. "Callie?" Her body was still tensed. Her hand was still gripping the knife.
She felt enveloped by a cold darkness, like she'd somehow stepped back into her own shadow. "Callie. Baby, you gotta..." His lips had lost their color. His teeth began to chatter as if her coldness was seeping into him, too. Call an ambulance, baby. Call an..." Callie slowly turned her head. She looked at the phone on the wall. The receiver was off the hook. Slivers of multicolored wires stuck out where Buddy had ripped away the springy cord. She found the other end, following it like a clue, and located the receiver underneath the kitchen table. "Callie, leave that there, honey. I need you to..." She got down on her knees, reached under the table, picked up the receiver, placed it to her ear. She was still holding the knife. Why was she still holding the knife? "That one's broken," Buddy told her. "Go to the bedroom, baby. Call an ambulance." She pressed the plastic tight to her ear. From memory, she summoned a phantom noise, the bleeding siren sound that a phone made when it was off the hook too long. "Wah, wah, 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 wah." "The bedroom, baby. Go to the wah 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 wah. Callie, that's what she'd hear if she picked up the phone in the bedroom. The unrelenting bleeding, and, looped over that, the operator's mechanical voice. If you'd like to make a call. Callie, baby, I wasn't going to hurt you. I would never. Please hang up and try again. Baby, please. If this is an emergency, I need your help, baby. Please go down the hall and hang up and dial 911. Callie. She laid the knife on the floor. She sat back on her heels. Her knee didn't throb. Her back didn't ache. The skin around her neck didn't pulse where he had choked her. Her rib didn't stab from his kicks. If you'd like to make a call. You fucking bitch, Buddy rasped. You fucking heartless bitch. Please hang up and try again. Spring 2021. Sunday 1. Leigh Collier bit her lip as a 7th grade girl belted out "Ya Got Trouble" to a captive audience. A gaggle of tweens skipped across the stage as Professor Hill warned the townsfolk about out-of-town jaspers luring their sons into horse race gambling. Not a wholesome trottin' race, no, but a race where they set right down on the horse. She doubted a generation that had grown up with WAP, murder hornets, COVID, cataclysmic social unrest, and being forcibly homeschooled by a bunch of depressed day drinkers really understood the threat of pool halls. But Leigh had to hand it to the drama teacher for putting on a gender-neutral production of The Music Man, one of the least offensive and most tedious musicals ever staged by a middle school. Leigh's daughter had just turned 16 years old. She'd thought her days of watching nose pickers, mama's boys, and stage hogs break into song were blissfully over. But then Maddie had taken an interest in teaching choreography, so here they were, trapped in this hellhole of trouble with a capital T, and that rhymes with P, and that stands for pool. She looked for Walter. He was 2 rows down, closer to the aisle. His head was tilted at a weird angle, sort of looking at the stage, sort of looking at the back of the empty seat in front of him. Leigh didn't have to see what was in his hands to know that he was playing fantasy football on his phone. She slipped her phone out of her purse and texted, "Maddie is going to ask you questions about the performance." Walter kept his head down, but she could tell from the ellipses that he was responding, "I can do 2 things at once." Leigh typed, "If that was true, we would still be together." He turned to find her. The crinkles at the corners of his eyes told her he was grinning behind his mask. Leigh felt an unwelcome lurch in her heart. Their marriage had ended when Maddie was 12, but during last year's lockdown, they had all ended up living at Walter's house, and then she'd ended up in his bed, and then she'd realized why it hadn't worked out in the first place. Walter was an amazing father, but Leigh had finally accepted that she was the bad type of woman who couldn't stay with a good man. On stage, the set had changed. A spotlight swung onto a Dutch exchange student filling the role of Marion Peru. He was telling his mother that a man with a suitcase had followed him home, a scenario that today would have ended in a SWAT standoff. Leigh let her gaze wander around the audience. Tonight was the closing night after 5 consecutive Sunday performances. This was the only way to make sure all the parents got to see their kids, whether they wanted to or not. The auditorium was 1/4 full, taped-off empty seats keeping everyone at a distance. Masks were mandatory. Hand sanitizer flowed like peach schnapps at a prom. Nobody wanted another night of the long nasal swabs. Walter had his fantasy football. Leigh had her fantasy apocalypse fight club. She gave herself 10 slots to fill out her team. Obviously, Janie Pringle was her first choice. The woman had sold enough toilet paper, Clorox wipes, and hand sanitizer on the black market to buy her son a brand new MacBook Pro. Gillian Nolan knew how to make schedules. Lisa Regan was frighteningly outdoorsy, so she could do things like build fires. Deneen Milner had punched a pit bull in the face when it charged her kid. Ronnie Copeland always had tampons in her purse. Ginger Vishnu had made the AP physics teacher cry. Tommy Adams would blow anything with a pulse. Leigh's eyes slid to the right, locating the broad, muscular shoulders of Darrell Washington. He'd quit his job to take care of the kids while his wife worked a high-paying corporate gig. Which was sweet, but Leigh wasn't going to survive the apocalypse only to end up fucking a meteor version of Walter. The men were the problem with this game.
You could have one guy, possibly two on your team, but three or more, and all the women would probably end up chained to beds in an underground bunker. The house lights came up. The blue and gold curtains swished closed. Leigh wasn't sure whether she had dozed off or gone into a fugue state, but she was extraordinarily happy that the intermission had finally arrived. No one stood up at first. There was some uncomfortable shifting in seats as people debated whether or not to go to the restroom. This wasn't like the old days when everybody busted down the doors, eager to gossip in the lobby while they ate cupcakes and drank punch in tiny paper cups. There had been a sign at the entrance instructing them to pick up a plastic bag before entering the auditorium. Inside was a playbill, a small bottle of water, a paper mask, and a note reminding everyone to wash their hands and follow the CDC guidelines. The rogue, or as the school called them, non-compliant parents, were given a Zoom password so they could watch the performance in the maskless comfort of their own living rooms. Leigh took out her phone. She dashed off a quick text to Maddie. "The dancing was amazing. How cute was that little librarian? I'm so proud of you." Maddie buzzed back immediately. "Mom, I am working." No punctuation, no emojis or stickers. But for social media, Leigh would have no idea that her daughter was still capable of smiling. This was what 1,000 cuts felt like. She looked for Walter again. His seat was empty. She spotted him near the exit doors, talking to another broad-shouldered father. The man's back was to Leigh, but she could tell by the way Walter was waving his arms that they were discussing football. Leigh let her gaze travel around the room. Most of the parents were either too young and healthy to jump ahead in the vaccine line, or smart and wealthy enough to know they should lie about buying early access. They were all standing in mismatched pairs, talking in low murmurs across the required distance. After a nasty brawl had broken out during last year's non-denominational holiday celebration that happened around Christmas, no one talked about politics.
Instead, Leigh caught snippets of more sports talk. The morning of past bake sales, who was in whose bubble, whose parents were COVID-idiots or mask holes, and how men who wore their masks below their noses were the same jerks who acted like wearing a condom was a human rights violation. She turned her focus toward the closed stage curtains, straining her ears to pick up the scraping and pounding and furious whispers as the kids changed out the set. Leigh felt the familiar lurch in her heart, not for Walter this time, but because she ached for her daughter. She wanted to come home to a mess in the kitchen, to yell about homework and screen time, to reach into her closet for a dress that had been borrowed, or search for a pair of shoes that had been carelessly kicked under the bed. She wanted to hold her squirming, protesting daughter, to lie on the couch and watch a silly movie together, to catch Maddie giggling over something funny on her phone, to endure the withering glare when she asked her what was so funny. All they did lately was argue, mostly via text in the morning and on the phone at 6 sharp every night. If Leigh had an ounce of intelligence, she would back off, but backing off felt too much like letting go. She couldn't stand not knowing if Maddie had a boyfriend or a girlfriend, or had left a string of broken hearts in her wake, or had decided to give up love for the pursuit of art and mindfulness. The only thing Leigh knew for sure was that every nasty fucking thing she had ever done or said to her own mother kept slamming into her like a never-ending tidal wave. Except Leigh's mother deserved it. She reminded herself that their distance kept Maddie safe. Leigh stayed in the downtown condo they used to share. Maddie had moved to the suburbs with Walter. This was a decision they had all reached together. Walter was legal counsel for the Atlanta Firefighters Union, so his job entailed Microsoft Teams and phone calls made from the safety of his home office. Leigh was a defense attorney. Some of her work was online, but she still had to go into the office and meet with clients. She still had to enter the courthouse and sit through jury selection and conduct trials. Leigh had already caught the virus during the first wave last year. For 9 agonizing days, she'd felt like a mule was kicking her in the chest. As far as anyone knew, the risk for kids seemed to be minimal. The school touted its under 1% infection rate on its website, but there was no way she was going to be responsible for bringing the plague home to her daughter. "Leigh Collier, is that you?" Ruby Heyer pulled her mask down below her nose, then yanked it quickly back up, like it was safe if you did it fast. "Ruby, hi." Leigh was grateful for the 6 feet between them. Ruby was a mom friend, a necessary companion, back when their kids were toddlers and it was either set up a play date or blow out your brains on the coffee table. "How's Keely?" "She's fine, but long time, huh?"
Ruby's red-rimmed glasses bumped up on her smiling cheeks. She was a horrible poker player. Funny seeing Maddie enrolled here. Didn't you say you wanted your daughter to have an in-town education? Leigh felt her mask suck to her mouth as she went from mild annoyance to full-on burn the motherfucker down. Hey ladies, aren't the kids doing a terrific job? Walter was standing in the aisle, hands tucked into his pants pockets. Ruby, nice to see you. Ruby straddled her broomstick as she prepared to fly away. Always a pleasure, Walter. Leigh caught the insinuation that she wasn't part of the pleasure, but Walter was shooting her his don't be a bitch look. She shot back her go fuck yourself look. Their entire marriage in 2 looks. Walter said, I'm glad we never had that 3-way with her. Leigh laughed. If only Walter had suggested a 3-way. This would be a great school if it was an orphanage. Is it necessary to poke every bear with a sharp stick? She shook her head, looking up at the gold leaf ceiling and professional sound and lighting rigs. It's like a Broadway theater in here. It is. Maddie's old school had a cardboard box for a stage, a mag light for a spot, and a Mr. Microphone for sound, and Maddie thought it was the best thing ever. Leigh ran her hand along the blue velvet seatback in front of her. The Hollis Academy logo was stitched in gold thread along the top, probably courtesy of a wealthy parent with too much money and not enough taste. Both she and Walter had been godless, public school supporting, bleeding heart liberals until the virus hit. Now they were scraping together every last cent they could find to send Maddie to an insufferably snooty private school where every other car was a BMW and every other kid was an entitled cocksucker. The classes were smaller, the students rotated in pods of 10, extra staff kept the classroom sanitized, PPE was mandated, everyone followed the protocols. There were hardly ever any rolling lockdowns in the suburbs. Most of the parents had the luxury of working from home. Sweetheart. Walter's patient tone was grating. Every parent would send their kid here if they could. Every parent shouldn't have to. Her work phone buzzed in her purse. Leigh felt her shoulders tense up. 1 year ago, she had been an overworked, undercompensated self-employed defense attorney helping sex workers, drug addicts, and petty thieves navigate the legal system. Today, she was a cog in a giant corporate machine representing bankers and small business owners who committed the same crimes as her previous clients but had the money to get away with it. Walter said, "They can't expect you to work on a Sunday night." Leigh snorted at his naivete. She was competing against dozens of 20-something-year-olds with so much student loan debt that they slept at the office. She dug around in her purse, saying, "I asked Liz not to bother me unless it was life or death. Maybe some rich dude just murdered his wife." She gave him the go fuck yourself look before unlocking her phone. "Octavia Baca just texted me. Everything okay?" Yes, but she hadn't heard from Octavia in weeks. They'd made casual plans to meet for a walk at the botanical garden, but Leigh had never heard back, so she'd assumed that Octavia had gotten busy. Leigh could see the text she'd sent at the end of last month. "Are we still on to walk?" Octavia had texted her back just now, "So shitty. Don't hate me." Below the text, a link popped up to a news story. The photo showed a clean-cut guy in his early 30s who looked like every clean-cut guy in his early 30s. Accused rapist invokes right to speedy trial. Walter asked, "But? I guess Octavia is tied up on this case." Leigh scrolled through the story, pulling up the details. Stranger assault, not date rape, which isn't the norm. The client is up on some serious charges. He claims he's innocent. Haha. He's demanding a jury trial. That'll make the judge happy. And the jury. No one wanted to risk exposure to the virus in order to hear a rapist say he didn't do it. And even in the likely event that he did do it, rape was a fairly easy charge to plead down. Most prosecutors were hesitant to take on the fight because the cases tended to involve people who knew each other, and those pre-existing relationships further muddled the issue of consent. As a defense attorney, you negotiated for unlawful restraint, or a lesser charge that would keep your client off the sex offender registry and out of jail, and then you went home and took the longest, hottest shower you could tolerate to blast off the stink. Walter asked, "Did he get bail?" Rona rules. Given the coronavirus, judges were loath to hold over defendants pending trial. Instead, they mandated ankle monitors and dared them to break the rules. Prisons and jails were worse than nursing homes. Leigh should know. Her own exposure had come courtesy of Atlanta's City Detention Center.
Walter asked. Prosecutor didn't offer a deal?
I'd be shocked if they didn't, but it doesn't matter if the client won't take it. No wonder Octavia's been offline. She looked up from her phone. Hey, if the rain holds off, do you think I can bribe Maddie into sitting with me on your back porch? I've got umbrellas, sweetheart, but you know she's got an after-party with her pod. Tears welled into Leigh's eyes. She hated being on the outside looking in. A year had passed, and she still went into Maddie's empty bedroom at least once a month to cry. Was it this hard for you when she was living with me? It's a lot easier to delight a 12-year-old than it is to compete for a 16-year-old's attention. His eyes crinkled again. She loves you so much, sweetheart. You're the best mother she could ever have. Now her tears started to fall. You're a good man, Walter, to a fault. He wasn't joking. The lights flickered. Intermission was over. Leigh was about to sit down, but her phone buzzed again. Work. Lucky, Walter whispered. She sneaked up the aisle toward the exit. A few of the parents glared at her over their masks. Whether it was for the current disruption or for Leigh's part in last year's Christmas-adjacent nasty brawl, she had no idea. She ignored them, feigning interest in her phone. The caller ID flashed Bradley, which was odd because usually when her assistant called, it scrolled Bradley, Canfield, Marks. She stood in the middle of the ridiculously plush lobby, ignoring the gold sconces that had probably been plundered from an actual tomb. Walter claimed she had a chip on her shoulder about ostentatious displays of wealth, but Walter hadn't lived out of his car his first year in law school because he couldn't afford rent. She answered the phone. Liz? No, Miss Collier, this is Cole Bradley. I hope I'm not interrupting. She nearly swallowed her tongue. There were 20 floors and probably twice as many millions of dollars separating Leigh Collier and the man who had started the firm. She had only laid eyes on him once. Leigh was waiting her turn in the elevator lobby when Cole Bradley had used a key to summon the private car that went straight to the top floor. He looked like a taller, leaner version of Anthony Hopkins, if Anthony Hopkins had put a plastic surgeon on retainer shortly after graduating from the University of Georgia Law School. Miss Collier? Yes, She tried to get her shit together. I'm sorry, I'm at my daughter's school play. He didn't bother with small talk. I've got a delicate matter that requires your immediate attention. She felt her mouth open. Leigh was not setting the world on fire at Bradley Canfield Marks. She was doing exactly enough to keep a roof over her head and her daughter in private school. Cole Bradley employed at least 100 baby lawyers who would stab her in the face to get this phone call. Miss Collier? I'm sorry, Leigh said. Honestly, Mr. Bradley, I'll do whatever you want, but I'm not sure I'm the right person. Frankly, Miss Collier, I had no idea you even existed until this evening, but the client asked for you specifically. He's waiting in my office as we speak. Now she was really confused. Leigh's highest-profile client was the owner of a pet supply warehouse who'd been charged with breaking into his ex-wife's house and urinating in her underwear drawer. The case had been joked about in one of Atlanta's alternative papers, but she doubted Cole Bradley read Atlanta in town. His name is Andrew Tennant, Bradley said. I trust you've heard of him. Yes, sir, I have. Leigh only knew the name because she'd just read it in the story Octavia Baca had texted her. So shitty. Don't hate me. Octavia lived with her elderly parents and a husband with severe asthma. There were only 2 reasons Leigh could think of that her friend would refer out a case. She was either skipping out on a jury trial because of the virus risk, or she was creeped out by her presumed rapist client. Not that Octavia's motivations mattered right now, because Leigh didn't have a choice. She told Bradley, "I'll be there in half an hour." Most passengers flying into Atlanta Airport looked out the window and assumed that Buckhead was downtown. But the cluster of skyscrapers at the uptown end of Peachtree Street had not been built for convention-goers, government services, or staid financial institutions. The floors were filled with high-dollar litigators, day traders, and private money managers who catered to the surrounding client base living in one of the wealthiest zip codes in the Southeast. The headquarters for Bradley Canfield Marks loomed over the Buckhead Commercial District, a glass-fronted behemoth that crested at the top like a breaking wave.
Leigh found herself in the belly of the beast, trudging up the parking deck stairs. The gate was closed for visitor parking. The first available space she could find was 3 stories underground. The concrete stairwell felt like murder territory, but the elevators were locked and she hadn't been able to find a security guard. She took advantage of the time by going over in her head what Octavia Baca had relayed over the phone during the drive over, or what she hadn't been able to tell her. Andrew Tennant had fired Octavia 2 days ago. No, he hadn't given her an explanation why. Yes, Octavia had thought until that point that Andrew was satisfied with her counsel. No, she couldn't guess why Tennant had made the change, but 2 hours ago, Octavia had been instructed to transfer all of his case files to BCM care of Leigh Collier. The "so shitty" text was meant as an apology for dumping a jury trial into her lap 8 days before it was scheduled to begin. Leigh had no idea why a client would drop one of the best defense attorneys in the city when his life was on the line. But she had to assume the man was an idiot. The bigger mystery to solve was how the hell Andrew Tennant even knew Leigh's name. She had texted Walter, who was just as clueless, and that was the sum total of Leigh's ability to mine information from her past, because Walter was the only person currently in her life who had known her before she had graduated from law school. Leigh stopped at the top of the stairs, sweat dripping down her back. She did a quick inventory of her appearance. She hadn't exactly dressed up for her night at the theater. She had thrown her hair into an old lady bun and chosen 2-day-old jeans and a faded Aerosmith Bad Boys from Boston t-shirt, if only to stand in contrast to the Birkin-bagged bitches in the audience. She would have to swing by her office on the way to the top floor. Like everyone else, Leigh kept a courtroom outfit at work. Her makeup bag was in her desk drawer. The thought of having to put on her face for an accused rapist on a Sunday night that she should have been spending with her family ramped up her level of annoyance. She hated this building. She hated this job. She hated her life. She loved her daughter. Leigh looked for a mask in her purse, which Walter called her feed bag because she used it as a briefcase and, in the last year, a mini pandemic supply store. Hand sanitizers, Clorox wipes, masks, nitrile gloves just in case. The firm tested them twice a week, and Leigh had already suffered through the virus, but with the variants going around, it was better to be safe than sorry. She checked the time as she looped the mask over her ears. She could steal a few seconds for her daughter. Leigh juggled her 2 phones, looking for the distinctive blue and gold Hollis Academy case on her personal device. The wallpaper photo was of Tim Tam, the family dog, because the chocolate lab had shown Leigh a hell of a lot more love lately than her own daughter. Leigh sighed at the screen. Maddie hadn't texted back to Leigh's profuse apology for her early departure. A quick perusal of Instagram showed her daughter dancing with friends at a small party in what looked like Keeley Hayer's basement, Tim Tam sleeping on a beanbag chair in the corner.
So much for unquestioning devotion. Leigh's fingers slid across the screen, typing yet another text to Maddie. "I'm sorry I had to leave, baby. I love you so much." She stupidly waited for a response before opening the door. The overly air-conditioned lobby enveloped her in cold steel and marble. Leigh nodded to the security guard in his plexiglass booth. Lorenzo was hunkered down over a cup of soup, shoulders up to his ears, bowl close to his mouth. Leigh was reminded of a succulent plant her mother used to keep in the kitchen window. Miss Collier. Leigh silently panicked at the sight of Cole Bradley standing in the elevator lobby. Her hand flew up to the back of her hair. She could feel tendrils shooting out like a flattened octopus. The Bad Boys logo across her ratty t-shirt was an affront to his bespoke Italian suit. "You caught me in the act." He tucked a pack of cigarettes into his breast pocket. "I went outside for a smoke." Leigh felt her eyebrows rise up. Bradley practically owned the building. No one was going to stop him from doing anything. He smiled, or at least she thought he did. He was north of 80 years old, but his skin was so tight that only the tips of his ears twitched. He said, "Given the political climate, it's good to be seen playing by the rules." The bell rang for the partners' private elevator. The noise was so tinkly that it sounded like Lady Hoopskirts summoning the butler for afternoon tea. Bradley retrieved a mask from his breast pocket. She assumed this too was for appearances. His age alone would have put him in the first group for the vaccine.
Then again, the vaccine wouldn't be a get-out-of-jail-free card until almost everyone was inoculated. Miss Collier? Bradley was waiting at the open elevator doors. Leigh hesitated because she doubted underlings were allowed in the private car. I was going to swing by my office to change into something more professional. Unnecessary. They know the circumstances of the late hour. He indicated that she should go in ahead of him. Even with his permission, Leigh felt like a trespasser as she stepped into the fancy elevator. She pressed her calves against the narrow red bench along the back wall. She had only glanced inside the private car once, but, up close, she realized the black walls were paneled in ostrich skin. The floor was one giant slab of black marble. The ceiling and all of the floor buttons were trimmed in red and black, because if you'd graduated from the University of Georgia, pretty much the biggest thing that had ever happened to you in your life was that you had graduated from the University of Georgia. The mirrored doors slid closed. Bradley's posture was ramrod straight. His mask was black with red piping. A pin on his lapel showed Uga, the Georgia Bulldog mascot. He touched the UP button on the panel, sending them to the penthouse level. Leigh stared straight ahead, still unsure of the etiquette. There were signs on the plebeian elevator warning people to keep their distance and avoid conversation. No such signs existed here, not even the inspection notice. Her nose tickled with the smell of Bradley's aftershave mixed with cigarette smoke. Leigh hated men who smoked. She opened her mouth to breathe behind her mask. Bradley cleared his throat. I wonder, Miss Collier, how many of your fellow students at Lake Point High School ended up graduating with honors from Northwestern? He'd done his homework while she was breaking the sound barrier to get here. He knew she'd grown up on the bad side of town. He knew she'd ended up at a top-tier law school. Leigh said, Yuga waitlisted me. She imagined he would have raised one of his eyebrows if the Botox would have let him. Cole Bradley wasn't used to his subordinates having personalities. He said, You interned at a poverty law firm based out of Cabrini Green. After Northwestern, you returned to Atlanta and joined the Legal Aid Society. 5 years later, you started your own practice specializing in criminal defense. You were doing quite well until the pandemic closed down the courts. The end of this month will mark your first-year anniversary with BCM. She waited for a question. Your choices strike me as somewhat iconoclastic. He paused, giving her ample opportunity to chime in. I assume you had the luxury of scholarships, so finances didn't dictate your career options. She kept waiting. And yet, here you are at my firm. Another pause. Another ignored opportunity. Would it be impolite to note that you're closer to 40 than most of our first-year hires? She let her gaze find his. It would be accurate. He openly studied her. How do you know Andrew Tennant? I don't, and I have no idea how he knows me. Bradley took a deep breath before saying, Andrew is the scion of Gregory Tennant, one of my very first clients. We met so long ago that Jesus Christ himself introduced us. He was waitlisted at Yuga too. Jesus or Gregory? His ears twitched up slightly, which she understood was his way of smiling. Bradley said, Tennant Automotive Group started out with a single Ford dealership back in the 70s. You'll be too young to remember the commercials, but they had a very memorable jingle. Gregory Tennant Sr. was a fraternity brother of mine. When he died, Greg Jr. inherited the business and turned it into a network of 38 dealerships across the Southeast. Greg passed away from a particularly aggressive form of cancer last year. His sister took over the day-to-day operations. Andrew is her son. Leigh was still marveling at anyone using the word scion. The elevator bell tinkled. The doors slid open. They had reached the top floor. She could feel cold air fighting against the umbrella of heat outside. The space was as cavernous as an aircraft hangar. The overhead fixtures were off. The only lights came from the lamps on the steel and glass desks standing sentry outside closed office doors. Bradley walked to the middle of the room and stopped. It never fails to take my breath away. Leigh knew he meant the view. They were in the trough of the giant wave at the top of the building. Massive pieces of glass reached at least 40 feet to the crest. The floor was high enough above the light pollution for them to see tiny pinpoints of stars punching through the night sky.
Far below, the cars traveling along Peachtree Street paved a red and white trail toward the glowing mass of downtown. "It looks like a snow globe," she said. Bradley turned to face her. He had taken off his mask. "How do you feel about rape?" "Definitely against it." His expression told Leigh that the time for her to have a personality was over. She said, "I've handled dozens of assault cases over the years. The nature of the charge is irrelevant. The majority of my clients are factually guilty. The prosecutor has to prove those facts beyond a reasonable doubt. You pay me a hell of a lot of money to find that doubt." He nodded, approving of her response. "You've got jury selection on Thursday, with the trial commencing 1 week from tomorrow. No judge will grant you a continuance based on substituting counsel. I can offer you 2 full-time associates. Will the truncated timeline be a problem?" "It's a challenge," Leigh said, "but not a problem." Andrew was offered a reduced charge in exchange for 1 year of monitored probation. Leigh pulled down her mask. "No sex offender registry?" "No. And the charges roll off if Andrew stays out of trouble for 3 years. Even this far into the game, Leigh was always surprised by how fantastic it was to be a white, wealthy man. "That's a sweetheart deal. What are you not telling me?" The skin around Bradley's cheeks rippled in a wince. The previous firm had a private investigator do some digging around. Apparently, a guilty admission on this particular reduced charge could lead to further exposure. Octavia hadn't mentioned that detail. Maybe she hadn't been updated before she was fired, or maybe she had seen the potential rat fuck and was glad to be out of it. "Miss Collier?" Bradley was waiting at the open elevator doors. Leigh hesitated because she doubted underlings were allowed in the private car. "I was going to swing by my office to change into something more professional." Unnecessary. They know the circumstances of the late hour. He indicated that she should go in ahead of him. Even with his permission, Leigh felt like a trespasser as she stepped into the fancy elevator. She pressed her calves against the narrow red bench along the back wall. She had only glanced inside the private car once, but, up close, she realized the black walls were paneled in ostrich skin. The floor was one giant slab of black marble. The ceiling and all of the floor buttons were trimmed in red and black, because if you'd graduated from the University of Georgia, pretty much the biggest thing that had ever happened to you in your life was that you had graduated from the University of Georgia. The mirrored doors slid closed. Bradley's posture was ramrod straight. His mask was black with red piping. A pin on his lapel showed Uga, the Georgia Bulldog mascot. He touched the UP button on the panel, sending them to the penthouse level. Leigh stared straight ahead, still unsure of the etiquette. There were signs on the plebeian elevator warning people to keep their distance and avoid conversation. No such signs existed here, not even the inspection notice. Her nose tickled with the smell of Bradley's aftershave mixed with cigarette smoke. Leigh hated men who smoked. She opened her mouth to breathe behind her mask. Bradley cleared his throat. "I wonder, Miss Collier, how many of your fellow students at Lake Point High School ended up graduating with honors from Northwestern?" He'd done his homework while she was breaking the sound barrier to get here. He knew she'd grown up on the bad side of town. He knew she'd ended up at a top-tier law school. Leigh said, "Hugo waitlisted me." She imagined he would have raised one of his eyebrows if the Botox would have let him. Cole Bradley wasn't used to his subordinates having personalities. He said, "You interned at a poverty law firm based out of Cabrini Green. After Northwestern, you returned to Atlanta and joined the Legal Aid Society. 5 years later, you started your own practice, specializing in criminal defense. You were doing quite well until the pandemic closed down the courts. The end of this month will mark your first-year anniversary with BCM." She waited for a question. "Your choices strike me as somewhat iconoclastic." He paused, giving her ample opportunity to.
If the PI was right, the prosecutor was trying to lure Andrew Tennant into pleading guilty to one rape so they could show a pattern of behavior that linked him to other assaults, Leigh asked. How much exposure? 2, possibly 3. Women, she thought. 2 or 3 more women who had been raped. No DNA on any of the possible cases, Bradley said. I've gathered there's some circumstantial evidence, but nothing insurmountable. Alibi? His fiancée, but Bradley shrugged it off the same as a jury would. Thoughts? Leigh had 2.
Either Tennant was a serial rapist, or the district attorney was trying to get him to self-incriminate into being labeled one. Leigh had seen this kind of prosecutorial fuckery when she worked on her own, but Andrew Tennant wasn't a busboy who copped a guilty plea because he didn't have the money to fight it. She knew in her gut that Bradley was holding something else back. She chose her words carefully. Andrew is the scion of a wealthy family. The district attorney knows you don't take a shot at the king if you think you'll miss. Bradley didn't respond, but his demeanor became more guarded. Leigh heard Walter's earlier questions zinging around her head. Had she poked the wrong bear with the wrong stick? Cole Bradley had asked her how she felt about rape cases. He hadn't asked her how she felt about innocent clients. By his own admission, he had known the Tennant family since he was in short pants. For all she knew, he could be Andrew Tennant's godparent. Bradley clearly wasn't going to share his thinking. He extended his arm, indicating the last closed door on the right. Andrew is in my conference room with his mother as well as his fiancée. Leigh pulled up her mask as she walked past her boss. She recalibrated herself away from being Walter's wife and Maddie's mother and the plucky gal who joked with a human skeleton inside a private elevator. Andrew Tennant had asked for Leigh specifically, probably because she was still coasting on her pre-BCM reputation, which fell somewhere between a hummingbird and a hyena. Leigh had to be that person now, or she'd not only lose the client, but possibly her job. Bradley reached ahead of her to open the door. The downstairs conference rooms were smaller than a Holiday Inn toilet and operated on a first-come, first-serve basis. Leigh had been expecting a slightly larger version of the same, but Cole Bradley's personal meeting space was more like a suite at the Waldorf, down to the fireplace and a wet bar. There was a heavy glass vase of flowers on a pedestal. Photographs of various Ooga bulldogs across the years lined the back wall. A painting of Vince Dooley hung above the fireplace. Stacks of legal pads and pens were on the black marble credenza. Trophies for various legal prizes crowded out rows of water bottles. The conference table, which was approximately 12 feet long and 6 feet wide, was made from redwood. The chairs were black leather. 3 people sat at the far end of the table, faces uncovered. She recognized Andrew Tennant from his photo in the news story, though he was better looking in person. The woman clutching his right arm was late 20s with a tattoo sleeve and an eat shit snarl that any mother would want for her son. The mother in question sat stiff in her chair, arms crossed low on her chest. Her short blonde hair was streaked with white. A slim gold choker ringed her tanned neck. She was wearing a pale yellow, honest-to-God, down-to-the-little alligator Izod shirt. The popped collar gave the impression of someone who'd just come off the golf course to sip a Bloody Mary by the pool. In other words, the type of woman Leigh only knew about from binging Gossip Girl reruns with her daughter. "I'm sorry we kept you waiting." Bradley moved a thick stack of files to the far side of the table, indicating where Leigh should sit. "This is Sydney Winslow, Andrew's fiancée." "Sid," the girl said. Leigh had known she'd be called something like Sid or Punky or Katniss the moment she'd laid eyes on the multiple piercings, clumpy mascara, and jet black shag cut. Still, Leigh made nice with her client's other half. "I'm sorry to be meeting you under these circumstances. This entire ordeal has been a nightmare." Sydney's voice was as husky as expected. She pushed back her hair, flashing dark blue fingernail polish and a leather bracelet that had pointy-looking metal studs. "Andy nearly got murdered in jail, and he was only there 2 nights. He's totally innocent. Obviously. No one is safe anymore. Some crazy bitch can just point a finger. And Sydney, let the woman get her bearings." The tightly controlled rage in the mother's tone reminded Leigh of the voice she used when she was reprimanding Maddie in the presence of other people. "Leigh, please, take your time." Leigh held the older woman's smile for a few seconds before she put her game face on. "I'll just need a moment." She opened the file, hoping a detail would jog her memory as to who the hell these people were. The top page showed the intake form from Andrew Tennant's arrest. 33 years old, car salesman, high-dollar address, charged with kidnap and sexual assault March 13, 2020, just as the first wave of the pandemic was taking off. Leigh didn't read deeply into the details because it was hard to unring a bell. She needed to hear Andrew's version of events first. All that she knew for certain was that Andrew Trevor Tennant had picked a bad time to ask for his day in court. Because of the virus, prospective jurors over 65 were generally excused.
Only someone under the age of 65 would accept that this clean-cut, nice-looking young man could be a serial rapist. She looked up from the file. She silently debated how to proceed. The mother and son clearly thought that Leigh knew them. Leigh clearly did not. If Andrew Tennant wanted her to be his lawyer, lying to his face the first time they met was the very definition of operating in bad faith. She took a breath, preparing to confess, but then Bradley cut her off. "Remind me, Linda, how do you know Ms. Collier?" Linda. Something about the name itched at Leigh's memory. She actually reached up to her scalp as if she could scratch it out. But it wasn't the mother who was triggering her recollection. Leigh's eyes skipped across the older woman and went to her son. Andrew Tennant smiled at her. His lips curved up to the left. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" "Decades," Linda told Bradley. "Andrew knows the girls better than I do. I was still in nursing back then. I worked nights. Leigh and her sister were the only babysitters I trusted." Leigh's stomach turned into a clenched fist that started slowly punching up into her throat. Andrew asked her, "How's Callie doing? What's she up to?" "Callie? Leigh?" Andrew's tone implied that she was not acting normal. "Where's your sister these days?" Leigh had broken out in a cold sweat. Her hands were shaking. She clutched them together under the table. "She's living on a farm in Iowa with kids. Her husband's a cow farmer, a dairy farmer." "That sounds about right," Andrew said. "Callie loved animals. She got me interested in aquariums." He told this last part to Sydney, going into detail about his first saltwater tank. "Right," Sydney said. She was the cheerleader. All Leigh could do was pretend to listen, her teeth clenched tight so that she didn't start screaming. This couldn't be right. None of this was right. She looked down at the label on the file. Tennant, Andrew Trevor. The clenched fist kept moving up her throat, every horrific detail she had suppressed over the last 23 years threatening to choke her. Callie's terrifying phone call, Leigh's frantic drive to reach her, the horrific scene in the kitchen, the familiar smell of the dank house, the cigars and scotch, and blood, so much blood. Leigh had to know for sure. She needed to hear it said out loud. Her teenage voice came out of her mouth when she asked, "Trevor?" The way Andrew's lips curved up to the left was so chillingly familiar.
Leigh felt a tingle of goosebumps prickle her skin. She had been his babysitter, and then, when she was old enough to find real work, she had passed the job on to her baby sister. "I go by Andrew now," he told her. "Tennant is Mom's maiden name. We both thought it would be good to change things up after what happened with Dad." After what happened with Dad. Buddy Waleski had disappeared. He'd abandoned his wife and son. No note, no apologies. That's what Leigh and Callie had made it look like. That's what they had told the police. Buddy had done a lot of bad things. He was in debt to a lot of bad people. It made sense. At the time, all of it had made sense. Andrew seemed to feed off her dawning recognition. His smile softened, the upward curve of his lips slowly smoothing out. He said, "It's been a long time, Harley. Harley." Only one person in her life still called her by that name. Andrew said, "I thought you'd forgotten all about me." Leigh shook her head. She would never forget him. Trevor Waleski had been a sweet kid, a little awkward, a lot clingy. The last time Leigh had seen him, he was drugged into oblivion. She had watched her sister gently kiss the top of his head. Then the two of them had gone back into the kitchen to finish murdering his father. Monday, 2. Leigh parked her Audi A4 outside the offices of Reginald Paltz and Associates, the private investigation firm handling Andrew Tennant's case. The two-story building had been built for small offices, but made to look like a single colonial house. It had that too new, too old feel of the 80s. Gold fixtures, plastic-trimmed windows, thin brick fascia, crumbling concrete stairs up to a set of glass doors. The vaulted lobby had a crooked gold chandelier hanging above a set of winding stairs. The outdoor temperature was already climbing, expected to hit the mid-70s by the afternoon. She let the car idle so she could keep the air conditioning running. Leigh had gotten here early, allotting herself 20 minutes to get her shit together in the privacy of her car. The thing that had made her a good student, then a good lawyer, was that she could always tune out the bullshit and laser focus on what was directly in front of her. You didn't help chop up a 250-pound man and still graduate at the top of your class without learning how to compartmentalize. What she had to do right now was turn that laser focus not onto Andrew Tennant, but onto Andrew Tennant's case. Leigh was a very high-priced lawyer. Andrew's trial was scheduled to start in 1 week. Her boss had requested a full-on strategy session by end of day tomorrow. She had a client looking at serious charges and a prosecutor who was playing more than the usual prosecutor games. Leigh's job was to find a way to poke enough holes in the case for at least one juror to drive a bus through. She sighed out a stream of anxiety to help clear her thoughts. She scooped up Andrew's file from the passenger seat. She flipped through the pages, found the summary paragraph. Tammy Carlson, chameleon, fingerprints, CCTV. Leigh read the entire summation without comprehension. The individual words made sense, but putting them into a coherent sentence was impossible. She tried to go back to the beginning. The lines of text began to swirl around until her stomach started swirling with them. She closed the file. Her hand found the door handle but didn't pull. She gulped in air. Then again, and again, until she swallowed down the acid that was trying to hurl up her throat. Leigh's daughter was the only living being who had ever been able to break her focus. If Maddie was sick or upset or justifiably angry, Leigh was miserable until things were set right. That uneasiness was nothing compared to how she felt now. Every nerve ending inside of her body felt like it was being pounded by the rattling chains of Buddy Walesky's ghost. She tossed the file onto the seat, squeezed her eyes closed, pressed her head back. Her stomach wouldn't stop churning. She had been on the edge of vomiting most of the night. She hadn't been able to sleep. She hadn't even bothered getting into bed. She'd sat on the couch for hours in the dark, trying to think her way out of representing Andrew. Trevor. The night that Buddy had died, the NyQuil had effectively put Trevor into a coma. But they'd had to make sure. Leigh had called his name several times, her voice growing increasingly louder. Callie had snapped her fingers near his ear, then clapped together her hands close to his face. She'd even shaken him a little before shifting him back and forth like a rolling pin across a piece of dough. The police had never found Buddy's body. By the time his Corvette was located in an even shittier part of town, the car had been stripped for parts. Buddy did not have an office, so there was no paper trail. The Canon digital camcorder hidden inside the bar had been broken into pieces with a hammer, the parts scattered around the city. They had searched for other mini cassettes and found none. They had looked for compromising photographs and found none. They had turned over the couch and upended mattresses and rifled drawers and closets and unscrewed grates from the vents and rummaged through pockets and bookshelves and inside Buddy's Corvette, and then they had carefully cleaned up after themselves and put everything back in place and left before Linda had gotten home. Harley, what are we going to do? You're going to stick to the damn story so we both don't end up in prison. There was so much awful bullshit Leigh had done in her life that still weighed on her conscience, but the murder of Buddy Walesky carried the mass of a feather. He had deserved to die. Her only regret was that it hadn't happened years before he got his hooks into Callie. There was no such thing as a perfect crime, but Leigh was certain they had gotten away with murder. Until last night. Her hands started to ache. She looked down. Her fingers were wrapped around the bottom of the steering wheel. The knuckles were bright white teeth biting into the leather. She checked the clock. Her angst had eaten up 10 full minutes. Focus, she chided herself. Andrew, Trevor, Tennant. His file was still on the passenger seat. Leigh closed her eyes for another moment, summoning the sweet, goofy Trevor who'd love to run around the yard and occasionally eat paste. That was why Linda and Andrew wanted Leigh to defend him. They had no idea that Leigh was involved in Buddy's sudden disappearance. What they wanted was a defender who would still see Andrew as that harmless child from 23 years ago. They didn't want her to associate him with the monstrous acts he was accused of. Leigh retrieved the file. It was time for her to read about those monstrous acts. She took another breath to reset herself. Leigh wasn't one of those believers in bad blood or apples not falling far from the tree. Otherwise, she would be an abusive alcoholic with a felony assault conviction. People could transcend their circumstances. It was possible to break the cycle. Had Andrew Tennant broken the cycle? Leigh opened the file. She read the charge sheet in depth for the first time. Kidnap, rape, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, aggravated sexual battery. You didn't need much more than Wikipedia to understand the accepted definitions of kidnap, rape, sodomy, and battery. The legal definitions were more complicated. Most states use the blanket term sexual assault for related sex crimes, so the charge of sexual assault could indicate anything from unwanted ass-grabbing to violent rape. Some states used degrees to rank the severity of the crime. First degree was the most serious, and then the others fell into lesser degrees, usually distinguished by the nature of the act, from penetration to coercion to involuntary touching. If a weapon was used, if the victim was a child or law enforcement officer or had diminished capacity, then felony charges came into play.
Florida used the term sexual battery, and no matter how heinous or not so heinous the act, unless you were a wealthy, politically connected pedophile, the crime was always charged as a serious felony and could carry a life sentence. In California, misdemeanor sexual battery could land you in county jail for 6 months. Sentencing for felony sexual battery ranged anywhere from 1 year in county lockup to 4 years in big boy prison. The state of Georgia fell in line with most states so far as sexual assault encompassing anything from non-consensual touching to full-on negrophilia. The term aggravated was used to indicate the most serious charges. Aggravated sodomy meant force was used against the victim's will. Aggravated assault meant a gun or other life-threatening weapon was involved. A person who committed aggravated sexual battery intentionally penetrated the sexual organ or anus of another person with a foreign object without that person's consent. The sentence for that offense alone could be life or 25 years followed by probation for life. Either way, there was a mandatory lifetime registration on the sex offender registry. If you weren't a hardened criminal when you went into the system, you would be by the time you got out. Leigh found the booking photo for Andrew Tennant. Trevor. It was the shape of his face that reminded her of the boy he used to be. Leigh had spent countless nights with his head in her lap while she read to him. She would keep glancing down, silently begging him to fall asleep so that she could study for school. Leigh had seen her share of mugshots. Sometimes defendants stuck out their chins or glared at the camera or did other stupid things that they thought made them look tough but played out exactly as you would expect with a jury. In Andrew's photo, he was clearly trying not to show that he was scared, which was understandable. Scions didn't often find themselves arrested and dragged down to the police station. He looked like he was chewing the inside of his bottom lip. His nostrils were flared. The harsh flash from the camera gave his eyes an artificial glimmer. Was this man a violent rapist? Was that little boy Leigh had read to, colored with, chased around the dirt-packed backyard while he giggled so hard he snorted, capable of growing into the same disgusting type of predator as his father? Harley? Leigh startled, papers flying into the air, a scream bleeding out of her mouth. "I'm so sorry." Andrew's voice was muffled by the closed window. "Did I scare you?" "Hell yes, you scared me." Leigh grabbed at the loose pages. Her heart had banged into the back of her throat. She had forgotten how Trevor used to sneak up on her when he was a kid. Andrew tried again. "I'm really sorry." She shot him a look that she usually reserved for family. "It's fine." His face was red from embarrassment. The mask hanging around his chin came up. It was blue with a white Mercedes logo across the front. The change was not an improvement. He looked like an animal who'd been muzzled. Still, he stepped back so that she could open the car door. The tremor was back in Leigh's hands when she turned off the engine and pulled together the file. She had never been so grateful for the time it took to find a mask and cover her face. Her legs felt weak as she got out of the car. She kept thinking about the last time she had seen Trevor. He was lying in bed, eyes closed, completely clueless to what was happening in the kitchen. Andrew tried again, offering, "Good morning." Leigh swung her purse over her shoulder. She shoved the file deep into her bag. In heels, she was at Andrew's eye level. His blonde hair was combed back. His chest and arms were gym-toned, but he had his father's tapered waist and height.
Leigh frowned at the suit, which was exactly the kind you'd expect a Mercedes salesman to be wearing. Too blue, too fitted, too sharp. A mechanic or plumber on the jury would see that suit and hate him. Andrew indicated the large Dunkin' Donuts cup he'd placed on the roof of her car. I brought you some coffee, but that seems like a bad idea now that it's happening. Thank you, she said, as if they weren't in the middle of a deadly pandemic. I'm so sorry I frightened you, Harley. I should call you Leigh, just like you should call me Andrew. We're both different people now. We are. Leigh had to get control over her uneasiness. She tried to put herself on familiar ground. Last night, I filed an emergency motion with the court to establish myself as counsel. Octavia already withdrew herself as attorney of record, so approval should be pro forma. Judges don't like this last-minute finagling. There's no way we'll get a continuance. Considering COVID, we need to be ready to go at any time. If the jail locks down because of an outbreak or there's another staffing shortage, we have to be ready to go. Otherwise, we could lose our slot and get bumped into next week or next month. Thank you. He nodded once, as if he had only been waiting for his turn to speak. Mom sends her apologies. There's a company-wide meeting every Monday morning. Sydney's already inside. I thought I could talk to you alone for a minute if that's okay. Of course. Leigh's anxiety jacked back up. He was going to ask about his father. She took the coffee off the roof of her car to give herself a reason to turn away. She could feel the heat through the paper cup. The thought of drinking it made her queasiness intensify. Have you... Andrew indicated the file she'd stashed in her purse. Have you read it yet? Leigh nodded, not trusting herself to speak. I couldn't get through to the end. It's really bad what happened to Tammy. I thought we hit it off. I'm not sure why she's doing this to me. She seemed nice. You don't talk to someone for 98 minutes if you think they're a monster. The specificity was strange, but he had given Leigh some much-needed prompts. She resurrected the stray words from the summary statement in his file. Tammy Carlson. Comma chameleon, fingerprints, CCTV. Tammy Carlson was the victim. Prior to the pandemic, Comma Chameleon had been a hot singles bar in Buckhead. The police had found Andrew's fingerprints where they shouldn't be. They had CCTV of Andrew's movements. Leigh's memory added a stray detail that Cole Bradley had relayed last night. Sydney is your alibi for the time of the assault. We weren't exclusive then, but I got home from the bar and she was waiting for me on my doorstep. He held up his hands as if to stop her. I know that sounds totally coincidental, right? Sid shows up at my place on the very night I need an alibi, but it's the truth. Leigh knew that both the best and the worst alibis could sound wildly coincidental. Still, she wasn't here to believe in Andrew Tennant. She was here to get him to a not guilty. When did you get engaged? April 10th of last year. We've been off and on for 2 years, but with the arrest and the pandemic, it all brought us closer together. Sounds romantic. Leigh struggled to sound like a lawyer who hadn't survived the first months of the virus by filing dozens of no-fault COVID divorces. Have you set the date? Wednesday, before jury selection begins on Thursday. Unless you think you can get the case dismissed? The hopeful tone in his voice took her straight back to the Wolelski's kitchen when Trevor asked if his mother would be home soon. Leigh hadn't lied to him then, and she absolutely couldn't lie to him now. No, this won't go away. They're coming after you. All we can do is be ready to fight back. He nodded, scratching at his mask. I guess it's stupid for me to believe I'm going to wake up one day and this nightmare will be over. Leigh glanced around the parking lot, making sure they were alone. Andrew, we couldn't get into the weeds in front of Sydney and Linda last night, but Mr. Bradley explained to you that there are other cases the district attorney will probably open if you plead guilty. He did.
And he told you that if you lose your case at trial, those other cases could still coal. Also said you're ruthless in the courtroom. Andrew shrugged as if that was all it took. He told Mom that he hired you because you were one of the best defense attorneys in the city. Cole Bradley was full of shit. He didn't even know which floor Leigh worked on. I'm also brutally honest. If the trial goes sideways, you are looking at serious time. You haven't changed a bit, Harley. You always put all your cards on the table. That's why I wanted to work with you. Andrew wasn't finished. You know, the sad part is, the Me Too movement really woke me up. I try hard to be an ally. We should believe women, but it's unconscionable. False allegations only hurt other women. Leigh nodded, though she didn't find his words persuasive one way or another. The problem with rape was that a guilty man generally knew enough about the prevailing culture to say the same things an innocent man would.
Soon, Andrew would start talking about due process without realizing that what he was going through right now was exactly that. She said, "Let's go inside." Andrew stepped back so she could walk ahead of him toward the building. Leigh tried to get her head on straight in the interim. She had to stop acting like the worst kind of criminal. As a defense attorney, she knew that her clients didn't get caught because the cops were brilliant detectives. The client's own stupidity or guilty conscience usually landed them in legal peril. They either bragged to the wrong person, or confessed to the wrong person, or, most of the time, stepped on their own dicks, and then they needed a lawyer. Leigh wasn't worried about guilty feelings, but she would have to be careful that her fear of getting caught didn't somehow give her away. She transferred the coffee cup to her other hand. She steeled herself as she climbed up the crumbling concrete steps to the entrance. Andrew said, "I've looked for Callie over the years. What part of Iowa is she in?" Leigh felt the hairs on the back of her neck rise up. The biggest mistake a liar could make was to offer too many specifics. "Northwest corner, close to Nebraska." "I'd love the address." "Shit." Andrew reached ahead of her to open the lobby door. The carpet was worn in front of the stairs. The walls were scuffed. The inside of the building felt more dreary and sad than it had from the outside. Leigh turned around. Andrew had gone down on one knee to untuck the leg of his pants from his ankle monitor. The device was geo-targeted, limiting him to home, work, and meetings with his attorneys. Anything else, an alarm would go off at the monitoring station, technically. Like every other resource in the pandemic-racked city, the probation office was stretched thin. Andrew looked up at her, asking, "Why Iowa?" This, at least, Leigh was prepared for. She fell in love with a man, got pregnant, got married, got pregnant again. Leigh checked the sign. Reginald Paltz, associate, was upstairs. Again, Andrew let her go first. "I bet Callie's a terrific mom. She was always so kind to me. It felt more like she was my sister." Leigh gritted her teeth as she rounded the landing. She couldn't figure out if Andrew's questions were appropriate or intrusive. He had been so transparent as a child, immature for his age, gullible, easy to pin down. Now, all of Leigh's finely honed gut instinct was falling to the wayside. He said, "Northwest corner, is that where the derecho hit?" She squeezed the coffee cup so hard that the top almost popped off. Had he read everything he could find about Iowa last night? They got some flooding, but they're fine. Did she stick with cheerleading? Leigh turned around at the top of the stairs. She had to redirect this before he put more words in her mouth. "I forgot you guys moved away after Buddy disappeared." He had stopped on the landing. He blinked up at her, silent. Something about his expression felt off, though it was hard to tell because all she could really see were his eyes. She silently ran back through the conversation, trying to find out where it could have gone wrong. Was he acting strange? Was she? Leigh asked, "Where did you move to?" He adjusted his mask, pinching it around the bridge of his nose. "Tuxedo Park. We stayed with my Uncle Greg." Tuxedo Park was one of Atlanta's oldest, moneyed neighborhoods. "You were a real Fresh Prince." No kidding. His laugh sounded forced. Actually, everything about him felt forced. Leigh had worked with enough criminals to develop an internal warning siren. She felt it flashing bright red as she watched Andrew readjust his mask again. He was completely unreadable. She had never seen someone with such a flat, vacant look in their eyes. He said, "Maybe you don't know the story, but Mom was really young when she met Dad. Her parents gave her an ultimatum. We'll sign off on the legal stuff so you can get married, but we'll disown you if you go through with it." Leigh clenched her jaw so that it wouldn't drop open. The legal age for marriage with parental consent was 16. As a teenager, Leigh had thought all adults were old, but now she realized that Buddy had been at least twice Linda's age. The bastards followed through on their threat. They abandoned Mom. "They abandoned us," Andrew said. "Grandpa only had one dealership then, but they had plenty of money, enough to make our lives easier. Nobody lifted a finger. Not until Dad was gone, then Uncle Greg came swooping in talking about forgiveness and all this religious crap. He's the one who made us change our last names. Did you know that?" Leigh shook her head. "Last night, he'd made it sound like a choice. It ruined our lives when Dad disappeared. I wish whoever made him go away understood what that felt like." Leigh swallowed down a wave of paranoia. "Anyway, it all worked out, right?" Andrew gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Until now." He fell back into silence as he climbed the stairs. There had been an inflection of anger in his voice, but he'd quickly gotten it under control. It occurred to Leigh that her own guilt might not be at play here.
Andrew could be uncomfortable around her for his own reasons. He probably felt like she was testing him, trying to weigh his guilt or innocence. He wanted her to believe he was a good man, so that she would fight harder for him. He was wasting his time. Leigh rarely considered guilt or innocence. Most of her clients were guilty as hell. Some of them were nice, some were assholes. None of it mattered because justice was blind, except when it came to the color green. Andrew Tennant would have all of the resources his family's money could buy: private investigators, specialists, forensic experts, and anyone else who could be monetarily induced to persuade a jury of his blamelessness. One lesson that working at BCM had taught Leigh was that it was better to be guilty and rich than innocent and poor. Andrew indicated the closed door at the end of the hall. "Hey." The unmistakable husky laugh of Sydney Winslow echoed from the distance. "Sorry, she can be loud." Andrew's cheeks turned a slight red above his mask, but he told Leigh, "After you." Leigh didn't move. She had to remind herself yet again that Andrew was clueless about her role and what had really happened to his father. Only a stupid mistake on her part could make him start asking questions. Whatever sirens Andrew was setting off probably came courtesy of the fact that he could very well be a rapist, and Leigh was his lawyer. She launched into the spiel she should have given Andrew in the parking lot. "You understand that Octavia Backus' firm hired Mr. Paltz to do the investigation, and now Bradley Canfield Marks hired him to stay on the case, correct? Well, I brought Reggie into this, but yes. Leigh would deal with the Reggie part later. Right now, she needed to make sure Andrew's ass was covered."
Guys, I'm sorry. Andrew shook his head as he walked into the office. He slumped into the low couch. Sid's down in the car. That did not go well. Reggie pulled a face. "Dude, does it ever?" Leigh's knees felt weak. She sank into the chair closest to the door. Sweat rolled down her back. She watched Andrew slip down his mask around his chin. He was texting on his phone. She's already asking how long. Reggie's chair squeaked as he sat back down. Tell her to shut the fuck up. Thanks for the advice. I'm sure that will calm her down. Andrew's thumb started moving across the screen. An emotion had finally punched through his unreadable veneer. He was visibly worried. Shit, she's furious. Dude, stop replying. Reggie tapped his laptop awake. We're burning through your mama's cash big time. Leigh unhooked her mask. The misses and the finally kept knocking around inside her skull. She had to clear her throat before she could speak. How did you two meet? Reggie volunteered. Andrew sold me my first Mercedes. What was that, dude? 3-4 years ago? Leigh cleared her throat again, waiting, but Andrew was still distracted by his phone. She finally asked, "Is that so?" "Yeah, dude. Used to be a fucking stallion until Sid neutered him with that engagement ring." He caught a sharp look from Andrew and abruptly shifted back into business, telling Leigh, "I got your firm's server encryption key from your assistant this morning. I'll have everything uploaded for you by this afternoon." Leigh forced herself to nod. She mentally tried to unwind her paranoia. The misses was because he had done his homework. It wasn't unusual for high-income clients to make sure they knew who they were dealing with. The finally meant what? The simplest explanation was the same as the one for the misses. Andrew had hired Reggie Paltz to investigate her, to delve into her life and family, and he was finally meeting Leigh after reading so much about her. Y'all, I'm sorry. Andrew stood up, eyes still on his phone. I should check on her. Ask for your balls back. Reggie shook his head for Leigh's benefit. Dude's back in high school with this chick. Leigh felt the unwelcome tremor return to her hands as Reggie hunched over his laptop. The simplest explanation still did not answer the most important question. How had Andrew found Leigh in the first place? He was an accused rapist, staring down a jury trial that started in 1 week. It didn't make sense that he would stop in the middle of it to find his babysitter from 2 decades ago. Which was why her internal warning siren was still flashing bright red. "Mrs. Collier?" Reggie's head was turned in her direction. "You all right?" Leigh had to stop her emotions from roller coastering. Walter's one abiding complaint about her was the very quality that made Leigh a survivor. Her personality changed depending on who was in front of her. She was sweetheart, or mom, or Collier, or counselor, or baby, or you fucking bitch, or, very occasionally, Harley. Everyone got a different piece of her, but nobody got the whole.
Reggie Paltz ran hot, so Leigh needed to run ice cold. She reached into her purse to retrieve her notepad and Andrew's case file. She clicked her pen. "I'm on limited time, Mr. Paltz. My boss wants a full rundown tomorrow afternoon. Take me through it quickly. Call me Reggie." He angled his laptop so they could both see the image on the screen. A nightclub entrance, a neon sign with a large comma, followed by the word chameleon. CCTV clocked Andrew doing everything but taking a crap. I spliced it together. Took 6 freaking hours, but it's Linda's cash. Leigh pressed her pen to the notepaper. "I'm ready." He started the video. The date stamp read February 2nd, 2020, almost a month before the pandemic closed everything down. The cameras are 4K, so you can see every speck of dirt on the floor. This is Andrew early on. He talked to a couple of foxes, one on the roof deck, another at the lower bar. The roof babe gave Andy her number. I tracked her down, but you don't want her on the stand. The minute she figured out why I was talking to her, she got all up in that hashtag shit and turned into a raging bitch. Leigh looked down at her notepad. She had gone into autopilot as she recorded the details. She started to turn the page. Her hand stopped. Mrs. Her wedding ring. She had never taken it off, even after 4 years of separation from Walter. She let her lips part, slowly exhaled some of her stress. "Here." Reggie pointed to the screen. "This is when Andrew first meets Tammy Carlson. She's got a nice body. Face, not so much." Leigh ignored the casual misogyny and trained her gaze on the video. She saw Andrew sitting on a low, cushioned bench with a petite-looking woman whose back was to the camera. Her brown hair was shoulder length. She was wearing a fitted black dress with 3/4 sleeves. She turned her head as she reached for her drink on the coffee table, laughing at something Andrew had said. In profile, Tammy Carlson was attractive. Button nose, high cheekbones. Body language says it all. Reggie tapped a key to double-time the video. Carlson scooches closer as the night rolls on. Around the 10-minute mark, she starts touching his hand to make a point or laugh at one of his jokes. Reggie looked up at Leigh, saying, "I'm guessing that's when she figured out that the tenant stood for Tenant Automotive. Damn straight I'd be scooching close to a dude with that kind of cash." Leigh waited for him to continue. Reggie tripled the speed, rushing through the video. Eventually, Andrew's got his arm along the back of the bench, and he starts stroking her shoulder. You can see him looking down at her tits, so it's pretty clear he's sending out messages, and she's receiving them 100%. Around 40 minutes in, she starts rubbing his thigh like a freaking stripper doing a lap dance. They went on like that for 98 minutes. 98 minutes. Leigh remembered Andrew using the exact same number in the parking lot. She asked, "Are you certain about the time?" "As certain as anybody can be. All this shit can be faked down to the metadata if you know what you're doing, but I got the raw footage from the bar, not through the prosecutor." "Has Andrew seen the video?" "My guess is no way. I sent Linda a copy, but Andy's going down that river called denial. Thinks this is going to be over and he's going to get his life back." Reggie fast-forwarded until he got to the spot he wanted to show her next. "So look, it's just after midnight. Andrew walks Carlson downstairs to the valet. He's got his hand on her back as they go down the stairs. Then she's holding onto his arm until they get to the valet. While they're waiting, she leans in, and he gets the hint." Leigh watched Andrew kiss Tammy Carlson on the mouth. The woman's hands wrapped around his shoulders. The space between their bodies disappeared. Leigh should have noted the number of seconds they held the kiss, but what had caught her attention was the look on Andrew's face before their mouths had met. Entitlement? Derision? His eyes had been their familiar blank and unreadable, but his lips had twitched, the left corner tugging into a smirk, the same way Leigh had seen when Andrew was a boy, promising her that he hadn't eaten the last cookie, he had no idea where her history assignment was, he hadn't drawn a dinosaur in her Algebra 2 textbook. She wrote down the timestamp so she could go back to it later. Reggie called out the obvious. Valets come with their cars. Andrew tips the guys for both of them. You can see here where Carlson gives Andy her business card, then another kiss on the cheek. She gets into her Beamer, he gets in his Merc. They both turn in the same direction, north on Wesley. Not the best way for him to get home, but it's a way to get home. Leigh tuned out Reggie's road-by-road call-out of each twist and turn the cars took. She thought about the finally, as in nice to finally meet you.
Leigh had come on to the case last night, but Andrew had fired Octavia 2 days ago. That left at least 48 hours for Reggie Paltz to dig into Leigh's life. Where else had that finally led him? Had he located Callie too? Then it's south on Vaughn. Then we got no more CCTV or traffic cams, Reggie continued, seemingly clueless to her internal conflict. You can see from this last shot that Andrew's Merc has dealer plates. Leigh knew he was expecting her input. Why is that relevant? Andrew took a loaner off the lot that night. His personal car was in the shop. Classic cars are finicky. It happens sometimes, but not a lot of times. Leigh drew a box around the word car. When she looked up, Reggie was studying her again. She didn't have to think back through the conversation to know why. They were getting to the part where Andrew's actions would be harder to explain away. Reggie had been testing Leigh with his crass language, trying to see if his bitches and tits and lap dance would draw a rebuke that would indicate she wasn't on Andrew's side. She kept her tone icy cold, asking him, "Did Carlson tell Andrew to follow her back to her place?" "No." He paused after the word, making it crystal clear that he was on alert. Carlson says in her statement she told him to call her if he was interested. Her memory's shaky after she got her car from the valet. Next thing she's sure about, she's waking up and it's morning. The police are saying Andrew spiked her drink? That's the theory, though if he slipped her a roofie, it doesn't show on the videos or in her talk screen. Between you and me, I pray to the good Lord that she was drugged. You'll see what I'm talking about when we get to the crime scene photos. You're going to want to do everything you can to get them suppressed. I didn't even download the files to my laptop. Everything's encrypted under triple des. Nothing goes to a cloud because a cloud can be hacked. Both the primary and the backup server are locked in that closet over there. Leigh turned, seeing a serious-looking padlock on the steel door. I'm very careful when I work these high-profile cases. You don't want this shit getting out, especially when the client is wealthy. People come out of the woodwork looking for money. Reggie had turned the laptop back in his direction. He typed two-fingered. Idiots don't realize it is a hell of a lot more lucrative to work on the inside than it is to have your nose pressed against the glass. Leigh asked, "How do you know me?" He paused again. "What's that? You said, 'Nice to finally meet you.' That implies that you'd heard about me or you were looking forward to—" "Ah, gotcha. Hold on." More pecking on his damn laptop. He swiveled it back around to show her the screen. The Atlanta in-town masthead filled the top of the page. A photo showed Leigh walking out of the courthouse. She was smiling. The headline explained why. "Lawyer, there's no date stamp on urine." Reggie gave her a shit-eating grin. "That's some jujitsu lawyering, Collier. You got their own expert witness to admit he couldn't say whether the guy pissed in his wife's panty drawer before or after the divorce." Leigh felt her stomach start to unfurl. "You got some balls telling a judge that water sports fall under spousal privilege." Reggie barked out another laugh. "I showed that shit to everybody I know." Leigh had to hear him say the words. "You showed the story to Andrew?" "You're damn right I did. No offense to Octavia Baca, but when I heard the cops were trying to jam up Andrew on these 3 other cases, I knew he needed a goddamn cheetah with a razor blade." He rocked back in his chair. "It's crazy he recognized your face, right?" Leigh desperately wanted to believe him. Both the best and the worst alibis could sound wildly coincidental. "When did you show it to him?" 2 days ago, right when Andrew had fired Octavia Baca. "He had you look into me?" Reggie let another one of his dramatic pauses fill the void. "You've got a lot of questions. I'm the one signing off on your invoices." He looked nervous, which gave the entire game away. Reggie Paltz wasn't on some kind of secret mission. The reason he was bragging about his encrypted server and the need for discretion was because he wanted Leigh to give him more business. She adjusted her evaluation, kicking herself because she should have recognized the type. A poor kid who had managed to scholarship his way into the rarefied air of the filthy rich. That explained the lacrosse stick and the exotic trips and the shitty office and the expensive Mercedes and the way he kept constantly referring to money. Cash was like sex.
You didn't talk about it unless you weren't getting enough of it. She tested him, saying, I work with a lot of investigators on a lot of cases. Reggie smiled, one shark to another. He was smart enough to not take the first bite. Why did you change your name? Harley's Killer. Doesn't fit with corporate law. You didn't go over to the dark side until the pandemic hit. Reggie leaned forward, lowered his voice. If you're worried about what I think you're worried about, he hasn't asked me to. Yet. There were so many different things he could be referring to that Leigh could only feign ignorance. Really? Reggie asked. Dude has a massive hard-on for your sister. Leigh felt her stomach start to seize again. He wants you to find her? He's talked about her off and on for years, but now that you're right in front of him, reminding him every day? Reggie shrugged. He'll ask eventually. Leigh felt like hornets were under her skin. You're Andrew's friend. He's going to trial in less than a week. Do you think he needs that kind of distraction right now? I think if Sid finds out he's chasing his first wet dream, dude's gonna end up with a knife in his chest and we'll both be out of jobs. Leigh glanced down the short hallway to the outer office, making sure they were alone. Callie had some problems after high school, but she lives in northern Iowa now. She has 2 kids, she's married to a farmer. She wants to keep her past in her past. Reggie drew out the moment way too long before finally saying, If Andrew asks, I could tell him I'm too busy working other cases. Leigh dangled some more bait. I've got a client with a cheating husband who likes to travel. Sounds like my kind of assignment. Leigh nodded once, and she hoped to God this meant they had an understanding. Still, Reggie Paltz was only part of the problem. Leigh was mere days away from what looked like a very compelling case against her client. She said, Tell me about these other victims the prosecutor has in his pocket. There's 3 of them, and they're a guillotine hanging over Andy's neck. They come down on him, his life is over. How did you hear about them? Trade secret, he said, which was how any investigator answered when they didn't want to give up a cop informant. You can take it to the bank, though. If you can't get Andrew out of the Carlson charge, he's going to spend the rest of his life trying not to drop the soap in the shower. Leigh had too many clients behind bars to think prison rape jokes were funny. How does Tammy Carlson's attack tie into the others? Similar MOs, similar bruising, similar wounds, similar morning after. Reggie shrugged again, as if these were hypothetical injuries rather than real harms against real women. The big thing is, Andrew's credit card pinged at or near various businesses where they were last seen. At or near? Leigh asked. Does Andrew live in the area? Are these businesses he would normally frequent? This is why I told Andy to hire you. Reggie pointed his finger at his temple, making it clear he was the smart one. The 3 attacks stretched out over 2019, all in DeKalb County, which is where Andrew lives. The first victim was at the Cine Bistro, spitting distance from his house. Credit card shows him at the Men in Black matinee on June 22nd. The victim was there 3 hours later for Toy Story 4. Leigh started taking notes in earnest. There are cameras in the lobby? Yes.
Shows him arriving, ordering popcorn and a Coke, then leaving when the credits rolled. No overlap between him and the first victim, but he walked home. No cell phone records. He said he forgot to bring it. Leigh underlined the date on her notepad. She would need to check for rainfall because the prosecutor sure as hell would. Even without that, June in Atlanta saw average temperatures in the high 80s and the kind of rancid humidity that warranted an official health warning. What time was the matinee? 12:15, right around lunchtime. Leigh shook her head. The hottest time of day, another mark against Andrew. Reggie said, for what it's worth, every single one of the businesses where the victims were last seen, Andrew frequented them a lot. That wasn't necessarily a point in his favor. The prosecutor could argue he was staking out the scenes. Second victim? She was eating out late with her friends at a strip mall that has a Mexican place. Was Andrew there that night? It's one of his regular spots. Goes there at least twice a month. He got takeout half an hour before the second victim showed up. And like always, he paid with his credit card. No car again, no phone. Dude took another walk in the heat. Reggie's shrug had a hint of defensiveness. He knew this didn't look good. Like I said, it's a guillotine. Leigh's pen stopped. It wasn't a guillotine.
It was a very well-constructed case. 90% of Atlanta fell inside Fulton County, while the remaining 10% was in DeKalb. The city had its own police force, but DeKalb investigations were handled by the DeKalb Police Department. Fulton had by far the largest number of violent crimes, but between Me Too and the pandemic, the last 2 years had seen a spike in rape reporting across the board. Leigh thought about a detective at an overburdened DeKalb precinct spending hours cross-referencing hundreds of credit card payments at a movie theater and a Mexican restaurant against reported assaults. They hadn't picked Andrew's name from thin air. They had been waiting for him to make a mistake. She said, "Tell me about the third victim." She was at a bar called Maplecroft, and Andrew was on the prowl back then. You can see it in his credit card statements. Dude charges a pack of gum, never carries cash on him. No Ubers or Lyfts, seldom has his phone. But he was buying a lot of women a lot of drinks all over town. Leigh needed him to make the connection. Andrew's credit card statements put him at Maplecroft on the night of the attack, 2 hours before the third victim disappeared. But Andrew had been there at least 5 times before. Reggie added, "No CCTV on this one. The bar burned down at the beginning of the pandemic. Very convenient for them, but good for Andy because the server melted down and they didn't back up to the cloud." Leigh looked for a pattern across the 3 cases, the same way a police detective would. A movie theater, a restaurant, a bar. All establishments where you drink from an open container. The cops think Andrew roofied all 3? Just like with Tammy Carlson, he said. None of them can remember jack shit about the assaults. Leigh tapped her pen on the notepad. Rohypnol cleared the blood in 24 hours and urine in 72. The well-documented side effect of selective amnesia could last forever. Did the victims drive themselves to these places? All of them. The first 2, their cars never left the parking lots. Cops found them the next morning. Victim number 3, the one from Maplecroft, was involved in a single-car accident, hit a telephone pole 2 miles from her house. No traffic cams or CCTV. Car was found abandoned with the door unlocked. Tammy Carlson's BMW was on a side street about a mile from Little Nancy Creek Park. Purse still inside the car. Same as with the others. No CCTV or traffic cams caught any of this, so the guy's either an evil genius or damn lucky. Or he'd been smart enough to stake out the places well ahead of time. Where were the victims found the day after? All in City of Atlanta parks located inside DeKalb County. He should have led with that, which was what was called a modus operandi by people who knew how to do their jobs. Were all of the parks within walking distance of Andrew's house? All but one, Reggie hedged, but there's tons of people who live within walking distance of those places. Atlanta's full of parks. 338 to be exact. City Parks and Rec maintains 248. The rest are taken care of by volunteer organizations. She didn't need his Wikipedia recitation. What about cell phone records? Nothing. Reggie looked circumspect. But I told you, Andrew never has his phone on him. Leigh felt her eyes narrow. Does he have a separate work phone and personal phone? Just the one. Dude's that guy who says he doesn't want to be connected all the time, but then he's always borrowing my phone when we're out. Andrew was driving a Mercedes that he took from the lot on the night he met Carlson, Leigh said. I remember reading about a Big Brother lawsuit in the UK over tracking devices. They have it here too. It's called Mercedes Me, but you've got to set up an account and agree to the terms before it's activated. At least that's what the Germans will tell you. Leigh was 7 days from trial. She didn't have time to knock on that door. She could only hope that the prosecutor felt the same. One positive for Andrew was that December's astronomical COVID deaths and January's attempted political coup had put transatlantic goodwill on hold. She asked, "What else do you have?" Reggie closed the traffic cam video and started typing and clicking. Leigh saw 6 folders: LNC map, crime scene photos, victim photos, charging sheet, supporting docs. He opened victim photos. Here's Carlson. She woke up under a picnic table. Like I said, no memory of what happened, but she knew shit got real the night before. Leigh flinched when the photo loaded. The woman's face was barely recognizable. She had been beaten to a pulp. Her left cheekbone was out of place. Her nose was broken. Bruises ringed her neck. Red and black splotches peppered her chest and arms. Aggravated assault. Reggie clicked open the folder labeled LNC map. Here's a sketch of Little Nancy Creek Park. Closed 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. No lights, no cameras. You can see the pavilion here. That's where Carlson was found by a dog walker the next morning. Leigh concentrated on the map. A 1.5-mile jogging trail, wood and steel bridge, community garden, playground, open-air pavilion. Reggie opened crime scene photos and clicked on a series of JPEGs. Numbered yellow markers indicated evidence. Blood splotches, trailing down the stairs, shoe print in the mud, a Coke bottle resting in a patch of grass. Leigh moved to the edge of her seat. "That's a glass Coke bottle," Reggie said. "They still make them here, but this one comes from Mexico. They use real cane sugar down there, not high fructose corn syrup. You can really taste the difference. First time I ever had one was when I was getting my Merc serviced at Tennant. They stock it behind the bar in the service center. Apparently, Andrew insists on it." Leigh looked him in the eye for the first time since she'd entered the office. "How far does Andrew live from the park?" 1.9 miles by car, less if you cut through the country club. Leigh directed her attention back to the map. She would need to walk the terrain herself. Has Andrew been to the park before? Guy's a nature lover apparently, likes to look at butterflies. Reggie smiled, but she could tell he knew this was bad. Fingerprints are like urine, right? There's no time or date stamp. You can't prove when the Coke bottle was left in the park or when Andrew touched it. The real perp could have been wearing gloves. Leigh ignored the tip. "What about the shoe print in the mud?" "What about it?" he asked.
They say there's a possible match to a pair of Nikes they found in Andrew's closet, but possible ain't enough to pull them over the finish line. Leigh was tired of Reggie controlling the pace of the story. She reached for the laptop and clicked through the photos herself. The prosecutor's case came into sharp relief. She gave Reggie a lesson on getting to the point. Andrew's right index print was found on the bottle, along with Tammy Carlson's DNA. Aggravated sexual battery. That looks like fecal matter. Aggravated sodomy. Bruising on her thighs consistent with penetration. Rape. She was taken to a secluded place. Kidnap. They can't prove she was drugged, or the charge would be there. What about weapons? A knife, Andrew said. Leigh turned around. Andrew was leaning against the door jamb. His suit jacket was off. His shirt sleeves were rolled up. The discussion with Sydney clearly had not gone well. He looked utterly exhausted. Still, his eyes had not lost their unsettling emptiness. Leigh could reflect on that later. Now, she skimmed through the rest of the photos. No other physical evidence was documented. Just the video at the bar, the tangentially connected Nike shoe print, and the fingerprint on the glass Coke bottle. She assumed that Andrew's prints had not been in the state database. In Georgia, only a felony arrest would garner that dubious honor. She asked, "Do you know how you were identified?" Tammy told the police that she recognized my voice from the bar, but that's not, she just met me, so she doesn't really know my voice, does she? Leigh pressed together her lips. You could just as easily say it was fresh in the victim's mind, especially after hearing him talk for 98 minutes. The biggest point in Andrew's favor so far was the rohypnol. Leigh had an expert witness who could argue the amnesia caused by the drug made Carlson's identification unreliable. She asked Andrew, "When did the cops get your fingerprints?" He said, "They came to my work and threatened to drag me down to the police station if I didn't voluntarily go with them." Reggie said, "You should have called a lawyer right on the spot." Andrew shook his head in visible regret. "I thought I could clear it up." "Yeah, my dude, the cops don't want you to clear shit up. They want to arrest you." Leigh turned back around in her chair. She paged through the case file. She found a warrant for the prints signed by a judge who would sign off on waterboarding if it got him onto the golf course faster. Still, the fact that they'd gotten a warrant rather than snagged his prints off a water bottle in the interrogation room told Leigh that the prosecutor had not been playing around. Andrew said, "I used to think if you're innocent, you've got nothing to hide. See where that got me? My entire life has gone to hell because one person pointed her finger at me." "Dude, that's why we're here," Reggie said. "Collier can take down that crazy bitch with one hand tied behind her back." "She shouldn't have to," Andrew said. "Tammy and I had a good time. I would have called her the next day if Sid hadn't shown up on my doorstep." Reggie's chair squeaked as he leaned back. "Look, dude, this is war. You're fighting for your life. You gotta play dirty because the other side sure as hell is. Don't be sitting your ass in prison going, 'All I wish.'
Tell him, Collier. This ain't no time to be a gentleman about it. Leigh wasn't going to put herself between them. She pulled the laptop closer and returned to the victim photos file. Her finger pressed the arrow key as she paged through to the rape kit documentation. Each close-up was more devastating than the previous. God knew that Leigh had witnessed her share of brutality, but she felt a sudden vulnerability sitting in a small room with two loud men who were arguing about bitches while the horrific evidence of a savage sexual assault flashed across the screen. The skin along Tammy Carlson's back had been clawed out. Bite marks riddled her breasts and shoulders. Handprint-shaped bruises wrapped around her arms, stretched across her ass and the back of her legs. The Coke bottle had ripped her open. Contusions and lacerations scraped up her thighs into the groin. Fissures sliced her anus. Her clitoris had been ripped, only a tiny piece of tissue keeping it connected. The wounds had bled so profusely that the impression of her buttocks was sealed in blood against the concrete of the pavilion floor. "Jesus," Andrew said. Leigh suppressed a shiver. Andrew was standing right behind her. The photo on the laptop showed Tammy Carlson's mutilated breast. Bite marks dug into the soft flesh around the nipple. He said, "How could anyone think I would do that? And how stupid would I be to follow her from the bar with all of those cameras?" Leigh felt relieved when he walked over to the couch. "It doesn't make sense, Harley." Andrew's tone went soft as he took his place on the couch. "I always assume I'm on camera, not just at a bar, at an ATM, on the streets, at the dealership. People have cameras in their driveways, on their doorbells. They're everywhere, always watching, always recording everything you're doing. It defies logic that you could hurt someone, anyone, without a camera catching you in the act." Leigh had picked the wrong time to look him in the eye. Andrew held her directly in his sights. His expression changed right in front of her, the left corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk. In seconds, he transformed himself from hapless innocent to the suave psychopath who had kissed Tammy Carlson, then followed her car, waiting for her to pass out so that he could kidnap and rape her. "Harley," he said, his voice almost a whisper, "think about what they're saying I did. Kidnap, rape, aggravated assault, aggravated sodomy, aggravated sexual battery. You've known me longer than anybody but Mom," Andrew said. "Could I do that?" Leigh didn't need to look at the laptop to see the rape kit photos flashing in front of her eyes. Open wounds, gouges, bites, scratches, all caused by the animal who was now staring at her like fresh prey. "Think about how clever I would have to be," Andrew said. "Avoid the cameras, avoid witnesses, avoid leaving any clues." She felt her throat catch as she tried to swallow. "I wonder, Harley, if you were going to commit a terrible crime, a crime that would destroy another person's life, would you know how to get away with it?" He had moved to the edge of the couch. His body was tense, his hands clenched. "It's not like when we were kids. You could get away with cold-blooded murder back then. Couldn't you, Harley?" Leigh felt herself slipping back in time. She was 18, packing for college even though it was a month away. She was picking up the phone in her mother's kitchen. She was listening to Callie say that Buddy was dead. She was in her car. She was in Trevor's room. She was in the kitchen. She was telling Callie what to do, how to clean up the blood, where to drop the pieces of broken video camera, how to dispose of the body, what to do with the money, what to say to the cops, how they were going to get away with this because she had thought of everything. Almost everything. Slowly, she turned toward Reggie. He was clueless, absently typing on his phone. The word caught in her throat. The attacker used a knife on Carlson. Did the police find the knife? That's a negative, Reggie kept typing. But from the wound size and depth, they think the blade was serrated, maybe 5 inches long. Probably a cheap kitchen knife. Cracked wooden handle, bent blade, sharp serrated teeth. Reggie finished typing. "You'll see it in the files when I put them on your server. Cops say the same knife was used on the 3 other victims. They all had the same wound in the same place." Wound? Leigh heard her own voice echo in her ears. What wound? "Left thigh, a few inches south of the groin." Reggie shrugged. "They got lucky. Any deeper, and he would have cut open the femoral artery."
3, Leigh barely made it more than a mile from Reggie's office before her stomach turned inside out. Horns blared as she swerved her car over to the side of the road. She lunged across the passenger seat. The door flew open. Torrents of bile shot out of her mouth. Even when there was nothing left, she couldn't stop gagging. Daggers stabbed into her abdomen. She hung her head so low that her face almost touched the ground. The smell made her gag again. She started to dry heave. Tears poured from her eyes. Sweat beaded across her face. They think the blade was serrated. She hacked so hard that stars burst against her eyelids. She gripped the door to keep from falling. Her body was racked by a series of agonizing spasms. Slowly, painfully, the heaving subsided. Still, she waited, hanging out of the car, eyes squeezed closed, begging her body to stop shaking. Maybe 5 inches long. Leigh opened her eyes. A thin line of saliva fell from her mouth, pooled into the flattened grass. She gulped down a breath. She let her eyes close again. She kept waiting for more, but nothing came. Probably a cheap kitchen knife. She tested herself, gently moving into an upright position. She wiped her mouth. She closed the door. She stared at the steering wheel. Her ribs ached where she'd stretched across the console between the 2 seats. The car shook as a truck whizzed past. Leigh hadn't panicked inside Reggie Paltz's office. She had gone into a sort of fugue state, still physically there, but somehow not there, her soul hovering above the room, seeing everything, but not feeling anything. Below, she had watched the other Leigh look at her watch, register surprise at the time. She had made an excuse about having a meeting downtown. Andrew and Reggie had both stood when she did. Other Leigh had lifted her purse onto her shoulder. Reggie had returned his attention to his laptop. Andrew had watched her every move. Like a fluorescent tube flickering back on, he'd turned all cow-eyed and innocent again. His words had come rushing at her like a fire hose. "I'm sorry you have to leave. I thought we were just getting into things. Should I give you a call, or will I see you at the meeting with Cole tomorrow afternoon?" Floating against the ceiling, Leigh had watched her other self make promises or excuses. She wasn't sure which, because she couldn't hear her own voice. Then her fingers had looped her mask around her ears. Then she was waving goodbye. Then she was walking through to the outer office. Her other self continued to project an outward calm. She had stopped to get some hand sanitizer. She had looked at the empty Dunkin' Donuts coffee cup that had been taken out of the trash and placed prominently on the counter. Then she was walking down the hall. Then she was going down the stairs. She had opened the glass door. She had walked out onto the concrete stoop, navigated her way down the crumbling stairs, looked out at the parking lot. Sydney Winslow was smoking a cigarette. Her mouth had twisted in disgust when she'd seen Leigh. She had thumbed off some ash, leaned back against a low sports car. Andrew's car. Leigh had staggered forward, reeling from the impact of her soul slamming back into her body. She was herself again, one person, one woman, who had just heard a sadistic rapist all but confess that he not only knew that Leigh had been involved in Buddy's murder, but that he was also refining the same technique on his own victims. Any deeper, and he would have cut open the femoral artery. "Hey, bitch!" Sydney had aggressively pushed herself away from the car. "I don't appreciate you making it out like my own damn fiancé can't trust me." Leigh had said nothing, just stared at the stupid girl. Her heart was jackrabbiting. Her flesh was hot and cold at the same time. Her stomach had filled with razor blades. It was Andrew's car that was setting her off. He drove a yellow Corvette, the same color, the same body style as the one that Buddy had driven. Suddenly, Leigh heard a loud horn. The Audi shook violently as a truck swerved by. She looked in the side mirror. Her back tire was on the line. Instead of moving, she watched the traffic coming toward her, silently daring someone, anyone, to hit her. More horns. Another truck, another sedan, another SUV, but no flash of yellow from Buddy's Corvette. Andrew. He would never be Trevor to her again. The 33-year-old man was not the creepy 5-year-old who used to jump out from behind the couch to scare her.
Leigh could still remember the invisible tears the little boy had wiped away when she'd screamed at him to stop. Andrew clearly knew some details about his father's death, but how? What had they done to give themselves away? What stupid mistake had Leigh made that night that somehow, eventually, had allowed Andrew to put together the pieces? If you were going to commit a terrible crime, a crime that would destroy another person's life, would you know how to get away with it? Leigh sniffed, and a chunk of something thick and putrid slid down her throat. She looked for a tissue in her purse, couldn't find one. Dumped her purse onto the passenger seat. Everything scattered. She saw the pack of tissue obscuring a distinctive orange pill bottle. Valium. Everyone had needed something to get through the last year. Leigh didn't drink. She hated feeling out of control, but she hated not sleeping even more. During the drawn-out election insanity, she had gotten a script for Valium. The doctor had called them pandemic pleasers, sleepy medicine. That's what Buddy had called Andrew's NyQuil. Every time Buddy got home and Andrew was still awake, he would tell Leigh, "Hey doll, I can't put up with his shit tonight. Do me a favor before you go and give the kid his sleepy medicine." Leigh could hear Buddy's distinctive baritone as if he were sitting in the back seat of her car. Unbidden, she conjured the feel of his fumbling hands rubbing her shoulders. Leigh's own hands started trembling so badly that she had to use her teeth to open the cap on the Valium. 3 orange tablets scattered onto her palm. She tossed them all back, dry swallowing them like candy. She gripped her hands together to stop the shake. She waited for the release. 4 more tablets were left in the bottle. She would take them all if it came to that. She couldn't be like this right now. Wallowing in fear was a luxury she could not afford. Andrew and Linda Tennant were not trashy poor Wallowskis anymore. They had Tennant Auto Group fuck you money. Reggie Paltz could probably be bought off with the promise of more work from Leigh's firm, but he wasn't the only private investigator in town. Andrew could hire an entire team of investigators who could start asking questions no one had bothered to ask 23 years ago. Like, if Callie was worried about Buddy, why hadn't she called Linda? The woman's number was taped to the wall by the kitchen phone. If Andrew had in fact accidentally ripped the phone cord out of the wall, why couldn't he remember doing it? And why was he so groggy the next day? Why had Callie called Leigh to drive her home that night? She'd made the 10-minute walk hundreds of times before. Why did the next-door neighbors say they'd heard Buddy's Corvette stalling several times in the driveway? He knew how to drive a manual transmission. What happened to the machete in the shed? Why was the can of gasoline missing? What about Callie's broken nose and cuts and bruises? And why did Leigh leave for college a month early when she had nowhere to stay and no money to waste? $86,940. The night that Buddy died, he had just been paid for a big job. His briefcase had been packed with 50 grand. They had found the rest hidden around the house. Not for the first time, Callie and Leigh had argued about what to do with the money. Callie had insisted they leave something for Linda. Leigh had been equally insistent that leaving a dime would give them away.
If Buddy Walscaly was really skipping town, he would take all of the cash he could lay his hands on because he didn't give a shit about anybody but himself. Leigh could remember the exact words that had finally persuaded Callie. "It's not blood money if you pay for it with your own blood." Another car horn beeped. Leigh startled again. The sweat had dried to a chill on her skin. She dialed back the air conditioner. She felt weepy, which helped nothing. She needed to summon her focus. In the courtroom, she had to be 10 steps ahead of everybody else, but now she had to use all of her energy to figure out which first step would take her in the best direction. She called up Andrew's exact words, the taunting sneer on his lips. "It's not like when we were kids. You could get away with cold-blooded murder back then." What had Leigh and Callie missed? They hadn't exactly been teenage gangsters, but they'd both spent time in juvie and they'd both grown up in the hood. They intuitively knew how to cover their tracks. Their bloody clothes and shoes had gone into a burn barrel. The video camera was broken into pieces. The house was thoroughly cleaned. Buddy's car was stripped and burned. His briefcase was destroyed. They'd even packed a suitcase full of his clothes and tossed in a pair of his shoes. The knife was the only thing left. Leigh had wanted to get rid of it, but Callie had told her that Linda would notice it was missing from the set.
In the end, Callie had washed off the thin line of blood in the sink. Then they had soaked the wooden handle in bleach. Callie had even used a toothpick to clean around the tang, a word Leigh only knew because she had marked every year since it happened by going over all the details of a possible case that could be built against them. She did a quick review in her head, knocking down the long list of questions, which relied either on the memories of children or on a pair of elderly neighbors who had both died 18 years ago. There was no physical evidence, no body found, no murder weapon, no unexplained hair, teeth, blood, fingerprints, DNA. No child porn. The only men who knew that Buddy Walskady had been raping Callie were the same men who were incentivized to keep their disgusting pedophile mouths shut. Dr. Patterson, Coach Holt, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Gonza, Mr. Emmett, Maddie, Walter, Callie. Leigh had to keep her priorities front and center. The time for wallowing in fear was over. She checked the side view mirror. She waited for the lane to clear, then pulled out onto the road. As she drove, the Valium stretched into her bloodstream. She felt some of the edges smoothing out. Her shoulders relaxed against the seat. The yellow line on the road turned into the belt on a treadmill. Buildings and trees and signs and billboards blurred by. Colonnade Restaurant, Uptown Novelty, Mitigate, Vaccinate, Keep Atlanta Open for Business. Shit, she hissed, her foot going down to the floor. The car in front of her had braked suddenly. Leigh turned the AC back up. The cold air slapped her face. She passed the stopped car, drove so carefully that she felt like an old lady. Ahead, the green light started to turn, but she didn't rush it. She rolled to a stop, pushed up the turn signal. The digital sign outside the bank gave the time and temperature. 11:58 a.m., 72 degrees. Leigh turned off the air conditioning. She rolled down the window. She let the heat envelop her. It felt only fitting that she should be sweating. By the end of the stifling August night that Buddy Walskady had died, Leigh and Callie's clothes were soaked through with blood and sweat. Buddy was a contractor, or at least that's what he told people. The tiny trunk of his Corvette had held a toolbox with pliers and a hammer. Inside the shed in the backyard were tarps and tape and plastic and a giant machete that hung from a hook on the back of the door. First, they had rolled Buddy onto the plastic. Then they had gotten on their hands and knees to clean up all the blood underneath them. Next, they had used the kitchen table and chairs to create an improvised bathtub around the body. Every second of what happened next was seared into Leigh's memory. Slicing off chunks of skin with the sharpest knives, hacking joints with the machete, breaking teeth with the hammer, prying up fingernails with pliers in case Callie's skin was underneath, scoring fingers with a razor blade to obscure prints, splashing bleach onto everything to wash away any trace of DNA. They had taken turns because the work was not just mentally grueling. Cutting up the massive body and shoving the pieces into black lawn bags had taken every last ounce of their physical strength. Leigh had gritted her teeth the whole time. Callie had kept chanting the same maddening lines over and over again. If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again. If this is an emergency. Silently, Leigh had added her own chant. This is my fault. This is all my fault. This is my fault. Leigh was 13 and Trevor was 5 when she'd started babysitting for the Walskadys. She'd gotten the referral by word of mouth. That first night, Linda had delivered a long-winded lecture about the importance of being trustworthy, then made Leigh read aloud from the list of emergency numbers by the kitchen telephone. Poison control, fire department, police department, pediatrician, Linda's number at the hospital. There had been a quick tour of the depressing house, as Trevor had clung to Linda's waist like a desperate monkey. Lights were turned on and off. The fridge and kitchen cabinets were opened and closed. Here was what they could eat for dinner. There were the snacks. This was his bedtime. Those were the books to read. Buddy would be home by midnight at the latest, but Linda needed Leigh to promise on her life that she would not leave until Buddy was there. And if he didn't come home, or if he showed up drunk-knee walking drunk, not just a little drunk, Leigh was to call Linda immediately so she could leave work. The lecture had seemed like overkill. Leigh had grown up in Lake Point, where the last wealthy white residents had drained the lake on their way out of town so that no black people could swim in it. The small abandoned houses had been turned into crack dens. Gunshots could be heard at all hours. Leigh walked to school past a park where there were more broken syringes than children. During her previous 2 years of babysitting, no one had ever questioned her street smarts. Linda must have picked up on her bristling. She had quickly turned down the threat level. Apparently, the Walscales had been plagued by irresponsible flakes. One sitter had abandoned Trevor, not even locking the door behind her. Another had stopped showing up. Another refused to answer her phone. Linda was mystified, so was Leigh. And then 3 hours after Linda had left for work, Buddy had come home. He'd looked at Leigh in a way that she had never been looked at before. Top to bottom, appraising her, sizing her up, lingering on the shape of her lips, the 2 tiny bumps pressing against the front of his faded Def Leppard t-shirt. Buddy was so big, so looming, that his footsteps shook the house as he walked toward the bar. He had poured himself a drink. He had wiped his sloppy mouth with the back of his hand. When he spoke, his words fell all over each other, a catastrophe of sly questions buried in inappropriate compliments. "How old are you, Dolly? You can't be more than 13, right? But damn, you look like you're already a full-grown woman. I bet your daddy has to beat the boys off with a stick. What's that? You don't know your daddy? That's a shame, maybe girl. A little thing like you needs a big, tough guy to protect her." Initially, Leigh had thought he was giving her the 3rd degree, the same way Linda had, but looking back, she understood that he'd been testing the waters.
In law enforcement circles, this was called grooming, and pedophiles followed the same relentlessly predictable playbook. Buddy had quizzed her on her interests, the subjects she enjoyed in school, joked with her about her seriousness, implied she was smarter than him, more interesting, led a more fascinating life. He wanted to hear all about her. He wanted her to know that he wasn't like those old farts she had met before. Sure, he was an old fart too, but he understood what kids were going through. He offered her some weed. She passed. He offered her a drink. She sipped something that tasted like cough syrup and silently pleaded with him to please, please, mister, please just let her go home so she could study. Finally, Buddy had made a big deal about looking at the giant gold watch on his thick wrist. His mouth had dropped open dramatically. "Wow, Dolly, where did the time go? I could talk to you all night, but your mother must be waiting up for you, right? I bet she's a real bitch about that, always keeping track of you, even though you're practically an adult, and you should get to make your own decisions, right?" Unthinking, Leigh had rolled her eyes, because the only reason her mother would be up was to make sure Leigh handed over the cash she'd made for watching Trevor. Had Buddy picked up on the eye roll? All Leigh knew was that everything had changed in that moment. Maybe he was putting together the information he'd gathered. No father, useless mother, not many friends at school, not likely to tell. He'd started talking about how dark it was outside, how bad the neighborhood was, that maybe it was going to rain. Sure, Leigh lived a 10-minute walk away, but she was too beautiful to be out on her own at night. Tiny little thing like you, some bad dude could scoop you up and hide you in his pocket. And what about that? A fucking tragedy. Because then Buddy would never be able to see her beautiful little face ever again. Did she want that to happen? He would be heartbroken. Could she really do such an awful thing to him? Leigh had felt sick and guilty and shamed, and worst of all, trapped. She dreaded the possibility that he was going to insist she stay the night. But then Buddy had told her he would drive her home. She had been so relieved that she hadn't argued, just grabbed up all her homework and shoved it into her backpack. The light changed, but Leigh was so lost in thought that it took a moment for her to register the green. Yet another car horn urged her on. She took the turn. Her movements felt robotic as she drove down a shady side street. There was no wind to rustle the trees, but she could hear the rush of air through her open window as she sped down the road. The Walkowskis had a carport on the side of their house. The windows were already rolled down in Buddy's yellow Corvette when they left by the kitchen door. The car was an older model. Rust rimmed the hood. The paint was faded. A permanent oil stain marked his space on the concrete. The interior had smelled like sweat and cigars and sawdust. He had made a big deal about opening the door for Leigh, flexing his biceps to show her how strong he was. "Prince Charming at your service, little madam. Just snap your fingers anytime and your old pal Buddy will be there."
Then he'd walked around to the driver's side, and her first thought was that he was like a clown jamming himself into a toy car. Buddy was groaning and huffing as he wedged his hulking body behind the wheel. Shoulders hunched, seat raked back. Leigh could remember watching his enormous hand wrap around the stick shift. The entire gearbox had disappeared. He kept his bare paw there, tapping along to the song on the radio. Callie was haunted by the phantom bleating tone of the operator on the broken kitchen telephone. Leigh was haunted by Buddy's creaky falsetto as he sang along with Hall & Oates' Kiss on My List. They were 2 minutes into the trip when, in the dim orange light of the radio, Buddy's hand wandered in her direction. He kept his eyes straight ahead, but his fingers tapped on her knee the same as they had on the shifter. "I like this song. Do you like this song, Dolly? I bet you do. But I wonder, have you ever kissed a boy? Do you know what that feels like?" Leigh was paralyzed, trapped in the bucket seat, sweat melding her skin into the cracked leather. Buddy's hand didn't leave her knee as he slowed the car and pulled to the side of the road. She recognized the DeGuille's house. She had babysat for their daughter Heidi a few times last summer. Their front porch light was on. "That's okay, little girl. Don't be scared. Your old pal Buddy would never hurt you." "Okay, but Jesus, your skin is so soft. I can feel the peach fuzz. You're almost like a baby." He still hadn't looked at her. His eyes stayed focused straight ahead, tongue darting out between his lips. His sausage fingers tickled along her knee, dragging her skirt along with them. The weight of his hand on her leg was an anvil. Leigh gasped for breath. Her head swam as she felt herself spinning back into the present. Her heart was beating so hard in her throat that she pressed her hand to her chest to make sure it hadn't dislodged itself. Her skin was clammy. She could still hear Buddy's last words as she got out of the car. "Let's keep this between you and me. How about that? Here's some extra cash for tonight, but promise me you won't tell. I don't want your mama getting mad at you and punishing you so I can't ever see you again." Leigh had told her mother about Buddy's tickling fingers on her knee the second she'd walked through the door. "Jesus Christ, Harley, you're not a helpless baby. Just slap away his hand and tell him to fuck off when he tries it again." Of course, Buddy had tried it again. But her mother had been right. Leigh had slapped away his hand and screamed at him to fuck off, and that was the end of it. "Damn, Dolly, okay, I get it. No big deal. But watch it, Tiger. You're gonna give some poor fella a run for his money someday." Afterward, Leigh had forgotten about the incident, the way you forget about things that are too awful to remember. Like the male teacher who kept talking about how Leigh's breasts were developing so fast, or the old man at the grocery store who told her she was turning into a real woman. 3 years later, when Leigh had saved up enough to buy a car so she could drive to a better job at the mall, she had passed on the babysitting gig to a grateful Callie. The light turned green. Leigh's foot moved to the accelerator. Tears were streaming down her face. She started to wipe them away, but fucking COVID stopped her. She pulled a tissue from the pack and carefully dabbed underneath her eyes. Another sharp breath filled her lungs. She held on to the air until it hurt, then shushed it out between her teeth. Leigh had never told Callie about what had happened to her in the Corvette. She had never warned her baby sister to slap Buddy's hand away. She had never told Buddy to leave Callie the fuck alone. She hadn't warned Linda or anyone else because Leigh had pushed the awful memory so far down that by the time Buddy's murder bubbled it all up, all she could do was drown in her own guilt. Her mouth opened for another breath. She felt disoriented again. Leigh looked around, trying to get her bearings. The Audi knew where it was going before she did. Left turn, coast a few yards, right turn into the strip mall parking lot. Sergeant Nick Wexler's squad car was backed into its usual lunchtime spot between a frame shop and a Jewish deli. The lot was only half full. A distanced line led to the deli's front door for takeout. Leigh took her turn before getting out of the car. She freshened her makeup, chewed a couple of breath mints. She put on her fuck me red lipstick. Her notebook and a pen were retrieved from the pile. She turned past the notes on Andrew's case and found a clean page. She wrote along the bottom of the paper. The Valium was doing the trick. Her hands had stopped shaking.
She could no longer feel her own heartbeat. She tore off the bottom part of the page, folded it into a tight square, then tucked it into her bra strap. Nick was already watching her when she got out of the Audi. Leigh exaggerated the sway of her hips, flexed her calves with every step. The walk bought her time to carousel through her personalities. Not vulnerable like she was with Walter. Not icy cold the way she'd been with Reggie Paltz. With Nick Wexler, Leigh was the kind of woman who could flirt with an Atlanta police sergeant while he was writing her up for speeding and end up fucking his face off 3 hours later. Nick wiped his mouth with his fingers as she got closer. Leigh smiled, but the corners of her lips curled up too much. That was the Valium. It made her a grinning idiot. She felt Nick's eyes track her as she walked around the front of his squad car. The windows were down. Nick said, "Damn, counselor, where you been hiding yourself?" She waved at the detritus he kept on the passenger seat. "Move your shit out of my way." Nick flipped up the dash-mounted laptop and used his arm to sweep everything else onto the floor. Leigh's hand missed the door handle on the first try. Her vision clouded. She blinked the fog away, smiling at Nick as she pulled open the door. His Navy Atlanta Police Department uniform was wrinkled from the heat. As sweaty as he smelled, Nick was an unabashedly sexy man. Bright white teeth, thick black hair, deep blue eyes, ropey strong arms. Leigh climbed into the squad car. Her heel slipped on his lunch bag. She hadn't bothered with a mask. The Valium had made her loose, but her judgment wasn't completely shot. Frontline workers had been eligible for the vaccine back in February. Leigh figured she was more likely to get syphilis from Nick Wexler than COVID. He said, "I hope you're here to badger my witness." Leigh stared out the dirty windshield. The line to the deli was inching forward. The grin tightened the muscles in her face. Her anxiety was simmering in an unreachable part of her brain. Andrew receded into the darkness along with it. "Hey," Nick snapped his fingers. "You want to share some of that shit you're on?" "Valium." "Range check," he said. "I'd settle for a hand job." "Range check," she said. "Since when do you settle?" He chuckled with appreciation. "What brings you to my ride after all this time, counselor? You up to something?" Conspiracy to commit murder, improper disposal of a body, lying to a law enforcement officer, signing a false statement, fleeing prosecution across state lines. She told him, "I need a favor." He raised his eyebrows. They didn't do favors. They were occasional fuck buddies who would both be drummed out of their respective occupations if their dalliances got out. Cops and defense attorneys got along about as well as Churchill and Hitler. She said, "It's not about a case." He was clearly skeptical. "Okay, deadbeat client? I need to track her down so I can get paid. Are the Shylocks getting antsy at butt-fuck cunt motherfucker?" The silly grin picked at her mouth. "Something like that." He was still dubious. "They make you chase down your own receivables? I'll try somebody else." Leigh reached for the door. Hey, hold up, counselor. Stay with me." He was talking to her like a cop, but his hand gently rested on her shoulder. His thumb stroked her neck. "What's the matter?" She shook off his hand. They didn't soothe each other. Only Walter got that version of Leigh. Mick tried again, asking, "What's wrong?" She hated his "let me fix this" tone, which was one of the reasons she hadn't seen him in a while. "Do I look like something's wrong with me?" He laughed. "Counselor, 99% of the time I got no idea what the hell is going on in that gorgeous head of yours. You make up for it with the 1%. She hadn't meant to put the suggestive lilt in her tone. Or maybe she had. There was a certain amount of self-harm that came with what they were doing. Leigh fully appreciated that the risk was what kept bringing her back. Nick had never cared about her motivations. He let his eyes travel down her body to her legs. He was a man who knew how to look at a woman. Not the sleazy way that Buddy had sized up a 13-year-old. Not the casually sexist fuckable not fuckable appraisal Reggie Paltz had given her in his office. The kind of look that said, "I know exactly where to touch you and for how long." Leigh bit her bottom lip. "Shit," Nick said. "All right, what's the client's name?" She knew better than to show her eagerness. Left bra strap. His eyebrow shot back up. He checked to make sure no one was watching. His finger slipped inside her blouse. Her skin was sweaty from the heat. His finger traced along her collarbone, down to her breast. She could feel her breathing change as he found the piece of paper. He slowly slid it out between two fingers. He said, "It's wet." She smiled again. "Jesus Christ." He pushed down his laptop. He peeled open the paper and laid it flat on his leg. He laughed when he read the name. "Let's see what kind of trouble homegirl got herself into. Racial profile much?" He side-eyed her. "If I want someone to break my balls and not fuck me, I can go home to my wife. If I want to fuck somebody whose balls are breakable, I would go home to my husband." He chuckled, typing into the keyboard with one finger. Leigh took a deep breath and slowly let it out. She shouldn't have said that about Walter. This was the nasty side that Nick brought out in her. Or maybe Walter was the only man on Earth who could bring out that tiny little bit of Leigh that was good. Oh, damn. Nick squinted at the screen. Theft, possession of a controlled substance, trespassing, vandalism, controlled substance. Jesus Christ, how is this bitch not in jail? She's got a damn good lawyer. Nick shook his head as he paged down the screen. We work our asses off to make these cases, and it goes to hell the second you cocksuckers show up. Yeah, but at least you get your cock sucked. He gave her the look again. They both knew why she kept bringing this back to sex. Nick said, I could get fired for looking this up for you. Tell me when a cop ever got fired for anything. He grinned. Do you know how miserable desk duty is? Beats being shot in the back. She could tell by his sharp look that she had pushed him too far, so she pushed him farther. Are you worried at all that white people are starting to distrust the cops too? The sharp look got sharper, but he said, Counselor, you better be glad your legs look so damn good today. She watched him turn back to his computer. His finger slid across the trackpad. Here we go. Previous addresses, Lake Point, Riverdale, Jonesboro. Not the northern corner of Iowa, not on a farm, not married, not raising 2 kids. Lady prefers your finer establishments. Nick took the pen and spiral notebook from his breast pocket. 2 weeks ago, she was given a citation for jaywalking. She gave an address at a no-tell motel. She in the game? Leigh shrugged. The name doesn't exactly set her up for success. He laughed. Calliope de Winter. Calliope, Leigh corrected, because their mother was too stupid to know how to pronounce it. She goes by Callie, so she's capable of making at least one good choice. It's not about making good choices, it's about having good choices. Sure. Nick ripped the page out of his spiral notebook. He folded the address in half and held it between his 2 fingers. He didn't try to slip it underneath her bra strap because he was a cop and he wasn't stupid. What do you make, counselor? 10 grand an hour? Something like that. And a low-level junkie prostitute pays for that, how? Leigh forced herself not to snatch the address out of his hand. She's a trust fund baby. Is that the story you want to tell me? Only one emotion could cut through the Valium. Anger. Jesus fuck, Nick. What's with the 3rd degree? Either give me the information or... He tossed the address onto her lap. Get out of my ride, counselor.
Go find your junkie, Leigh. Leigh didn't get out. She unfolded the paper. Alameda Motel, 9921 Stewart Avenue. Back when Leigh worked legal aid, she'd had a lot of clients living in the long-term motel. They charged $120 a week to poor people who could find a hell of a lot better place to live if they could save up the deposit money to rent a place that charged $480 a month. Nick said, I got work to do. Either start talking or start walking. Her mouth opened. She was going to tell him the truth. She's my sister. I haven't seen her in over a year. She lives like a junkie prostitute while I live in a gated condo building and send my daughter to a 28 grand a year school because I pushed my baby sister into the arms of a sexual predator and was too ashamed to tell her that he'd come after me too. Fine. Leigh couldn't tell Nick the whole truth, but she could tell him part of it. I should have been up front with you from the beginning. She's one of my previous clients, back when I worked for myself. Nick clearly expected more. She was a gymnast in elementary school, then she got into competitive cheerleading. Leigh narrowed her eyes to ward off a crass cheerleader joke. She was a flyer. Do you know what that is? He shook his head. There's a couple of guys, sometimes as many as 4, who were spotters. They do things like raise up the flyer on the palms of their hands while she holds a pose. Or sometimes they just throw her up into the air as high as they can. We're talking 15, sometimes 20 feet off the ground. The flyer spins around, does a couple of flips, then she comes down, and the spotters interlock their arms to form a basket for her to land in. But if they don't catch her, or they catch her wrong, then she can mess up her knee, break an ankle, sprain her back. Leigh had to stop to swallow. Callie landed wrong on an X-out basket toss and ended up fracturing 2 vertebrae in her neck. Jesus. She was so strong that the muscles held it in place. She kept performing. But then her legs went numb, and she was rushed to the ER, and she had spinal fusion surgery, and she had to wear a halo to keep her head from turning, and she started taking oxy for the pain and heroin. Nick was on the streets.
He'd seen the progression in real time. "That's quite a sob story, counselor. The judge must have bought it since her ass isn't behind bars where it belongs." The judge had bought a confession from the innocent junkie Leigh had bribed to take the fall. Nick asked, "She on the needle or smoking it?" "Needle. It's been off and on for almost 20 years. Leigh's heart had started pounding again. The crushing guilt of her sister's tortured life had broken through the veil of Valium. Some years are better than others. Christ, that's a hard road to walk. It is. Leigh had watched it play out like a never-ending horror novel. "I wanted to check on her because I feel guilty." His eyebrows arched back up. Since when does a defense lawyer ever feel guilty? "She almost died last year." Leigh couldn't look at him anymore. She stared out the window instead. "I gave her COVID." Summer 1998. The night was pitch black. Harley's eyes sharpened on every detail picked out by her car's headlights. Mailbox numbers, stop signs, tail lights on parked cars, a cat's eyes as it scrambled across the road. "Harley, I think I killed Buddy." Callie's hoarse whisper had been barely perceptible on the other end of the telephone. There was a scary flatness to her voice. She had shown more emotion this morning when she couldn't find her socks for cheerleading practice. "I think I killed him with a knife." Harley hadn't asked questions or demanded a reason why. She had known exactly why, because in that moment, her mind had taken her back to that sweaty yellow Corvette, the song on the radio, Buddy's enormous hand covering her knee. "Callie, listen to me. Don't move until I get there." Callie had not moved. Harley had found her sitting on the floor of the Waleskis' bedroom. She still had the phone to her ear. The operator's staticky voice was talking over the screeching wah-wah-wah sound that the phone made when you left it off the hook too long. Callie's hair was out of its usual ponytail, shrouding her face. Her voice sounded raspy as she spoke the words along with the recording. "If you'd like to make a call." "Cal!" Harley dropped to her knees. She tried to pry the phone out of her sister's hands, but Callie wouldn't let go. "Callie, please." Callie looked up. Harley fell back in horror. The whites in her sister's eyes had turned black. Her nose had been broken. Blood dripped from her mouth. Finger-shaped red slashes ringed Callie's neck where Buddy had tried to choke the life out of her. Harley was responsible for this. She had protected herself from Buddy, but then she had put Callie directly in his path. "Cal, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "What?" Callie coughed, and blood misted out from her lips. "What are we going to do?" Harley gripped Callie's hands like she could keep them both from sinking farther down. So much ran through her mind. "You're gonna be okay. I'll fix this. We'll get through it together." But she saw no way to fix this, no path out of hell. Harley had entered the house through the kitchen. Her eyes had flickered across Buddy the same guilty way you'd pretend to not see a homeless person freezing in a doorway. But he wasn't homeless. Buddy Waleski was connected. He had friends all over the place, including inside the police force. Callie wasn't some coddled suburban white kid with two parents who would lay down their lives to protect her. She was a trashy teenager from the bad side of town who'd already spent time in juvie for stealing a pink cat collar from the dollar store. Maybe? Tears welled into Callie's eyes. Her throat was so swollen that she had trouble speaking. "Maybe he's okay?" Harley didn't understand. "What? Will you see if he's okay?" Callie's black eyes caught the reflection from the table lamp. She was looking at Harley, but she was somewhere else. A place where everything was going to work out all right. Buddy was mad, but maybe he's not mad anymore if he's okay. We can get him help. Linda won't be home until... Cal. Harley's sobs strangled around the word. Did Buddy try something? Did it happen before, or... Callie's face gave her the awful answer. "He loved me, Har. He said he was going to take care of me always." Harley was literally bowled over by the pain. She touched her forehead to the filthy carpet. Tears seeped from her eyes. Her mouth opened as a moan escaped from deep inside of her. This was her fault. This was all her fault. "It's okay." Callie rubbed Harley's back, trying to comfort her. "He loves me, Harley. He'll forgive me." Harley shook her head. The stiff carpet scratched against her face. What was she going to do? How was she going to fix this? Buddy was dead. He was too heavy for them to carry. There was no way he would fit in Harley's tiny car. They couldn't dig a hole deep enough for him to rot in. They couldn't leave because Callie's fingerprints were on everything. Callie said, "He'll take care of me, Har. Just tell him I'm sorry." This was her fault. This was all her fault. "Please." Callie's broken nose whistled with every breath. "Please, will you check?" Harley kept shaking her head. Her chest felt like claws were digging into her ribcage, pulling her back into the stinking shithole that was her life. She was supposed to leave for college in 4 weeks and 1 day. She was supposed to get away, but she couldn't abandon Callie like this. The police wouldn't see the cuts and bruises as evidence that her sister had fought for her life. They would see the tight clothes, the makeup, the way she wore her hair, and say she was a conniving, murdering Lolita. And if Harley came to her defense, if she said that Buddy had tried it with her too, but she'd been so busy getting on with her life that she hadn't warned her sister, "It's your fault. It's all your fault." "Please," Callie said.
He looked cold. Harley Buddy hates being cold. Harley saw her future circling down the drain. All the things she'd planned for the brand new life she pictured in Chicago with her own apartment, her own things, maybe a cat and a dog, and a boyfriend who didn't already have a criminal record, were gone. All the extra classes in school, all the nights she'd spent studying in between working 2, sometimes 3 different jobs, putting up with handsy bosses and harassing comments, sleeping in her car between shifts, hiding money from her mother, all to end up exactly where every other miserable, hopeless kid in this ghetto ended up. Callie coughed, he was mad because I found the camera. I knew about it, but no, they taped us doing people watched. They know what we did. Harley silently replayed her sister's words. The apartment in Chicago, the cat and dog, the boyfriend. All of it melted into the ether. She forced herself to sit back up. Every part of her brain was telling her not to ask, but she had to know. Who watched you? All of them. Callie's teeth had started chattering. Her skin was pale. Her lips had turned the blue of a jay's crest. Dr. Patterson, Coach Holt, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Gonza, Mr. Emmett. Harley's hand went to her stomach. The names were as familiar to her as the last 18 years of her life. Dr. Patterson, who'd warned Harley to dress more modestly because she was distracting the boys. Coach Holt, who kept telling her his house was right up the street if she ever needed to talk. Mr. Humphrey, who'd made Harley sit in his lap before he'd let her test drive a car. Mr. Gonza, who'd wolf-whistled at her last week at the supermarket. Mr. Emmett, who would always rub his arm across her breasts when she was in the dentist's chair. She asked Callie, "They touched you?" Dr. Patterson and Coach, no. Buddy made... The chattering cut her off. Movies. Buddy made movies and they watched us. Harley's vision started to sharpen again, the same as it had during the drive over. Only this time, everything was red. Everywhere she looked, the scuffed walls, the damp carpet, the stained bedspread, Callie's swollen, battered face, she saw red. This was her fault. This was all her fault. She used her fingers to gently wipe away Callie's tears. She watched her own hand move, but it was like watching someone else's hand. The knowledge of what these grown men had done to her baby sister had split Harley in 2. One side of her wanted to bite down on the pain, the same way that she always did. The other side wanted to cause as much pain as possible. Dr. Patterson, Coach Holt, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Gonza, Mr. Emmett. She would destroy them. If it was the last thing she did, Harley would end their lives. She asked her sister, "What time does Linda get home in the morning?" 9. Harley looked at the bedside clock. She had less than 13 hours to fix this. She asked,
Where is the camera? Callie put her hand to her strangled throat like she needed help pushing out the answer. The bar. Harley's fists were clenched as she walked down the hallway. Past the guest room, the bathroom, past Trevor's bedroom. She stopped, turned around. She cracked open Trevor's door. His nightlight spun pinprick stars against the ceiling. His face was tucked down into his pillow. He was fast asleep. She knew without asking that Buddy had made him take his sleepy medicine. Harley? Callie stood in the doorway. Her skin was so pale that she looked like a ghost hovering in the darkness. I don't know what to do. Harley pulled Trevor's door closed behind her. She walked up the hallway, past the aquarium, the couch, the ugly leather club chairs with their cigarette-burned arms. The camera was on a pile of wine corks behind the bar. Canon Optera, top of the line, which Harley knew because she had sold electronics over the Christmas rush. The plastic case was broken, a chunk missing from the corner. Harley ripped the camera away from the power cable. She used her thumbnail to drag the tiny slider to eject the mini cassette. Empty. Harley searched the floor, the shelves behind the bar, trying to find the cassette. Nothing. She stood up. She saw the couch with its depressing solo imprints on opposite sides, the grungy orange drapes, the giant television with the cables hanging down, cables that went into the camera she was holding in her hands. The device had no internal storage. The mini cassette, which was slightly larger than a business card, held the recordings. You could plug in the camera to a TV or VCR, but no cassette meant no movie. Harley had to find that cassette to show it to the cops so that they could see what? She had never been inside of a courtroom, but she had grown up watching woman after woman get knocked down by men. Crazy bitches, hysterical girls, stupid cunts. Men controlled the system. They controlled the police, the courtrooms, the probation agencies, welfare services, juvenile hall and the jails, school boards, car dealerships, supermarkets, dentists' offices. Dr. Patterson, Coach Holt, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Gonza, Mr. Emmett. There was no way to prove they had watched the video. And unless it showed Callie screaming no the entire time, the cops, the lawyers, the judges would all say that she had wanted it, because no matter what happened to women, men always covered each other's asses. Harley. Callie's arms were hugged around her slim waist. She was trembling. Her lips had turned white. It was like watching her baby sister disappear in stages. This was her fault. This was all her fault. Please, Callie said. He could still be alive. Please. Harley looked at her sister. Mascara ran down her face. Blood and lipstick smeared her mouth into a clown's grimace. Like Harley, she had been desperate to grow up. Not because she wanted to distract the boys or call attention to herself, but because adults got to make their own decisions. Harley slammed the camera down on the bar top. She had finally seen their way out of this. Buddy Wileski was sitting on the kitchen floor, his back against the cabinets under the sink. His head had dropped forward. His arms were at his sides. His legs were splayed out. The cut was in his left leg, a tiny spring of blood bubbling out like sewage from a broken pipe. Please, check. Callie stood behind her, black eyes unblinking as she stared at Buddy. Please, he can't be dead. He can't. Harley went to the body, but not to help. She stuck her hand into Buddy's pants pockets, searching for the small cassette. She found a wad of cash on the left side, along with a half roll of Tums and some lint. A remote control for the camera was in the right pocket. She threw it across the floor so hard that the battery cover broke open. She checked the back pockets and found Buddy's cracked leather wallet and a stained handkerchief. No cassette, Callie said. Mentally, Harley pushed her sister to the side. She needed to keep her focus on the story they would tell the cops. Buddy had been alive when they'd left the Wileski house. The only reason Callie had called Harley to pick her up was because Buddy was acting strange. He'd told Harley some guy had threatened to kill him. He'd told Harley to get Callie the hell out of here. They had both gone home, and then, obviously, the man who had threatened Buddy had murdered him. Harley punched at the story, looking for weak points. Callie's fingerprints and DNA were everywhere, but Callie was here more than Buddy. Trevor was dead asleep, so he wouldn't know anything. Buddy's blood was confined to the area around his leg, so there were no bloody fingerprints or footprints that could be traced back to Callie. Everything had an explanation. Maybe some of it was weak, but it was believable. Har? Callie's arms were still wrapped tight around her narrow waist. She was swaying back and forth. Harley took her in. Black eyes, strangled neck, broken nose.
She told Callie, "Mom did this to you." Callie looked confused. "If anyone asks, tell them you talked back and Mom gave you a beatdown, okay? I don't—" Harley held up her hand to stop Callie from talking. She needed to think it all through, forward and back again. Buddy came home. He was scared. Someone had threatened his life. He hadn't said who, just that the sisters should go. Harley drove Callie home. Buddy was fine when they left. Callie had gotten the shit beaten out of her the same as she had dozens of times before. Social services would be called again, but a couple of months in foster care beat the hell out of the rest of your life in prison. Unless the police found the mini-cassette, because the cassette gave Callie a motive. Harley asked, where would Buddy hide something small, something smaller than his hand? Callie shook her head. She didn't know. Harley let her gaze bounce around the kitchen, desperate to find the cassette. She opened cabinets and drawers, looked under pots and pans. Nothing seemed out of place, and Harley would know. Before Callie took over, she had practically lived at the Welskys 5 nights a week over 3 long years. Studying on the couch, cooking Trevor's meals in the kitchen, playing games with him at the table. Buddy's briefcase was on the table, locked. Harley looked for a knife in the drawer. She jammed it under the clasp, ordering Callie, "Tell me what happened, exactly. Don't leave anything out." Callie shook her head again. I don't remember." The lock popped open. Harley was only momentarily frozen by the sight of so much cash. The spell broke quickly. She unpacked the money, checked the liner, the inside pockets, the folders, asking Callie, "Where did the fight start? Where were you in the house?" Callie's lips moved without sound. Calliope. Harley cringed at her mother's tone coming out of her own mouth. "Tell me now, goddammit, where did it start?" Callie turned back toward the living room, behind the bar. "What happened?" Harley kept her voice hard. "Be exact. Don't leave anything out." Callie's voice was so weak that Harley had to strain to hear the details. She looked over her sister's shoulder, playing out the movements as if the fight were unfolding in real time. Callie's nose taking the pointy end of Buddy's elbow behind the bar. The box of wine corks tumbling, the camera falling off the shelf. Callie being disoriented, lying flat on her back. Walking into the kitchen, head under the faucet. Threatening Buddy that she was going to tell Linda. The attack, the phone cord being ripped from the wall. The strangling, the kicking and punching, and then the knife. Harley looked up. She saw that Callie had put the receiver back on the hook. The list of emergency numbers was still taped to the wall beside the phone. The only clue that something bad had happened here was the broken cord. Trevor ripped the cord. "What?" Callie said. "Tell them Trevor ripped the phone cord. When he says he didn't, everyone will think he's lying so he doesn't get into trouble." Harley didn't wait for Callie to agree. She repacked Buddy's briefcase and slammed the lid shut. She gave the kitchen another once-over, looking for somewhere Buddy could stash the cassette. Her eyes finally settled on his hulking body. He was still slouched to the side. The cut in his leg continued to sputter. She felt her own blood stop cold. You didn't bleed unless your heart was still pumping. Calliope. Harley swallowed so hard that her throat clicked. "Go check on Trevor, now." Callie didn't argue. She disappeared down the hallway. Harley knelt down in front of Buddy. She grabbed a fistful of his hair and lifted up his giant head. His eyelids slitted open. She saw the whites of his eyes as they rolled back. "Wake up!" She slapped his face. "Wake up, you stupid cocksucker!" The whites flashed again. She pressed open his eyelids. "Look at me, asshole!" Buddy's lips parted. She could smell his cheap whiskey and cigars.
The stench was so familiar that Harley was instantly back in his Corvette, terrified, helpless, longing for escape. Harley slapped him so hard that saliva flew from his mouth. "Look at me." Buddy's eyes rolled up, but slowly they came around to center. She saw the glimmer of recognition, the stupid belief that he was looking at someone who was on his side. Buddy stared at what was left of the phone, then looked back at Harley. He was asking her to call for help. He knew he didn't have long. She said, "Where's the cassette from the camera?" He looked at the phone again, then back at her. She got in his face. "I'll kill you right now if you don't tell me." Buddy Welski was not afraid. He viewed Harley as a prude, a rule follower, the girl who knew the difference between right and wrong. The twitch that pulled up the left side of his lips told her he was happy to bring down Miss Goody Two-Shoes and her baby sister right alongside him. "You fucking asshole." Harley slapped him harder than the first time. Then she punched him. His head banged into the cabinet. She grabbed his shirt, reared back to punch him again. Buddy heard the sound before she did, a distinctive click coming from his shirt. She watched his confident expression slip into uncertainty. His eyes moved back and forth, trying to get a read on whether or not she understood. Harley was frozen, right fist still raised, left fist still gripping the front of his shirt. She rolled through her senses, trying to force herself back into that exact moment. The copper penny smell of blood, the rasp of Buddy's faint breathing, the bitter taste of lost freedom souring her mouth. The feel of his dirty work shirt wadded into her tight fist. She twisted the material tighter, bunching up the thick cotton. The click drew her eyes to his chest. Harley had only checked his pants pockets. Buddy was wearing a Dickies short-sleeved work shirt. The seams were reinforced. 2 flapped breast pockets were on either side. The flap of the left pocket was up, worn with 2 fang-like impressions from the ever-present box of Black Milds. Except this time he'd put the box in backward. The cellophane window on the front faced his heaving chest. Harley slid out the long, skinny box. She stuck her fingers inside the mini cassette. She held it to his face so that he could see that she had won. Buddy wheezed out a long sigh. He only looked faintly disappointed. His life had been filled with violence and chaos, mostly brought about by his own hand. Compared to that, his death would be easy. Harley looked down at the small, black plastic cassette with its faded white label. A piece of electrical tape covered the protection tab so that the tape could be recorded over and over again. Harley had watched her sister change over the last 3 years, but she'd chalked it up to hormones or brattiness or just growing into another person. Callie's heavy makeup, the arrests for shoplifting, the suspensions from school, the late-night whispered calls that went on for hours. Harley had ignored them because she'd been too focused on her own life, pushing herself to work more, to save more money, to do well in school so she could get the hell out of Lake Point. Now she was literally holding Callie's life in her hands, her youth, her innocence, her trust that no matter how high she flew into the air, the world would catch her. It was all Harley's fault. Her hand squeezed into a fist. The sharp edges of the plastic mini cassette dug into her palm. The world went red again, blood soaking everything she saw. Buddy's fat face, his meaty hands, his balding head. She wanted to punch him again, to beat him into oblivion, to plunge the steak knife into his chest over and over until the bones cracked and the life spewed from his disgusting body. Instead, she opened the drawer by the stove. She pulled out the roll of cling film. Buddy's eyes went wide. His mouth finally opened, but he had lost his chance to speak.
Harley wrapped the cling film around his head 6 times before it tore off from the roll. The plastic sucked into his open mouth. Buddy's hands reached up to his face, trying to claw open a hole to breathe. Harley grabbed onto his wrists. The big, strong man, the giant, was too weak to stop her. She looked into his eyes, relishing the fear and helplessness, the panic, as Buddy Welski realized that Harley was stealing his easy death. He started to shake, his chest thrust into the air, his legs kicked out. A high whine came from his throat. Harley held on to his wrists. The big, strong man, the giant, was too weak to stop her. She looked into his eyes, relishing the fear and helplessness, the panic, as Buddy Wileski realized that Harley was stealing his easy death. He started to shake, his chest thrust into the air, his legs kicked out. A high whine came from his throat. Harley held onto his wrists, pressing them back against the cabinet. She was straddling him the way he had straddled Callie when he'd choked her. She was pressing her weight into him, the same way he had pressed Harley back into the seat of his Corvette. She was watching him the same way Dr. Patterson, Coach Holt, Mr. Humphrey, Mr. Gonza, Mr. Emmett had all watched her sister. She was finally doing to a man the same fucking thing that men had been doing to Harley and Callie for their entire fucking lives. It was over too soon. All at once, Buddy's muscles released. The fight had left him. His hands flopped down to the floor. Urine seeped into his pants. If he had a soul, she imagined the devil grabbing onto it by his filthy shirt collar, jerking him down, down, down into hell. Harley wiped sweat from her forehead. Blood was on her hands, her arms, arced into the crotch of her jeans where she had sat on top of him. "If you'd like to make a call." She turned around. Callie was sitting on the floor. She'd pulled her knees to her chest. She was rocking, her body slowly moving back and forth like a wrecking ball. "Please hang up and dial again. Spring 2021, 4. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Pete." Dr. Jerry started examining the cat, tenderly palpating a swollen joint. At 15 years old, Mr. Pete was roughly the same age in human years as Dr. Jerry. Maybe some underlying arthritis? Poor fella. Callie looked down at the chart in her hands. He was taking a supplement, but developed constipation. Oh, the injustices of old age. Dr. Jerry hooked his stethoscope into his ears, which were almost as hairy as Mr. Pete's. "Could you—" Callie leaned down and blew air in Mr. Pete's face, trying to stop his purring. The cat looked annoyed, and Callie could not blame him. He'd gotten his paw hooked in the frame of the bed when he was trying to jump down for breakfast. It could happen to anybody. "That's a good boy." Dr. Jerry stroked Mr. Pete's scruff. He told Callie, "Maine Coons are magnificent animals, but they tend to be the linebackers of the feline world." Callie flipped back through the chart to start taking notes. Mr. Pete is a neutered male of portly stature who presented with right forelimb lameness, having fallen from the bed. Physical exam revealed mild swelling but no crepitus or joint instability. Blood work was normal. Radiographs showed no obvious fracture. Start on buprenorphine and gabapentin for pain management. Recheck in 1 week. She asked, "Bup is 0.02 mgk Q8H for how many days?" "Let's start with 6 days. Give him one for the road. No one likes car trips." Callie carefully wrote his instructions into the chart as Dr. Jerry placed Mr. Pete back into his carrier. They were still on COVID protocols. Mr. Pete's mother was currently sitting in her car outside in the parking lot. Dr. Jerry asked, "Anything else from the medicine cabinet?" Callie went through the stack of charts on the counter. Aru Feldman's parents report an increase in pain. Let's send home some more tramadol. He signed off on a new script. Bless their hearts. Corgis are such assholes. Agree to disagree. She passed another chart. Sploot McGee. Greyhound meets motor vehicle. Cracked ribs. I remember this lanky young man. Dr. Jerry's hands shook as he adjusted his glasses. She saw his eyes barely move as he pretended to read the chart. Methadone if they bring him in. If he's not up to the visit, send home a fentanyl patch. They went through the rest of the big dogs. Duclaude, a Great Pyrenees with patellar displacement. Scout, a German shepherd who'd nearly impaled himself on a fence. O'Barkey, an Irish wolfhound with hip dysplasia. Ronaldo, an arthritic Labrador who weighed as much as a 12-year-old child. Dr. Jerry was yawning by the time Callie got to the cats. "Just do the usual, my friend. You know these animals as well as I do. Though be careful with that last one. Never turn your back on a calico." She smiled at his playful wink. "I'll give Mr. Pete's human a call, then take my executive time." He winked again, because they both knew he was going to take a nap. "Thank you, Angel." Callie kept up her smile until he turned away. She looked down, pretending to read the charts. She didn't want to watch him shuffle down the hallway like an old man.
Dr. Jerry was a Lake Point institution, the only vet in the area who took EBT cards in exchange for services. Callie's first real job had been at this clinic. She was 17. Dr. Jerry's wife had just passed away. He had a son somewhere in Oregon who only called on Father's Day and Christmas. Callie was all he had left. Or maybe Dr. Jerry was all that she had left. He was like a father figure, or at least like what she'd heard father figures were supposed to be. He knew Callie had her demons, but he never punished her for them. It was only after her first felony drug conviction that he'd stopped pushing her to go to vet school. The Drug Enforcement Agency had a crazy rule against giving prescription pads to heroin addicts. She waited for his office door to close before starting down the hallway. Her knee made a loud pop as she extended her leg. At 37, Callie was not that much better off than Mr. Pete. She pressed her ear to the office door. She heard Dr. Jerry talking to Mr. Pete's owner. Callie waited a few more minutes until she heard the creaks from the old leather couch as he laid down for his nap. She let out a breath that she'd been holding. She took out her phone and set the timer for 1 hour. Over the years, Callie had used the clinic as a junkie vacation, cleaning herself up just enough so that she could work. Dr. Jerry always took her back, never asked her where she'd been or why she'd left so abruptly the last time. Her longest stretch of sobriety had been too many years ago to count. She'd lasted 8 full months before she'd fallen back into her addiction. This time wouldn't be any different. Callie had given up on hope ages ago. She was a junkie, and she would always be a junkie. Not like people in AA who quit drinking but still said they were alcoholics. Like somebody who was always going to return to the needle. She wasn't sure when she had come into this acceptance. Was it her 3rd or 4th time in rehab? Was it the 8 months of sobriety she'd broken because it was Tuesday? Was it because it was easier to have these maintenance spells when she knew they were only temporary? Currently, only a sense of usefulness was keeping her on the somewhat straight and narrow. Because of a series of many strokes in the past year, Dr. Jerry had shortened the clinic hours down to 4 days a week. Some days were better for him than others. His balance was off. His short-term memory was unreliable. He often told Callie that without her, he wasn't sure he'd be able to work one day, let alone 4. She should feel guilty for using him, but she was a junkie. She felt guilty about every second of her life. Callie pulled out the 2 keys to open the drug cabinet. Technically, Dr. Jerry was supposed to keep the 2nd key, but he trusted her to accurately log in the controlled substances. If she didn't, then the DEA could start snooping around, matching invoices to dosages to charts, and Dr. Jerry could lose his license, and Callie could go to jail. Generally, addicts made the Drug Enforcement Agency's job easier because they were desperately stupid for their next fix. Harley wiped sweat from her forehead. Blood was on her hands, her arms, arced into the crotch of her jeans where she had sat on top of him. "If you'd like to make a call." She turned around. Callie was sitting on the floor. She'd pulled her knees to her chest. She was rocking, her body slowly moving back and forth like a wrecking ball. "Please hang up. Please hang up. Please hang up. Please hang up. Spring 2021. 4. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Pete." Dr. Jerry started examining the cat, tenderly palpating a swollen joint. At 15 years old, Mr. Pete was roughly the same age in human years as Dr. Jerry. Maybe some underlying arthritis? Poor fella. Callie looked down at the chart in her hands. He was taking a supplement, but developed constipation. Oh, the injustices of old age. Dr. Jerry hooked his stethoscope into his ears, which were almost as hairy as Mr. Pete's. "Could you—" Callie leaned down and blew air in Mr. Pete's face, trying to stop his purring. The cat looked annoyed, and Callie could not blame him. He'd gotten his paw hooked in the frame of the bed when he was trying to jump down for breakfast. It could happen to anybody. That's a good boy. Dr. Jerry stroked Mr. Pete's scruff. He told Callie, "Maine Coons are magnificent animals, but they tend to be the linebackers of the feline world." Callie flipped back through the chart to start taking notes. Mr. Pete is a neutered male of portly stature who presented with right forelimb lameness, having fallen from the bed. Physical exam revealed mild swelling but no crepitus or joint instability. Blood work was normal. Radiographs showed no obvious fracture. Start on buprenorphine and gabapentin for pain management. Recheck in 1 week. She asked, Bup is 0.02 mgk, Q8H for how many days? Let's start with 6 days. Give him one for the road. No one likes car trips. Callie carefully wrote his instructions into the chart as Dr. Jerry placed Mr. Pete back into his carrier. They were still on COVID protocols. Mr. Pete's mother was currently sitting in her car outside in the parking lot. Dr. Jerry asked,
They OD'd in the waiting room or had a heart attack on the toilet or snatched as many vials as they could shove into their pockets and started running for the door. Fortunately, Callie had figured out through big trials and little errors how to steal a steady supply of maintenance drugs that kept her from getting dope sick. Every day, she needed a total of either 60 milligrams of methadone or 16 milligrams of buprenorphine to ward off the vomiting, headaches, insomnia, explosive diarrhea, and crippling bone pain that came from heroin withdrawal. The only rule Callie had ever been able to stick to was that she never took anything an animal needed. If her cravings got bad, she dropped her keys back through the mail slot in the door and stopped showing up. Callie would rather die than see an animal suffer, even a corgi, because Dr. Jerry was right. They could be real assholes. Callie let herself stare longingly at the stockpiles in the cabinet before she started taking down vials and pill bottles. She opened the drug log book next to the stack of charts. She clicked her pen. Dr. Jerry's clinic was a small operation. Some vets had machines where you had to use your fingerprint to open the drug cabinet, and your fingerprint had to match the chart, and the chart had to match the dosage, and that was tricky. But Callie had been working for Dr. Jerry on and off for nearly 2 decades. She could beat any system in her sleep. This was how she did it. Aru Feldman's parents had not asked for more tramadol, but she'd logged the request into the chart anyway. Sploot McGee would get the fentanyl patch because cracked ribs were awful, and even a haughty greyhound deserved peace. Likewise, Scout, the idiotic German shepherd who'd chased a squirrel over a wrought iron fence, would get all the medication he needed. O'Barkey, Ronaldo, and Doe Claude were imaginary animals whose owners had transient addresses and non-working phone numbers. Callie had spent hours giving them backstories, teeth cleanings, heartworm meds, swallowed squeaky toys, unexplained vomiting, general malaise. There were more fake patients, a bull mastiff, a Great Dane, an Alaskan Malamute, and a smattering of sheepdogs. Pain meds were dosed based on weight, and Callie made sure to pick breeds that could go north of 100 pounds. Freakishly large borzois weren't the only way to game the system. Spoilage was a reliable fallback. The DEA understood that animals were wriggly, and a lot of times half an injection could end up squirted into your face or onto the floor. You recorded that as spoiled in the book, and you went about your day. In a pinch, Callie could drop a vial of sterile saline in front of Dr. Jerry and get him to cancel it out in the log as methadone or buprenorphine. Or sometimes he would forget what he was doing and make the change himself. Then there were the easier options. When the visiting orthopedic surgeon came every other Tuesday, Callie prepared bags of fluids with fentanyl, a synthetic opioid that was so strong it was generally only prescribed for advanced cancer pain, and ketamine, a dissociative anesthetic. The trick was to siphon off enough of each drug so that the patient was still comfortable for surgery. Then there was pentobarbital, or euthisol, which was used to euthanize sickly animals. Most doctors pulled 3 to 4 times what was actually needed because no one wanted it to not work. The taste was bitter, but some recreational users liked to cut it with rum and zonk out for the night. Because there weren't enough St. Bernards and Newfoundlands in Lake Point to justify Callie's maintenance doses, she sold or traded what she could in order to buy methadone. The pandemic had been amazing for drug sales. The cost of your average high had gone through the roof. She considered herself the Robin Hood of drug dealers because most of the money was returned to the clinic so that Dr. Jerry could keep the doors open. He paid her cash every Friday. He was always astonished by the large number of crumpled, small bills in the lockbox. Callie opened Mr. Pete's chart. She changed the 6 to an 8, then drew up the buprenorphine syringes for oral use. She didn't tend to steal from cats because they were relatively small and didn't give a big bang for the buck like a beefy Rottweiler. Knowing cats, they probably kept their weight down for that very reason. She stuck the syringes in a plastic bag, then printed out the label. The rest of the booty went into her backpack in the break room. Callie's sister had told her a long time ago that she spent more brain power doing the wrong thing than she would have to expend doing things right, But fuck her sister. She was one of those bitches who could go on a coke binge to study for the LSAT and never think about coke ever again. Callie could look at a beautiful green tablet of Oxy and dream about it for the next month. She wiped her mouth, because now she was dreaming about Oxy. Callie found Mr. Pete in his carrier. She squirted a syringe of pain meds into his mouth. He sneezed twice, then gave her a very nasty look as she put on a mask and gown so she could take him out to the car. She left on the mask while she cleaned the clinic. The floors were concave from years of Dr. Jerry's Birkenstocks padding from exam room to exam room, then back to his office. The low ceiling was water-stained. The walls were covered in buckled paneling. There were faded photographs of animals plastered everywhere. Callie used a duster to knock off the grime. She got on her hands and knees to clean the 2 exam rooms, then moved on to surgery, then the kennel. They didn't usually board animals, but there was a kitten named Meow Macass that Dr. Jerry was taking home to bottle feed, and a calico who'd come in yesterday with a string hanging out of his butt. The emergency surgery had been too costly for the owners, but Dr. Jerry had spent an hour removing the string from the cat's intestines anyway. Callie's alarm went off on her phone. She checked her Facebook, then scrolled through Twitter. The majority of her follows were animal-specific, like a New Zealand zookeeper who was obsessed with Tasmanian devils, and an eel historian who detailed the American government's disastrous attempt to transfer East Coast eels to California during the 19th century. The scrolling burned through another 15 minutes. Callie checked Dr. Jerry's schedule. He had 4 more patients this afternoon. She went to the kitchen and made him a sandwich, sprinkling a generous supply of animal crackers on the side. Callie knocked on Dr. Jerry's door before entering. He was laid out on the couch, mouth hanging open. His glasses were askew. A book was flattened on his chest. The Complete Sonnets of William Shakespeare, a gift from his late wife. Dr. Jerry? She squeezed his foot. As always, he was a bit startled and disoriented to find Callie hovering over him. It was like Groundhog Day, except everybody knew that groundhogs were vicious murderers. He adjusted his glasses so he could see his watch. That went by fast. I made you lunch. Wonderful, he groaned as he got off the couch. Callie gave him a little help when he started to fall back. She asked, "How was your executive time?" "Very good, but I had a strange dream about anglerfish. Have you ever met one?" "Not to my recollection." "I'm glad to hear that. They live in the darkest, loneliest places, which is a very good thing because they are not the most attractive specimens." He cupped his hand to his mouth as if to convey a confidence. "Especially the ladies." Callie sat on the edge of his desk. "Tell me." "The male spends all his life sniffing out a female. As I said, it's very dark where they live, so nature gave him olfactory cells that are attracted to the female's pheromones." He held up his hand to stop the story. "Did I mention she has a long illuminated filament on her head that sticks out like a flashlight finger?" "No, bioluminescence." Dr.
Jerry looked delighted by the word. So, once our Romeo finds his Juliet, he bites onto her just below the tail. Callie watched as he illustrated with his hands, fingers clumping down on his fist. Then, the male releases enzymes that dissolve both his mouth and her skin, which effectively fuses them together. Then, this is the miraculous part. His eyes and internal organs dissolve until he's just a reproductive sac melded onto her for the rest of his miserable existence. Callie laughed. "Damn, Dr. Jerry, that sounds exactly like my first boyfriend." He laughed too. "I don't know why I thought about that. Funny how the noggin works." Callie could have spent the rest of her life worrying that Dr. Jerry was using the anglerfish as a metaphor for how she treated him. But Dr. Jerry wasn't a metaphor guy. He just really loved talking about fish. She helped him slip into his lab coat. He asked, "Did I ever tell you about the time I got a house call on a baby bull shark in a 20-gallon aquarium?" "Oh no. They're called pups, by the way, though that doesn't have the same joie de vivre as baby shark." Naturally, the owner was a dentist. Poor simpleton had no idea what he was dealing with. Callie followed him down the hall, listening to him explain the meaning of viviparous. She steered him into the kitchen, where she made sure he cleaned his plate. Cracker crumbs speckled the table as he told her another story about another fish, then moved on to marmosets. Callie had realized long ago that Dr. Jerry was using her more as paid companionship. Considering what other men had paid Callie for, she was grateful for the change in scenery. The 4 remaining appointments made the rest of the day go by fast. Dr. Jerry loved annual checkups because there was seldom anything seriously wrong. Callie scheduled follow-up visits, teeth cleanings, and, because Dr. Jerry thought it impolite to bring up a lady's weight, lectured a rotund dachshund's owners about food restrictions. At the end of the day, Dr. Jerry tried to pay her, but Callie reminded him that she didn't get paid again until the end of next week. She had looked up signs of dementia on her phone. If that was what Dr. Jerry was staring down, then she figured he was still okay to work. He might not know what day it was, but he could calculate fluids with electrolytes and additives like potassium or magnesium without writing down the numbers, which was better than most people could claim. Callie scrolled through Twitter as she walked to the MARTA bus stop. The eel historian had gone silent, and the Kiwi zookeeper was asleep tomorrow, so she went to Facebook. Drug-seeking canines were not Callie's only creation. Since 2008, she'd been lurking on the assholes she'd gone to high school with. Her profile photo showed a blue Siamese fighting fish who went by the name Swim Shady. Her eyes glazed over as she read the latest shitposting from Lake Point's illustrious class of 2002. Complaints about schools closing, wild deep state conspiracies, disbelief in the virus, belief in the virus, pro-vaccine rants, anti-vaccine rants, and the usual racism, sexism, and anti-Semitism that plagued social media. Callie would never understand how Bill Gates had been short-sighted enough to give everybody easy access to the internet so that someday these jackasses could reveal all of his dastardly plans. She dropped her phone back into her pocket as she sat on the bench at the bus stop. The dirty plexiglass enclosure was striped with graffiti. Trash rounded off the corners. Dr. Jerry's clinic was in an okay area, but that was a subjective observation. His strip mall neighbors were a porn shop that was forced to close during the pandemic, and a barber shop Callie was pretty sure had only stayed open because it served as a gambling front. Every time she saw a wild-eyed loser stumbling out the back door, she said a small prayer of thanks that gambling was not one of her addictions. A garbage truck sputtered black exhaust and rot as it slowly rocked past the bus stop. One of the guys hanging off the back gave Callie a wave. She waved back because it was the polite thing to do. Then his buddy started waving and she turned her head away. Her neck rewarded her for the too quick turn, tightening the muscles like a clamp. Callie reached up, fingers finding the long scar that zippered down from the base of her skull. C1 and C2 were the cervical vertebrae that allowed for one half of the head's forward, back, and rotational movements. Callie had 2 2-inch titanium rods, 4 screws, and a pin that formed a cage around the area. Technically, the surgery was called a cervical laminectomy, but more commonly, it was known as a fusion because that was the end result. The vertebrae fused together into one bony clump. Even though 2 decades had passed since the fusion, the nerve pain could be sudden and debilitating. Her left arm and hand could go completely numb without warning. She had lost nearly half the mobility in her neck. Nodding and shaking her head were doable, but limited. When she tied her shoes, she had to bring her foot to her hands rather than the other way around. She hadn't been able to look over her shoulder since the surgery, a devastating loss because Callie could never be the heroine pictured on the cover of a Victorian mystery. She tilted back against the plexiglass so she could look up at the sky. The waning sun warmed her face. The air was cool and crisp. Cars rolled by. Children were laughing on a nearby playground. The steady beat of her own heart gently pulsed in her ears. The women she'd gone to high school with were currently driving their kids to football practice or piano lessons. They were watching their sons do homework, holding their breath while their daughters practiced cheerleading routines in the backyard. They were leading meetings, paying bills, going to work, and living normal lives where they didn't steal drugs from a kindly old man. They weren't shaking inside of their bones because their body was crying out for a drug that they knew would eventually kill them. At least, a lot of them had gotten fat. Callie heard the hiss of air brakes. She turned to look for the bus. She did it correctly this time, angling her shoulders along with her head. Despite the accommodation, pain shot fire up her arm and into her neck. Shit, not her bus, but she'd paid the price for looking.
Her breath stuttered. She pushed back against the plexiglass, hissed air between clenched teeth. Her left arm and hand were numb, but her neck pulsed like a pus-filled sack. She concentrated on the daggers flaying her muscles and nerves. Pain could be its own addiction. Callie had lived with it for so long that when she thought of her life before, she only saw tiny bursts of light, stars barely penetrating the darkness. She knew that there had been a time long ago when all she craved was the rush of endorphins that came from running hard, or riding her bike too fast, or flipping herself diagonally across the gym floor. In cheerleading, she had flown, soared into the air, doing a hip-overhead rotation, or a back tuck, a front flip, a leg kick, arabesque, the needle, the scorpion, the heel stretch, the bow and arrow, a landing spin that was so dizzying all she could do was wait for 4 sets of strong arms to basket her fall. Until they didn't. A lump came into her throat. Her hand reached up again, this time finding one of the 4 bony bumps that circled her head like points on a compass. The surgeon had drilled pins into her skull to hold the halo ring in place while her neck healed. Callie had worried the spot above her ear so much it felt calloused. She wiped tears from the corners of her eyes. She dropped her hand into her lap. She massaged the fingers, trying to press some feeling back into the tips. Seldom did she let herself think about what she'd lost. As her mother said, the tragedy of Callie's existence was that she was smart enough to know how stupid she'd been.
This weighty knowledge wasn't limited to Callie. In her experience, most junkies understood addiction as well as, if not better than, a lot of doctors. For instance, Callie knew that her brain, like every other brain, had something called mu-opioid receptors. The receptors were also scattered along her spine and other places, but for the most part, they hung out in the brain. The easiest way to describe a mu receptor's job was to say that they controlled feelings of pain and reward. The first 16 years of her life, Callie's receptors had functioned at a reasonable level. She'd sprain her back or twist her ankle, and an endorphin rush would spread through her blood and latch onto the mu receptors, which, in turn, would dampen the pain. But only temporarily, and not by nearly enough. In elementary school, she'd used NSAIDs like Advil or Motrin to replace the endorphins, which had worked, until they didn't. Thanks to Buddy, she'd been introduced to alcohol, but the thing about alcohol was, even in Lake Point, not many stores would sell a handle of tequila to a child, and Buddy had, for obvious reasons, been unable to supply her past the age of 14. And then, Callie had broken her neck at 16, and, before she knew it, she was on her way to a lifelong love affair with opioids. Narcotics could blow an endorphin rush out of the water, and they were laughably better than NSAIDs and alcohol, except once they latched onto the mu receptors, they didn't like to let go. Your body responded by making more mu receptors, but then your brain remembered how great it was to have full mu receptors and told you to fill them back up again. You could watch TV or read a book or try to contemplate the meaning of life, but your muse would always be there, tapping their tiny mu feet, waiting for you to feed them. This was called craving. Unless you were wired like a magical fairy or had Houdini-level self-control, you would eventually feed that craving. And eventually, you would need stronger and stronger narcotics just to keep all those new muse happy, which was incidentally the science behind tolerance. More narcotics, more muse, more narcotics, and so on. The worst part was when you stopped feeding the muse, because they gave you around 12 hours before they took your body hostage. Their ransom demand was conveyed through the only language they understood, which was debilitating pain. This was called withdrawal, and there were autopsy photos that were more pleasant to look at than a junkie going through opioid withdrawal. So, Callie's mother was absolutely right in that Callie knew exactly when she'd taken her first step down the road to a lifetime of stupidity. It wasn't when she'd slammed headfirst onto the gymnasium floor, cracking 2 vertebrae in her neck. It was the first time her script for Oxy had run out and she'd asked a stoner in English class if he knew how she could get more. A tragedy in one act. Callie's MARTA bus harumphed to the stop, beaching itself on the curb. She groaned worse than Dr. Jerry when she stood up. Bad knee, bad back,
Bad neck, bad girl. The bus was half full, some people wearing masks, some figuring their lives were shitty enough, so why postpone the inevitable? Callie found a seat in the front with all the other creaky old women. They were house cleaners and waitresses with grandchildren to support, and they gave Callie the same wary look they'd give a family member who'd stolen their checkbook one too many times. To save them all the embarrassment, she stared out the window as gas stations and auto parts stores gave way to strip clubs and check-cashing joints. When the scenery got too bleak, her phone came out. She started doom-scrolling Facebook again. There was no logic to her quest to keep up with these nearly middle-aged twits. Most of them had stayed in the Lake Point area. A few had done well, but well for Lake Point, not well for a normal human being. None of them had been Callie's friends in school. She had been the least popular cheerleader in the history of cheerleaders. Even the weirdos at the freak table hadn't welcomed her into the fold. If any of them remembered her at all, it was as the girl who'd shit herself in front of an entire school assembly. Callie could still remember the sensation of numbness spreading down her arms and legs, the disgusting stench of her bowels releasing as she collapsed onto the hard wooden floor of the gymnasium. All for a sport that had about as much prestige as an egg-rolling contest. The bus shivered like a whippet as it neared her stop. Callie's knee locked out when she tried to stand. She had to hit it with her fist to get going. As she limped down the stairs, she considered all the drugs in her backpack. Tramadol, methadone, ketamine, buprenorphine. Mix them all into a pint of tequila, and she could get a front-row seat to Kurt Cobain and Amy Winehouse talking about what a douche Jim Morrison could be. "Hey, Cal!" Crackhead Sammy waved frantically from his perch in a broken lawn chair. "Cal, come here!" Callie walked across a vacant lot to Sammy's nesting area. The chair, a leaky tent, and a bunch of cardboard that didn't seem to serve a purpose. "What's going on?" "So, your cat, all right?" Callie nodded. "There was a pigeon, and Sammy did a crazy swooping gesture with his arms. He caught that damn rat bird in the air and ate it right in front of me. It was fucked up, man. He sat there chewing on pigeon head for half an hour." Callie grinned proudly as she dug around in her backpack. "Did he share?" "Hell no, he just looked at me. He looked at me, Callie, and he had this look like, I don't know, like he wanted to tell me something." Sammy guffawed. "Ha, like, don't smoke crack. I'm sorry, cats can be very judgmental." She found the sandwich she'd made for her dinner. "Eat this before you hit it tonight." Right. Sammy tucked the sandwich under a strip of cardboard. "Listen, though, do you think he was trying to tell me something?" "I'm not sure," Callie said. "As you know, cats choose not to talk because they're afraid we'll make them pay taxes." "Ha!" Sammy jabbed a finger at her. "Snitches get stitches." "Uh-oh, hey cow, wait up a sec, okay? I think Trap is looking for you, so eat your sandwich." Callie walked away because Sammy could rattle on for the rest of the night, and that was without the crack. Callie rounded the corner, taking a labored breath. Trap looking for her was not a good development. He was a 15-year-old meth freak who'd graduated early with a degree in dipshittery. Fortunately, he was terrified of his mother. As long as Wilma got her patronage, her idiot son stayed on a tight leash. Still, Callie swung her backpack around to the front of her chest as she got closer to the motel. The walk was not completely unpleasant because it was familiar. She passed by empty lots and abandoned houses. Graffiti scarred a crumbling brick retaining wall. Used syringes were scattered across the sidewalk. By habit, her eye searched for usable needles. She had her dope kit in her backpack, a plastic Snoopy watch case with her tie off, a bent spoon, an empty syringe, some cotton, and a Zippo lighter. What she enjoyed most about shooting heroin was the pageantry of the act. The flick of the lighter, the vinegar smell as it cooked on the spoon, drawing up the dirty brown liquid into the syringe. Callie shook her head. Dangerous thoughts. She followed the dirt-packed strip that traced around the backyards of a residential street. The energy abruptly changed. Families lived here. Windows were thrown open. Music played loudly. Women yelled at their boyfriends. Boyfriends yelled at their women. Children ran around a sputtering sprinkler. It was just like the rich parts of Atlanta, but louder and more cramped and less pale. Through the trees, Callie spotted 2 squad cars parked at the far end of the road. They weren't scooping up people.
They were waiting for the sun to go down and the calls to come in. Narcan for this junkie, the emergency room for another, a long wait on the coroner's van, child services, probation officers, and veterans affairs. And that was just for a Monday night. A lot of people had turned to illicit comforts during the pandemic. Jobs were lost, food was scarce, kids were starving. The number of overdoses and suicides had gone through the roof. All the politicians who had expressed deep concern about mental health during the lockdowns had shockingly been unwilling to spend money on helping the people who were losing their minds. Callie watched a squirrel skitter around a telephone pole. She angled her route toward the back of the motel. The 2-story concrete block building was behind a row of scraggly bushes. She pushed aside the limbs and stepped onto the cracked asphalt. The dumpster gave off a pungent welcome. She scanned the area, making sure Trap didn't sneak up on her. Her mind wandered back to the lethal cornucopia of drugs in her backpack. Meeting Kurt Cobain would be amazing, but her desire for self-harm had passed. Or at least had simmered down to her usual quest for self-harm, the kind that didn't end in certain death, only possible death, and then maybe she could be brought back, so why not bump it up a little more, right? The police would come in time, right? What Callie wanted tonight was to take a long shower and curl up in bed with her pigeon-snacking cat. She had enough methadone to get her through the night and out of bed in the morning. She could sell on the way to work. Dr. Jerry would have a heart attack if she showed up before noon anyway. Callie was smiling when she turned the corner because she seldom had an actual plan. Sup, girl? Trap was leaning against the wall smoking a joint. He gave her the once-over, and she reminded herself that he was a teenager with the brain of a 5-year-old and a grown man's potential for violence. Got somebody looking for you. Callie felt the hairs go up on her neck. She had spent the majority of her adult life making sure that no one ever looked for her. Who? White dude, nice car. He shrugged, like that was enough of a description. What you got in that backpack? None of your fucking business. Callie tried to walk past him, but he grabbed her arm. Come on, Trap said. Mama told me to collect. Callie laughed. His mother would kick his balls into his throat if he took a cut off her piece. Let's go find Wilma right now and make sure that's true. Trap's eyes got shifty. At least that's what she thought. Too late, Callie realized. He was signaling someone behind her. She started to turn her body because she could not turn her head. A man's muscular arm looped around her neck. The pain was instantaneous, like lightning striking down from the sky. Callie's hips jutted forward. She fell back against the man's chest, her body levering like the hinge on a door. His breath was hot in her ear. Don't move. She recognized Diego's shrill voice. He was Trap's fellow meth freak. They'd smoked so much crystal that their teeth were already falling out. Either one of them alone was a nuisance. Together, they were a breaking news rape and murder story waiting to happen. What you got, bitch? Diego yanked harder on her neck. His free hand slipped under the backpack and found her breast. You got these little titties for me, girl? Callie's left arm had gone completely numb. She felt like her skull was going to break off at the root. Her eyes closed. If she was going to die, let it be before her spine snapped. Let's see what we got. Trap was close enough for her to smell the rotten teeth in his mouth. He unzipped the backpack. Damn, bitch, you've been holding out on. They all heard the distinctive click-clack of a slide being pulled on a 9mm handgun. Callie couldn't open her eyes. She could only wait for the bullet. Trap said, Who the fuck are you? I'm the motherfucker who's gonna put another hole in your head if you assholes don't step the fuck off right now. Callie opened her eyes. Hey, Harley. 5 Christ, Callie. She watched Leigh angrily dump the backpack onto the bed. Syringes, tablets, vials, tampons, jelly beans, pens, notebook, 2 library books on owls. Callie's dope kit. Instead of railing against the stash, her sister's gaze bounced around the dingy motel room as if she expected to find secret stashes of opium inside the painted concrete block walls. Leigh asked, What if I'd been a cop? You know you can't carry this much weight. Callie leaned against the wall.
She was used to seeing different versions of Leigh. Her sister had more aliases than a cat, but the side of Leigh that could pull a gun on a couple of junky teenagers hadn't reared its head in 23 years. Trap and Diego had better thank their fucking stars that she was carrying a Glock instead of a roll of cling film. Leigh warned, trafficking would put you in prison for the rest of your life. Callie stared longingly at her dope kit. I hear it's easier for bottoms inside. Leigh swung around, hands on her hips. She was wearing high heels and one of her expensive lady bitch suits, which made her presence in this shithole motel somewhat comical. And that included the loaded gun sticking out of the waistband of her skirt. Callie asked, "Where's your purse?" "Locked in the trunk of my car." Callie was going to tell her that was a stupid rich white lady thing to do, but her skull was still throbbing from when Diego had nearly cracked the remaining vertebrae in her neck. "It's good to see you, Har." Leigh stepped closer, looking into Callie's eyes to check her pupils. "How stoned are you?" Not enough, was Callie's first thought, but she didn't want to run Leigh off so soon. The last time she'd seen her sister, Callie was coming off spending 2 weeks on a ventilator in Grady Hospital's ICU. Leigh said, "I need you straight right now." "Then you'd better hurry." Leigh crossed her arms over her chest. She clearly had something to say, but she just as clearly wasn't ready yet. She asked, "Have you been eating? You're too thin." A woman can never be thin. Leigh's concern cut like a shovel through bullshit. "Are you okay? How's your anglerfish?" Callie enjoyed the confusion on her sister's face. There was a reason the weirdos hadn't wanted the least popular cheerleader at the freak table. "Walter, how's he doing?" "He's okay." The hardness left Leigh's expression. Her hands dropped down to her sides. There were only 3 people alive who ever got to see her guard down. Leigh brought up the third without prompting. "Maddie's still living with him, so she can go to school." Callie tried to rub the feeling back into her arm. "I know that's hard for you." "Well, yeah, everything's hard for everybody." Leigh started pacing around the room. It was like watching a cymbal-clanging monkey wind itself up. The school just sent out an email that some stupid mother threw a super-spreader party last weekend. 6 kids have tested positive so far. The entire class is on virtual learning for 2 weeks. Callie laughed, but not over the stupid mother. The world Leigh lived in was like Mars compared to her own. Leigh nodded at the window. "Is that for you?" Callie smiled at the muscular black cat on the ledge. Binks stretched his back as he waited for entry. He caught a pigeon today. Leigh clearly didn't give a shit about the pigeon, but she tried. "What's his name?" "Fucking bitch." Callie grinned at her startled reaction. "I call him Fitch for short." "Isn't that a girl's name?" "He's gender fluid." Leigh pressed together her lips. This wasn't a social visit. When Harley socialized, she went to fancy dinner parties with other lawyers and doctors and the dormouse fast asleep between the Hatter and March Hare. She only sought out Callie when something really bad had happened. A pending warrant, a visit at the county jail, a looming court case, a COVID diagnosis where the only expendable person who could nurse her back to health was her baby sister.
Callie ran through her most recent transgressions. Maybe that stupid jaywalking ticket had put her in the shit. Or maybe Leigh had gotten a tip-off from one of her connections that Dr. Jerry was being looked at by the DEA. Or, more likely, one of the morons Callie was selling to had flipped to keep his own sorry ass out of jail. Fucking junkies. She asked, "Who's after me?" Leigh circled her finger in the air. The walls were thin. Anyone could be listening. Callie hugged Binks close. They had both known that one day Callie would get herself into the kind of trouble that her big sister wouldn't be able to get her out of. "Come on," Leigh said. "Let's go." She didn't mean take a stroll around the block. She meant pack up your shit, stick that cat in something, and get in the car. Callie looked for clothes while Leigh repacked the backpack. She would miss her bedspread and her flowery blanket, but this wasn't the first time she'd abandoned a place. Normally, sheriff's deputies were standing outside with an eviction notice. She needed underwear, lots of socks, 2 clean t-shirts, and a pair of jeans. She had 1 pair of shoes and they were on her feet. More t-shirts could be found at the thrift store. Blankets would be handed out at the shelter, but she couldn't stay there because they didn't allow pets. Callie stripped off a pillowcase to hold her meager stash, then loaded in Binks's food, his pink mouse toy, and a cheap plastic Hawaiian lei the cat liked to drag around when he was having feelings. "Ready?" Leigh had the backpack over her shoulder. She was a lawyer, so Callie didn't explain what a gun and a shit ton of drugs could mean because her sister had earned herself a slot in that rarefied world where the rules were negotiable. Just a minute. Callie used her foot to kick Binks's carrier out from under the bed. The cat stiffened but didn't fight when Callie placed him inside. This wasn't his eviction either. She told her sister. Ready. Leigh let Callie go first out the door. Binks started hissing when he was put into the back seat of the car. Callie buckled the seatbelt around his carrier, then got into the front seat and did the same for herself. She watched her sister carefully. Leigh was always in control, but even the way she turned the key on the ignition was done with a strangely precise flick of her wrist. Everything about her was freaked out, which was worrying because Leigh never freaked out. Trafficking. Junkies were by necessity part-time lawyers. Georgia had mandatory sentencing based on weight. 28 or more grams of cocaine, 10 years. 28 or more grams of opiates, 25 years. Anything over 400 grams of methamphetamines, 25 years. Callie tried to do the math, to divide her list of customers who had probably flipped by the ounces or total grams she had sold in the last few months. But, no matter how she toggled it around, the numerator kept bringing her back to fucked. Leigh turned right out of the motel parking lot. Nothing was said as they pulled onto the main road. They passed the 2 cop cars at the end of the residential street. The cops barely gave the Audi a glance. They likely assumed the 2 women were looking for a stoned kid or slumming around trying to score for themselves. They both kept silent as Leigh pulled out onto the outer loop, past Callie's bus stop. The fancy car smoothly navigated the bumpy asphalt. Callie was used to the jerks and bounces of public transportation. She tried to remember the last time she'd ridden in a car. Probably when Leigh had driven her home from Grady Hospital. Callie was supposed to convalesce at Leigh's zillion-dollar condo, but Callie had been on the street with a needle in her arm before the sun had come up. She massaged her tingling fingers. Some of the feeling was coming back, which was good, but also like needles scraping into her nerves. She studied her sister's sharp profile. There was something to be said for having enough money to age well. A gym in her building, a doctor on call, a retirement account, nice vacations, weekends off. As far as Callie was concerned, her sister deserved every luxury she could give herself. Leigh hadn't just fallen into this life. She had clawed her way up the ladder, studying harder, working harder, making sacrifice after sacrifice to give herself and Maddie the best life possible. If Callie's tragedy was self-knowledge, Leigh's was that she would never, ever let herself accept that her good life wasn't somehow linked to the unmitigated misery of Callie's. "Are you hungry?" Leigh asked. "You need to eat." There wasn't even a polite pause for Callie's response. They were in big sister, little sister mode. Leigh pulled into a McDonald's. She didn't consult Callie as she ordered at the drive-thru, though Callie assumed the filet-o-fish was for Binks. Nothing was said as the car inched toward the window. Leigh found a mask in the console between the seats. She exchanged cash for bags of food and drinks, then passed it all to Callie. She took off her mask. She kept driving. Callie didn't know what to do but get everything ready. She wrapped a Big Mac in a napkin and handed it to her sister. She picked at a double cheeseburger for herself. Binks had to settle for 2 French fries. He would have loved the fish sandwich, but Callie wasn't sure she could clean cat diarrhea out of the contrast stitching in her sister's fancy leather seats. She asked Leigh, "Fries?" Leigh shook her head. "You have them. You're too skinny, Cal. You need to back off the dope for a while." Callie took a moment to appreciate the fact that Leigh had stopped telling her she needed to quit altogether. It had only taken tens of thousands of dollars of Leigh's money wasted on rehab and countless angst-filled conversations, but both of their lives had become a hell of a lot easier since Leigh had entered into acceptance. "Eat," Leigh ordered. Callie looked down at the hamburger in her lap. Her stomach turned. There wasn't a way to tell Leigh that it wasn't the dope that was making her lose weight. She had never gotten her appetite back after COVID. Most days she had to force herself to eat. Telling that to Leigh would only end up burdening her sister with more guilt that she did not deserve to carry. "Callie?" Leigh shot her an annoyed look. "Are you going to eat or do I have to force feed you?" Callie choked down the rest of the fries. She made herself finish exactly half of the hamburger. She was downing the Coke when the car finally rolled to a stop. She looked around.
Instantly, her stomach started searching for all sorts of ways to get rid of the food. They were smack in the residential part of Lake Point, the same place Leigh used to bring them in her car when they needed to get away from their mother. Callie had avoided this hellhole for 2 decades. She took the long bus from Dr. Jerry's just so she didn't have to see the depressing, squat houses with their narrow carports and sad front yards. Leigh left the car running so the air could stay on. She turned toward Callie, leaning her back against the door. "Trevor and Linda Waleski came to my office last night." Callie shivered. She kept what Leigh had told her at a distance, but there was a faint darkness on the horizon, an angry gorilla pacing back and forth across her memories. Short-waisted, hands always fisted, arms so muscled that they wouldn't go flat to his sides. Everything about the creature screamed ruthless motherfucker. People turned in the opposite direction when they saw him in the street. "Get on the couch, little dolly. I'm so hot for you, I can't stand it." Callie asked, "How's Linda?" "Rich as shit." Callie looked out the window, her vision blurred. She could see the gorilla turning, glaring at her. "I guess they didn't need Buddy's money after all." "Callie," Leigh's tone was filled with urgency. "I'm sorry, but I need you to listen." "I'm listening." Leigh had good reason not to believe her, but she said, "Trevor goes by Andrew now."
They changed their last name to Tennant after Buddy, after he disappeared. Callie watched the gorilla start running toward her. Spit sprayed from his mouth, his nostrils flared, his thick arms rose up. He lunged at her, teeth bared. She smelled cheap cigars and whiskey and her own sex. Callie. Leigh grabbed her hand, holding so tight that the bones shifted. "Callie, you're okay." Callie closed her eyes. The gorilla stalked back to its place on the horizon. She smacked her lips. She had never wanted heroin so much as she did in this moment. "Hey." Leigh squeezed her hand even tighter. "He can't hurt you." Callie nodded. Her throat felt sore, and she tried to remember how many weeks, maybe as long as a few months, it had taken before she could swallow without pain after Buddy had tried to choke the life out of her. "You worthless piece of shit," her mother had said the day after. "I didn't raise you to let some stupid punk bitch kick your ass on the playground." "Here." Leigh let go of her hand. She reached into the back seat to open the carrier. She scooped up Binks and placed him in Callie's lap. "Do you want me to stop talking?" Callie held Binks close. He purred, pushing his head against the base of her chin. The weight of the animal brought her comfort. She wanted Leigh to stop, but she knew that hiding from the truth would only shift all of the burden onto her sister. She asked, "Does Trevor look like him?" "He looks like Linda." Leigh went silent, waiting for another question. This wasn't a legal tactic she'd learned in the courtroom. Leigh had always been a trickle-truther, slowly feeding out information so that Callie didn't freak out and OD in a back alley. Callie pressed her lips to the top of Binks' head, the same way she used to do with Trevor. "How did they find you?" "Remember that article in the paper?" "The urinator," Callie said. She had been so proud to see her big sister profiled. "Why does he need a lawyer?" "Because he's been accused of raping a woman. Several women." The information was not as surprising as it should have been. Callie had spent so much time watching Trevor test the waters, seeing how far he could push things, exactly the way his father always had. So, he's like Buddy after all. "I think he knows what we did, Cal." The news hit her like a hammer. She felt her mouth open, but there were no words. Binks grew irritated by the sudden lack of attention. He jumped onto the dashboard and looked out the windshield. Leigh said it again. "Andrew knows what we did to his father." Callie felt the cold air from the vents seep into her lungs. There was no hiding from this conversation. She couldn't turn her head, so she turned her body, pressing her back against the door the same way that Leigh had. Trevor was asleep. We both checked. "I know." "Huh?" Callie said, which was what she said when she didn't know what else to say. "Cal, you don't have to be here," Leigh said. "I can take you to—" "No." Callie hated being placated, though she knew that she needed it. "Please, Harley, tell me what happened. Don't leave anything out. I have to know." Leigh was still visibly reluctant. The fact that she didn't protest again, that she didn't tell Callie to forget about it, that Leigh was going to handle everything like she always did, was terrifying. She started at the beginning, which was around this time last night, the meeting at her boss's office.
The revelation that Andrew and Linda Tennant were ghosts from her past. Leigh went into detail about Trevor's girlfriend, Reggie Pultz, the private detective who was a little too close, the lies about Callie's life in Iowa. She explained the rape charges against Andrew, the possible other victims. When she got to the detail about the knife slicing just above the femoral artery, Callie felt her lips part. "Hold on," she said. "Back up. What did Trevor say exactly?" "Andrew," Leigh corrected. "He's not Trevor anymore, Callie. And it's not what he said, it's how he said it. He knows that his father was murdered. He knows that we got away with it." But Callie tried to wrap her brain around what Leigh was saying. Andrew is using a knife to hurt his victims the same way I killed Buddy? You didn't kill him. Fuck, Leigh. Sure. They weren't going to have that stupid argument again. You killed him after I killed him. It's not a contest. We both murdered him. We both chopped him up. Leigh fell back into silence. She was giving Callie space, but Callie didn't need space. "Harley," she said, "if the body was found, it's too late to know how he died. Everything would be gone by now. They'd just find bones, and not even all of them, just scattered pieces." Leigh nodded. She had already thought about this. Callie went through the other options. "We looked for more cameras and cassettes and everything. We cleaned the knife and put it back in the drawer. I babysat Trevor for another whole damn month before they finally left town. I used that steak knife every time I could. There's no way anybody could link it back to what we did. I can't tell you how Andrew knows about the knife or the cut to Buddy's leg. All I can say is that he knows." Callie forced her mind to go back to that night, though by necessity she had worked to forget most of it. She flipped through the events quickly, not pausing on any one page. Everybody thought that history was like a book, with a beginning, a middle, and an end. That's not how it worked. Real life was all middle. She told Leigh, "We turned that house upside down." "I know. How does he—" Callie flipped back through it again, this time more slowly. "You waited 6 days before you left for Chicago. Did we talk about it in front of him? Did we say something?" Leigh shook her head. "I don't think we did, but—" Callie didn't need her to say the words. They had both been in shock. They had both been teenagers. Neither of them was a criminal genius. Their mother had figured out that something bad had happened, but all she told them was, "Don't put me in the middle of whatever shit you're tangled up in, because I will throw both of your sorry asses under the first bus that swings by." Leigh said, "I don't know what mistake we made, but obviously we made a mistake." Callie could tell by looking at her sister that whatever this mistake was, Leigh was piling it onto the other pile of guilt that already weighed her down. What did Andrew say exactly? Leigh shook her head, but her recall had always been excellent. "He asked me if I would know how to commit a crime that would destroy somebody's life. He asked if I'd know how to get away with cold-blooded murder." Callie bit her bottom lip. "And then he said, 'Today isn't like when we were kids. Because of cameras.'" "Cameras?" Callie echoed. "He said cameras specifically?" "He said it 6 times, that cameras are everywhere, on doorbells, houses, traffic cameras. You can't go anywhere without being recorded." "We didn't search Andrew's room," Callie said. "That was the only place they hadn't considered. Buddy barely spoke to his son. He wanted nothing to do with him. Andrew was always stealing things. Maybe there was another cassette." Leigh nodded. She had already considered the possibility. Callie felt her cheeks burn bright red. Andrew was 10 when it happened. Had he found a cassette? Had he watched his father screwing Callie every which way he could think of? Was that why he was still obsessed with her? Was that why he was raping women? Harley, logic that out. If Andrew has a video, then all it shows is that his father was a pedophile. He wouldn't want that out in the open. Callie fought off a shudder. She didn't want that out in the open either. "Do you think Linda knows?" "No." Leigh shook her head, but there was no way she could be sure. Callie put her hands to her burning cheeks. If Linda knew, then that would be the end of her. She had always loved the woman, almost worshipped her for her steadiness and honesty. As a kid, it had never occurred to Callie that she was cheating with Linda's husband.
In her screwed-up head, she had seen them both as surrogate parents. She asked her sister,
Before he started talking about cameras, did Andrew ask you about anything from that night or around Buddy's disappearance? No, Leigh answered. And like you said, even if Andrew had a cassette, it wouldn't show how Buddy died. How does he know about the knife, the leg wound? Callie watched Binks grooming his paw. She was absolutely clueless. Until she wasn't. She told Leigh, I looked up stuff in one of Linda's anatomy textbooks after it happened. I wanted to know how it worked. Andrew could have seen that. Leigh seemed skeptical, but she said, It's possible. Callie pressed her fingers to her eyes. Her neck pulsed with pain. Her hand was still tingling. The gorilla was restless in the distance. Leigh asked, How often did you look it up? Callie saw a projection on the back of her eyelids, the textbook open on the Waleski's kitchen table, the diagram of a human body. Callie had traced her finger along the femoral artery so many times that the red line had faded into pink. Had Andrew noticed? Had he seen Callie's obsessive behavior and put it all together? Or was there a heated conversation between Callie and Leigh that he'd overheard? They had argued constantly about what to do after Buddy, whether their plan was working, what stories they had told to cops and social workers, what to do with the money. Andrew could have been hiding, listening, taking notes. He had always been a sneaky little shit, jumping out from behind things to scare Callie, stealing her pens and books, terrorizing the fish in the aquarium. Any of these scenarios was possible. Any one would elicit the same response from Leigh. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Cal? She opened her eyes. She only had one question. Why is this getting to you, Leigh? Andrew doesn't have any proof, or he'd be at a police station. He's a sadistic rapist. He's playing a game. So fucking what? Jesus, Leigh, suck up. Callie opened her arms in a shrug. This was how it worked. Only one of them could fall apart at a time. You can't play a game with somebody if they're not willing to suit up. Why are you letting that little freak get into your head? He doesn't have jack shit. Leigh didn't answer, but she was obviously still rattled. Tears had filled her eyes. Her color was off. Callie noticed a speck of dried vomit on the neck of her shirt. Leigh had never had a strong stomach. That was the problem with having a good life. You didn't want to lose it. Callie said, Look it, what do you always tell me? Stick to the damn story. Buddy came home. He was freaked out about a death threat. He didn't say who had made it. I called you. You picked me up. He was alive when we left. Mom pounded the hell out of me. That's it. DFACS, Leigh said, using the abbreviation for the Department of Family and Children's Services. When the social worker came to the house, did she take any photos? She barely took a report. Callie honestly couldn't remember, but she knew how the system worked, and so did her sister. Harley, use your brain. We weren't living in Beverly Hills 90210. I was just another kid whose drunk mother kicked the shit out of her. The social worker's report could be somewhere, though. The government never throws anything away. I doubt the bitch even filed it, Callie said. All of the social workers were terrified of Mom. When the cops questioned me about Buddy disappearing, they didn't say a damn thing about how I looked. They didn't ask you about it either. Linda gave me antibiotics and set my nose, but she never asked one single question. Nobody pushed it with social services. Nobody at school said a damn thing. Yeah, well, that asshole Dr. Patterson wasn't exactly a child advocate. The humiliation flooded back like a tidal wave, pounding Callie down onto the shore. No matter how much time had passed, she could not move past not knowing how many men had seen the things she'd done with Buddy. Leigh said, I'm sorry, Cal, I shouldn't have said that. Callie watched Leigh search for a tissue in her purse. She could remember a time when her big sister had concocted murderous plots and grand conspiracies against the men who had watched Callie being defiled. Leigh had been willing to throw her life away in order to get revenge. The only thing that had pulled her back from the brink was the fear of losing Maddie. Callie told Leigh what she always told Leigh. It's not your fault. I should have never left for Chicago. I could have gotten trapped in Lake Point and drop-kicked into the gutter with the rest of us. Callie didn't let her respond because they both knew Leigh would have ended up managing a Taco Bell, selling Tupperware, and running a bookkeeping business on the side. If you'd stayed here, you wouldn't have gone to college, you wouldn't have a law degree, you wouldn't have Walter, and you sure as hell wouldn't have Maddie. Leigh's tears started to fall.
She had always been an easy crier. "Callie, She waved her away. "They couldn't get entangled another. It's all my fault. No, it's not your fault. Let's say social services has a report, or the cops put it in their notes that I was in bad shape. Then what? Where's the paperwork now?" Leigh pressed together her lips. She was clearly still struggling, but said, "The cops are probably retired or up the ranks by now. If they didn't document abuse in their incident reports, then it would be in their personal notes. And their personal notes would be in a box somewhere, probably in an attic. Okay, so I'm Reggie, the private detective that Andrew hired, and I'm looking into a possible murder that happened 23 years ago. And I want to see the police reports and anything the social workers have on the kids," Callie said. "What happens next?" Leigh sighed. She was still not focused. "For DFACS, you'd file a FOIA request. The Freedom of Information Act made all government records publicly available. And then? The Kenny A. v. Sonny Perdue consent decree was settled in 2005. Leigh's legal brain started to take over. "It's complicated, but basically, Fulton and DeKalb County were forced to stop screwing over children in the system. It took 3 years to hash out an agreement. A lot of incriminating paperwork and files conveniently went missing before the settlement. Callie had to assume any reports on her beatdown were part of the cover-up. What about the cops? You'd file a FOIA for their official documents and a subpoena for their notebooks," Leigh said. "Even if Reggie tried to go the other way and knocked on their door, they'd be worried about being sued if they documented abuse but never followed up on it, especially if it's tied into a murder case. So, the cops would conveniently be unable to locate anything too." Callie thought about the 2 officers who had interviewed her. Another case where men would keep their mouths shut to cover for other men. "But what you're saying is, neither of those are a problem we need to worry about, right?" Leigh hedged. "Maybe. Tell me what you need me to do." "Nothing," Leigh said, but she always had a plan. "I'll take you out of state. You can stay in, I don't know, Tennessee, Iowa, I don't care, wherever you want to go." "Fucking Iowa?" Callie tried to lighten her up. "You couldn't think of a better job for me than milking cows? You love cows." She wasn't wrong. Cows were adorable. There was an alternate Callie who would have loved being a farmer, a veterinarian, a trash collector, anything but a stupid, thieving junkie. Leigh took a deep breath. "I'm sorry I'm so shaky. This really isn't your problem." "Fuck you," Callie said. "Come on, Leigh. We're both ride or die. You got us out of this before. Get us out of it again." "I don't know," she said. "Andrew's not a kid anymore. He's a psychopath. And he does this thing where one minute he looks normal, and the next minute you feel your body going into this primal fight-or-flight mode. It freaked me the fuck out. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up."
I knew something was wrong the second I saw him, but I couldn't figure it out until he showed me. Callie took one of Leigh's tissues. She blew her nose. For all of her sister's intelligence, she had been in too many soft places for far too long. She was thinking of the legal ramifications of Andrew trying to open up an investigation, a possible trial, evidence presented, witnesses cross-examined, a judge's verdict, prison. Leigh had lost her ability to think like a criminal, but Callie could do it for both of them. Andrew was a violent rapist. He wasn't not going to the police for lack of a smoking gun. He was torturing Leigh because he wanted to take care of this problem with his own hands. She told her sister, "I know you've got a worst-case scenario." Leigh was visibly reluctant, but Callie could tell she was also relieved. "I need you to taper yourself off the dope. You don't have to quit altogether, but if someone comes around asking questions, you need to be straight enough to give them the right answers." Callie felt cornered, even though she was already doing exactly what her sister had asked. It was different when she had a choice. Leigh's request made Callie want to dump her backpack on the floor and tie off right then and there. "Cal?" Leigh looked so damn disappointed. "It's not forever. I wouldn't ask if—" "Okay." Callie swallowed all of the saliva that had flooded into her mouth. "How long?" "I don't know," Leigh admitted. "I need to figure out what Andrew is going to do." Callie choked back her panicked questions. "A few days? A week? A month?" She bit her lip so that she didn't start crying. Leigh seemed to read her thoughts. "Well, take it a couple of days at a time. But if you need to leave town—" "Or, I'll be okay," Callie said.
because they both needed it to be true. But come on, Harley, you already know what Andrew is doing. Leigh shook her head, still lost. He's in more trouble than you are. If Callie was going to ride this out, she needed her sister's lizard brain to kick in, the fight instinct to take over flight so that it didn't drag out too long. He fired his attorney. He hired you a week before he goes to trial. The rest of his life is literally on the line, and he's throwing around these hints about cameras and getting away with murder. People don't make threats unless they want something. What does Andrew want? Realization flashed in Leigh's eyes. He wants me to do something illegal for him. Right. Shit. Leigh ran through a list. Suborn a witness, commit perjury, aid in the committal of a crime, obstruct justice. She had done that and more for Callie. You know how to get away with every single one of those things. Leigh shook her head. It's different with Andrew. He wants to hurt me. So what? Callie snapped her fingers like she could wake her up. Where's my badass big sister? You just pointed a Glock at 2 meth freaks with a bunch of cops 1 street over. Stop spinning around like a playground bitch who just got her first broken bone. Slowly, Leigh started nodding, psyching herself up. You're right. Damn straight I'm right. You've got a fancy law degree and a fancy job and a clean record. And what does Andrew have? Callie didn't let her answer. He's accused of raping that woman. There are more women who can point their fingers at him. If this fucktard rapist starts whining about how you murdered his daddy 20 years ago, who do you think people are going to believe? Leigh kept nodding, but Callie knew what was really bothering her sister. Leigh hated a lot of things, but feeling vulnerable could terrify her to the point of paralysis. Callie said, He's got no power over you, Harley. He didn't even know how to find you until that douchebag private eye showed him your picture. What about you? Leigh asked. You stopped using Mom's last name years ago. Are there other ways he can find you? Callie mentally ran through all the disreputable avenues of locating a person who did not want to be found. Trap could be bought off, but, as was her habit, she'd checked into the motel under an alias. Swim Shady was an internet ghost. She had never paid taxes, she had never had an active lease or a cell phone account or a driver's license or health insurance. Obviously, she had a social security number, but Callie had no idea what it was, and her mother had probably burned it out long ago. Her juvenile record was sealed. Her first adult arrest listed her as Calliope de Winter because the cop who'd asked for her last name had never read Daphne du Maurier, and Callie, stoned out of her mind, had found this so hilarious that she'd pissed herself in the back of his squad car, thus halting all further interrogation. Add to that the weird pronunciation of her first name and the aliases piled onto aliases. Even when Callie was in the Grady ICU, wasting away from COVID, her patient chart had listed her as Cal-E-O-P de Winter. She told Leigh, he can't find me. Leigh nodded, visibly relieved. Okay, so keep laying low. Try to stay sharp. Callie thought about something Trapp had said before he tried to rob her. White dude, nice car. Reggie Paltz, Mercedes-Benz. I promise it won't be long, Leigh said. Andrew's trial should last 2 or 3 days. Whatever he's planning, he'll have to move fast. Callie took a shallow breath as she studied Leigh's face. Her sister had not really considered what kind of havoc Andrew could cause in Callie's life, mostly because Leigh knew very little about how Callie lived. She had probably tracked down Callie through a lawyer friend. She had no idea Dr. Jerry was still working, let alone that Callie was helping him out. Setting aside that Reggie Paltz was already asking questions, he clearly had his contacts inside of the police force. He could put Callie's name on their radar. She was already trafficking drugs. If the right cop asked the wrong questions, Dr. Jerry could be looking at the DEA banging down his front door, and Callie could be going through a hard detox at the downtown city detention center. Callie watched Binks flop down onto his side, taking advantage of the sunlight hitting the dashboard. She did not know if she was more worried about Dr. Jerry or herself. They didn't offer medically assisted detox in jail. They locked you in a cell by yourself, and 3 days later, you either walked out on your own power or you were rolled out in a body bag. She told Leigh, maybe it would be better if we made it easy for Andrew to find me. Leigh looked incredulous. How the fuck would that be a good thing, Callie? Andrew's a sadistic rapist. He kept asking about you today. His own best friend says he's going to start looking for you eventually. Callie ignored those facts because they would only scare her into backing down. Andrew's on bail, right? So he has an ankle monitor with an alarm that will go off if he... Do you know how long it takes for a probation officer to respond to an alarm? The city can barely make payroll. Half of the old-timers took early retirement when COVID hit, and the rest are covering 50% more cases. Leigh's incredulous look had turned into open bewilderment. Which means after Andrew murders you, the cops can look up the GPS records and find out what time he did it. Callie felt her mouth go dry. Andrew wouldn't look for me himself. He would send his investigator, right? I'm going to get rid of Reggie Pultz. Then he gets another Reggie Pultz. Callie needed Leigh to stop reeling around and think this through. Look, if Andrew's investigator locates me, then that's something Andrew thinks he has on us, right? The guy will ask me some questions. I'll feed him what we want him to know, which is nothing. Then he'll report all of that back to Andrew. And then when Andrew springs it on you, you'll already know. It's too dangerous, Leigh said. You're basically offering yourself up as bait. Callie fought off a shudder. So much for trickling the truth. Leigh couldn't know that Callie was already dangling from a hook, or she would never let her stay in the city.
I'll put myself in an obvious place so that the investigator can find me, all right? It's easier to deal with someone when you know they're coming. Hell no. Leigh was already shaking her head. She knew what the obvious place was. That's insanity. He'll find you in a heartbeat. If you could see the photos of what Andrew did to... Stop. Callie did not have to be told what Buddy Waleski's son was capable of. I want to do this. I am going to do this. It's not a matter of asking for your permission. Leigh pressed together her lips again. I've got cash. I can get more. It'll set you up wherever you like. Callie could not leave the only place she had known as her home. But she knew about another option, one that would make sense to anybody who had ever met her. She could leave Binks in the care of Dr. Jerry. She could take all the drugs in the locked cabinet, and Kurt Cobain would be giving her a solo performance of Come As You Are before the sun went down. Cal, Leigh said. Her brain was too caught up in the Cobain loop to answer. I need. Leigh grabbed her hand again, pulling her out of the fantasy. I need you, Calliope. I can't fight off Andrew unless I know you're okay. Callie looked down at their intertwined hands. Leigh was the only connection she had left to anything that resembled a normal life. They only saw each other in desperate times, but the knowledge that her sister would always be there had gotten Callie out of countless dark, seemingly hopeless situations. No one ever talked about how lonely addiction could be. You were vulnerable when you needed a fix. You were completely unguarded when you were high. You always, no matter what, woke up alone. Then there was the absence of other people. You were isolated from your family because they didn't trust you. Old friends fell away in horror. New friends stole your shit or were afraid you would steal theirs. The only people you could talk to about your loneliness were other junkies. And the nature of addiction was such that no matter how sweet or generous or kind you were in your heart, you were always going to choose your next fix over any friendship. Callie couldn't be strong for herself, but she could be strong for her sister. You know I can take care of myself. Give me some cash so I can get this over with. The 3 Fs, Callie said, because they both knew the obvious place had an entrance fee. Hurry up before I lose my nerve. Leigh reached into her purse. She retrieved a thick envelope. She had always been good with money scrimping, saving, hustling, only investing in the things that would bring back more money. To Callie's expert eye, she was looking at $5,000. Instead of handing it all over, Leigh peeled away 10 $20 bills. We'll start with this? Callie nodded, because they both knew if she had all the money at once, it would end up in her veins. Callie turned in the seat, facing forward again. She slipped off her sneaker. She counted out 60, then asked Leigh, "Give me a hand?" Leigh reached down and tucked 3 20s inside Callie's shoe, then helped her slide it back on. "Are you sure about this?" "No." Callie waited for Leigh to wrangle Binks back into the carrier before she got out of the car.
She unzipped her pants. She tucked the rest of the cash like a pad into the crotch of her underwear. "I'll call you so you have my phone number." Leigh unpacked the car. She put the carrier down on the ground. She hugged the lumpy pillowcase to her chest. Guilt flooded her face, permeated her breath, overwhelmed her emotions. This was why they only saw each other when shit got bad. The guilt was too much for either of them to bear. "Hold on," Leigh said. "This is a bad idea. Let me take you." "Harley." Callie reached for the pillowcase. The muscles in her neck screamed in protest, but she worked to keep it off her face. "I'll check in with you, okay?" "Please," Leigh said. "I can't let you do this, Cal. It's too hard." Everything's hard for everybody. Leigh clearly didn't like having her own words quoted back to her. "Callie, I'm serious. Let's get you out of here. Buy me some time to think about." Callie listened to her voice trail off. Leigh had thought about it. The thinking was what had brought them both here. Andrew was letting Leigh believe that he'd bought her Iowa dairy farm story. If Trapp was telling the truth, Andrew had already sent out his investigator to locate Callie. When that happened, Callie would be ready for him. And when Andrew sprung it on Leigh, she wouldn't spin off into a paranoid freak show. There was something to be said for being even one tiny step ahead of a psychopath. Still, Callie felt her resolve start to falter. Like any junkie, she always thought of herself as water finding the easiest path down. She had to fight that instinct for her sister's sake. Leigh was somebody's mother. She was somebody's wife. She was somebody's friend. She was everything that Callie would never be, because life was oftentimes cruel, but it was usually fair. "Harley," Callie said, "let me do this. It's the only way we can take away some of his leverage." Her sister was so easy to read. The guilt washed back and forth across her face as Leigh spun through all the scenarios that she had likely spun through before showing up at the motel with a Glock in her hand. Eventually, thankfully, her lizard brain kicked in. She finally reconciled herself to the inevitable. Her back pressed against the car, her arms folded across her chest. She waited for what needed to come next. Callie picked up Binks. The cat squawked in dismay. Pain blazed through Callie's neck and arm, but she gritted her teeth and started walking down the familiar street. As she put distance between herself and her sister, Callie was glad that she couldn't look over her shoulder. She knew Leigh was watching her. She knew that Leigh would stay by her car, guilt-ridden, hurting, terrified, until Callie turned the corner at the end of the road. Even then, a few more minutes passed before Callie heard a car door close, the Audi's engine start up. "That was my big sister," she told Binks, who was stiff and angry in his confinement. "She's got a nice car, right?" Binks chortled. He preferred an SUV. "I know you liked the motel, but there are really fat birds here, too." Callie tilted up her head so she could see the sparse trees. Most cats had to be slowly acclimated to new surroundings. Because of their many unplanned relocations, Binks was adept at scoping out new territory and finding his way back home. Still, everyone needed inducements. She assured him, "There's chipmunks, squirrels, rats the size of bunnies, bunnies the size of rats." The cat offered no response. He did not want to jeopardize his tax situation. "Woodpeckers, pigeons, bluebirds, cardinals. You love cardinals. I've seen your recipes." Music echoed into her ears as she turned left, going deeper into the neighborhood. Two men were sitting in a carport drinking beer. An open cooler was between them. The next house had another man washing his car in the driveway. The music was coming from his jacked-up audio system. His kids were giggling as they kicked a basketball around the yard. Callie couldn't ever remember feeling that kind of childlike freedom. She had loved gymnastics, but her mother had seen the potential to make money, so what had been fun had been turned into a job. Then Callie had been cut from the team, and she'd taken up cheerleading. Another opportunity for money. Then Buddy had taken an interest in her, and there was even more money. She had loved him. That was the real tragedy of Callie's life. That was the gorilla she couldn't get off her back. The only person she had ever truly loved was a heinous pedophile. A long-ago shrink during a long-failed rehab stint had told her that it wasn't really love. Buddy had inserted himself as a substitute father so that Callie would let her guard down.
He had given her a feeling of security in exchange for doing something that she had hated.
Only Callie hadn't hated all of it. In the beginning, when he was gentle, some of it had felt good. What did that say about Callie? What kind of sickness festered inside of her that she could actually end up liking that? She exhaled slowly as she turned onto the next street. Her breathing was becoming labored from the walk. She shifted the carrier to her other hand, stuck the lumpy pillowcase under her arm. The pull in her neck was like a red-hot glob of molten steel, but she wanted to feel the pain. She stopped in front of a one-story red cottage with a sway-backed roof. Patchy wood siding striped the front of the house. Burglar bars brought a prison-like feel to the open windows and doors. A scruffy mutt with a bit too much Scottish Terrier for her liking stood sentry at the screen door. Callie's knee gristled as she climbed the 3 wonky stairs. She set Binks down on the front porch. She dropped the pillowcase. She knocked hard on the frame of the metal door. The dog started barking. "Roger!" A smoke-stained voice bellowed from the back of the house. "Shut your damn snout!" Callie rubbed her arms as she looked back into the street. Lights were on inside the bungalow across the way, but the house next door was boarded up, the grass in the yard so tall it looked like a desiccated cornfield. A pile of shit was on the sidewalk. Callie lifted up on her toes for a better angle. Human. She heard footsteps behind her. She thought about what she'd told Leigh. "I'll put myself in an obvious place. If Andrew Tennant sent someone to look for Callie, there was one obvious place to find her. Well, fuck me in the face." Callie turned back around. Phil stood on the other side of the screen door. She hadn't changed since Callie was in diapers. Thin and rangy like an alley cat, eyes rimmed dark like a startled raccoon's, teeth sharp and fangs like a porcupine, nose as red and distended as a menstruating baboon's ass. A baseball bat was propped against her shoulder. A cigarette dangled from her mouth. Her roomy eyes went from Callie down to the carrier. "What's the cat called?" "Stupid cunt." Callie forced a smile. "Stunt, for short." Phil leveled her with a look. "You know the rules, smartass. You can't stay at my house unless you're funding me, feeding me, or fucking me. The 3 Fs. They had been raised on the rule. Callie kicked off her sneaker. The folded 20s waved like an invitation. The bat was returned to its spot. The screen door opened. Phil grabbed the $60. She asked, "You got more in your cooch? Stick your hand down there if you want." Phil squinted as smoke curled into her eye. "I don't want none of your lesbian shit while you're staying here." "Yes, mother." Tuesday, 6. To her great disappointment, Callie was not afforded a moment of disorientation when she woke up in her old bedroom inside of her mother's house. Everything was instantly familiar. The caustic bite of salt in the air, the gurgle of aquarium filters, the chirping of many birds, a dog snuffling outside her locked bedroom door. She knew exactly where she was and why she was there. The question was, how long would it take Andrew's detective to figure out the same? From Leigh's description of Reggie Paltz, the guy would stick out in the hood as bad as an undercover cop. If Reggie was stupid enough to knock on her mother's front door, Phil could be relied upon to show him the thick end of her baseball bat. But Callie was fairly certain it would not go down that way. Reggie would be under strict orders to stay in the shadows. Andrew Tennant had come at Leigh straight on, but Leigh wasn't his main target. Buddy's son was not paying homage to his father's murder by wrapping cling film around his victims' heads. He was using a cheap kitchen knife, the same type of knife Callie had used to mortally wound his father, which meant that whatever game Andrew was playing, Callie was more than likely the prize. She blinked up at the ceiling. Her old poster of the Spice Girls stared back, the ceiling fan protruding from between Jerry Halliwell's legs. Callie let a few lines of wannabe run through her head. The great thing about being an addict was that it taught you how to compartmentalize. There was heroin, and then there was everything else in the world that didn't matter because it was heroin. Callie clicked her tongue in case Binks was awaiting an invitation on the other side of the cat door. When the animal did not appear, she levered herself up in the bed, feet going down to the floor as her shoulders went upright. The sudden change in orientation dropped her blood pressure. She felt dizzy and nauseous, and suddenly her bones were itching to the marrow. She sat there investigating the early symptoms of withdrawal,
Cold sweat, aching bowels, pounding head, untamed thoughts nagging her skull like a beaver gnawing on a tree. The backpack was leaning against the wall. Callie was on her knees, on the floor, without a second thought. She made quick work of finding the syringe in her dope kit, locating the nearly full vial of methadone. The entire time she set up the shot, her heart begged with every beat, needle, needle, needle. Callie didn't bother to search for a vein in her arms. There was nothing left to use. She slid across the floor, sitting in front of the full-length mirror on the back of her closet door. She used her reflection to locate her femoral vein. Everything was backward, but Callie easily adapted. She watched her reflection as the needle slipped into her leg. The plunger pressed down. The world got softer. The air, the gurgling sounds, the hard edges of the boxes scattered around the room. Callie let out a long breath as she closed her eyes. The darkness inside her eyelids turned into a plush landscape, banana trees and dense forest peppering a mountain range. On the horizon, she saw the gorilla waiting for the methadone wave to break. That was the problem with a maintenance dose. Callie could still feel everything, see everything, remember everything. She shook her head, and like a viewmaster, she clicked to another memory. The anatomy drawing in Linda Welsky's textbook. The common femoral vein was a blue line running alongside the red femoral artery. Veins took blood to the heart, arteries took it away. That was why Buddy hadn't died immediately. The knife had nicked the vein. If she'd opened the artery, Buddy would have been dead long before Leigh killed him. Callie shook a fresh image into her head. Meowma Cass, the bottle-fed kitten Dr. Jerry was taking home with him at night. Callie had named her after Cass Elliot, who had died of a heart attack in her sleep. The opposite of a Cobain, who'd put a shotgun under his chin and pulled the trigger. His suicide note had ended with a beautiful tribute to his daughter. For her life, which will be so much happier without me. I love you. I love you. Callie heard a scraping noise. Her eyelids slowly peeled open. Binks was outside the window, clearly indignant to find it closed. Callie pushed herself up from the floor. Her body ached with every step. She scratched at the glass, letting Binks know she was going as fast as she could. He gambled about the metal security bars like a dressage horse, if dressage horses were not homicidal adrenaline junkies. There was a pin lock on the window, a long bolt that kept the sash from opening. Callie had to edge it out with her fingernails while Binks stared at her like she was a moron. "Forgive me, sir." Callie gave his silky back some long pets. He pressed his head up under her chin because cats are social groomers. "Did the Wicked Witch let you outside?" Binks told no tales, but Callie knew that Phil had probably fed, watered, and brushed him before offering him the choice of either the couch, a fluffy chair, or the door. The scrawny old bitch would throw her body in front of a bus to save a chipmunk, but her children were on their own. Not that Phil was that ancient.
She'd been 15 years old when Leigh was born, then 19 when Callie came along. There had been a constant rotation of boyfriends and husbands, but Phil had told the girls that their father had died during a military training exercise. Nick Bradshaw had been a radio intercept officer who'd flown with his best friend, a Navy fighter pilot named Pete Mitchell. One day, they had gotten on the wrong side of a Russian MiG during a training exercise. Bradshaw was killed after a flameout sent their jet into a flat spin, which was horrifying to think about, but also hilarious if you knew that Pete Mitchell was called Maverick and Bradshaw was Goose, and that was basically the first half of Top Gun. Still, Callie found it preferable to the truth, which probably involved Phil passing out after drinking too much. Both Callie and Leigh took it on faith that they would never learn the true story. Their mother was a master of subterfuge. Phil wasn't even her real name. Her birth certificate and her criminal record officially listed her as Sandra Jean Santiago, a convicted felon who collected rent for slumlords around Lake Point. The felony meant Phil wasn't legally allowed to carry a gun, so she carried a baseball bat. She said for protection, but it was clearly for enforcement. The Louisville Slugger was signed by Phil Rizzuto. That's where her nickname had come from. Nobody wanted to get on the bad side of Phil. Binks shook off Callie's hand as he jumped down. She started to close the window, but a flash of light caught her eye. She felt a flicker of panic burn at the methadone. She looked across the street. The pile of shit was still festering on the sidewalk, but the light had flashed from the direction of the boarded-up house. Or had it?
Callie rubbed her eyes as if she could manually adjust the focus. There were cars lining the road, trucks and old sedans with the mufflers attached by clothes hangers alongside the BMWs and Mercedes favored by the drug dealers. Maybe the sunlight had hit a mirror or a piece of metal. There could be broken crack pipes or pieces of foil in the yard. Callie squinted at the tall grass, trying to figure out what she'd seen. Probably an animal, maybe a camera lens. White dude. Nice car. Binks arched against her leg. Callie put her hand to her chest. Her heart was beating hard enough to feel the thump. She studied each boarded-up window and door to the house until her eyes watered. Was the methadone fucking her up more than usual? Was she being paranoid? Did it matter? Callie closed the window. The pin went back into the sash. She found her jeans, slid on her sneakers. She shoved her ill-gotten gains into her backpack. Her dope kit and the methadone went under the mattress. She would have to hit Stewart Avenue before lunchtime. She needed to sell the rest of this shit so she wasn't carrying if the police stopped her. She turned to leave, but couldn't stop herself from looking out the window again. Her eyes squinted. She tried to recreate the memory of the flash of light. Her imagination filled in the details. A private eye with a long, telescoping lens on his professional-looking camera. The click of the shutter as he captured Callie in her private moments. Reggie Pultz would develop the photos, take them back to Andrew. Would they both look at her images the way Buddy had? Would the two men use them somehow, some way, that Callie didn't want to know about? A loud bang sent her heart into her throat. Binks had knocked over one of the boxes that Phil had stacked around the room. Newspapers spilled out, magazine articles, crazy shit that Phil had printed from the internet. Her mother was a rabid conspiracy theorist. And Callie said that as someone who understood that rabies was a virtually fatal virus that caused anxiety, confusion, hyperactivity, hallucinations, insomnia, paranoia, and a fear of drinking fluids. With the exception of alcohol. Callie went to the door, which was padlocked from the inside. She dug the key out of her pocket. A handful of coins came with it. Leigh's change from McDonald's last night. Callie stared at the 2 dimes and 3/4, but her attention was elsewhere. She had to fight the urge to stand at the window again. Instead, she closed her eyes, pressed her head against the door, and tried to convince herself that she was on a bad trip. Reality edged its way back in. If Andrew's private eye was watching her from the boarded-up house, wasn't that exactly what Callie wanted? Reggie wouldn't need to go to the motel and bribe Trap or interrogate crackhead Sammy. He would not find out that she was working at Dr. Jerry's. He would not talk to her customers on Stewart Avenue. He would not tap his friends in the police force to maybe look into her and maybe find out what she'd been up to. His investigation would stop right at Phil's doorstep. Callie opened her eyes. The coins went back into her pocket. She jammed the key into the lock and twisted it open. Binks scooted up the hallway en route to a pressing appointment. Callie closed the door, put the padlock on the outside. She clicked it shut, then pulled on the hasp to double-check that her mother couldn't break into her room. It was like being a kid again. The gurgle of saltwater aquarium filters got louder as she made her way up the hall. Leigh's bedroom had been turned into SeaWorld. Dark blue walls, light blue ceiling. A beanbag chair with Phil's stringy outline was in the center of the room, offering a panoramic view of tangs, clownfish, firefish, damsfish, coral beauties, swimming through hidden treasures and sunken pirate ships. The smell of pot draped down from the ceiling. Phil liked to get stoned in the dark, wet room, lolled across the beanbag chair like a tongue. Callie checked to make sure her mother wasn't nearby before going into the room. She peeled back a corner of blue foil covering the window. She knelt down so she could peer out at the boarded-up house. The angle was better from Leigh's room, less conspicuous. Callie could see a piece of plywood had been pulled away from one of the front windows, revealing an opening large enough for a man to crawl through. Well, Callie said to herself. She couldn't recall if the plywood had been in that position the night before. Asking Phil would probably send her mother into a delusional rage. She slid her phone out of her back pocket and took a photo of the house. Callie used her fingers to zoom in on the front window. The plywood had splintered when it was pulled back. There was no way of telling when it had happened short of getting a degree in forensic wood splintering. Should she call Leigh? Callie played out the possible conversation, the might-have-seens and could-have-beens, and all the other half-baked theories that would wind up Leigh's cymbal-clanging inner monkey. Her sister was meeting with Andrew this afternoon. Leigh's boss would be there. She would have to walk a razor's edge.
Calling her now, passing on what could be a methadone delusion, seemed like a really bad idea. The phone returned to her pocket. She pressed the edge of the foil back down over the window. She walked into the living room where the menagerie continued. Roger stuck his head up from the couch and barked. There was a new dog beside him, another terrier mix, who gave exactly 0 fucks when Callie patted his scruffy head. She smelled bird shit, though Phil was religious about cleaning out the 3 large cages that gave a dozen budgies pride of place in the dining room. Callie gathered by the burn of cigarette smoke that Phil had taken up her position in the kitchen. No matter how well her mother tended to her beloved animals, every single creature living in this goddamn house was going to die from secondhand smoke. "Tell your cat to leave my birds alone," Phil hollered from the kitchen. "He'll end up with his skinny ass sleeping outside if he even thinks about touching one."
Stupid cunt. Callie let the words hang for a few seconds. Is afraid of birds. They're more likely to hurt him than the other way around. Stupid cunt. Sounds like a girl's name. Well, you tell him that. I can't get through to him. Callie plastered on a smile as she walked into the kitchen. "Good morning, Mother." Phil snorted. She was sitting at the kitchen table with a plate of bacon and eggs in front of her, a cigarette in her mouth, and her eyes glued to the giant iMac computer that took up half the table. Her mother looked the same as she always did in the morning hours. Last night's makeup was sloppy on her face, mascara clumped, eyeliner smeared, blush and foundation scratched by her pillow. How this bitch wasn't a walking case of pink eye was anyone's guess. Phil said, "I guess you're laying off the dope. You're getting fat again." Callie sat down. She wasn't hungry, but she reached for the plate. Phil slapped her hand away. "You paid for rent, not food." Callie took the coins out of her pocket and slapped them onto the table. Phil eyed them suspiciously. She knew where Callie kept her money. "That come out of your pussy? Put it in your mouth and find out." Callie didn't see the punch coming until Phil's fist was a few inches from her head. She pivoted too late, getting clipped above the ear as she toppled out of the chair at an almost comically slow pace. The comedy stopped when her head cracked against the floor. The pain was breathtaking. She was too winded to do anything but watch Phil stand over her. "What the hell? I barely tapped you." Her mother shook her head. "Fucking junkie. Crazy drunk bitch." "At least I can keep a roof over my head." Callie relented. "Fair." Phil stepped over her as she left the room. Callie stared up at the ceiling, her eyes fixed like an owl's. Her ears became alert to the sounds of the house, gurgling, tweeting, barking. The bathroom door slammed shut. Phil would be in there for at least half an hour. She would shower, slather on her makeup, dress herself up, then sit back down at the table and read her conspiracy bullshit until the Jewish cabal turned everyone infertile and the world ceased to exist. Pushing herself up from the floor took more strength than Callie had anticipated. Her arms were shaking. The shock was still working its way through her body. She coughed from the remnants of smoke curling around the room. Phil had stubbed out her cigarette in the eggs. Callie sat in her mother's chair and started on the bacon. She clicked through the tabs on the computer. Deep state, Hugo Chavez, child slavery, child neglect, rich people drinking the blood of infants, infants being sold for food. For a woman whose own daughter was literally molested by a pedophile, Phil had come late to the anti-pedophile movement. Roger's snout pushed at her bare ankle. Callie picked around Phil's crushed cigarette, finding pieces of egg to drop on the floor. Roger hoovered them up. New Dog hot-stepped into the kitchen. He gave her the kind of persnickety look you would expect from a half-terrier. She told him, "Our safe word is onomatopoeia." New Dog was more interested in the eggs. Callie looked at the time. She couldn't put this off any longer. She strained her ears, making sure Phil was still in the bathroom. When Callie was satisfied she wasn't going to get caught, she turned to her mother's computer, selected incognito on a new browser window, and typed in Tenant Automotive. The search returned 704,000 results, which only made sense when you scrolled down and saw that sites like Yelp, DealerRater, CarMax, Facebook, and the Better Business Bureau had all paid for placement. She selected the main site for Tenant Automotive Group. 38 locations: BMW, Mercedes, Range Rover, Honda, Mini. They did a little bit of everything, but mostly stuck to high-end vehicles.
Callie read through the brief history of the dealership's growth. From one small Ford dealership on Peachtree to branches all over the Southeast. There was a line drawing of a tree showing the short succession, Gregory Sr. to Greg Jr. to Linda Tennant. The mouse found its way to Linda's name. Callie clicked. A slick-looking photo popped up. Linda's hair was short and frosted, probably courtesy of dropping a godzillion bucks at a Tony hair salon. She sat at a Darth Vader-looking desk with a shiny red Ferrari behind her. Papers were stacked neatly to her left and right to impart the message that she was a lady who did business. Her hands were clasped together in front of her. No wedding ring because she was married to the job. The collar of her white Izod polo was popped. A choker of pearls lay like Gerbil orthodontia around her suntanned neck. Callie imagined Linda was wearing acid-washed jeans and white Reebok high tops because who wouldn't fully embrace their Brooke Shields with that kind of money? The best part was Linda's Miss America pageant bio. Nothing about living in the hood with her rapist pedophile husband. Callie smiled at the selected editing. Linda Tennant graduated from the Georgia Baptist College of Nursing with a Bachelor of Science in Nursing. She worked for several years at Southern Regional Medical Center before joining the family business. She volunteers with the American Red Cross and continues to lend her medical managerial expertise to the City of Atlanta's COVID-19 advisory panel. Callie studied the photograph. Linda's face hadn't changed much, except the way that everyone's face has changed in the last 23 years, which was to say that the important stuff had slid a bit lower. The most overriding emotion Callie felt when she looked at Linda was love. She had worshipped the woman. Linda was kind and caring, and she had always made it clear that her #1 priority was her son. Not for the first or last time, Callie wondered how different her life would have been if Linda Waleski had been her mother. Roger snorted underneath the table. Callie dropped a tiny piece of bacon on the floor, then another piece because new dogs snorted too. She found a map on the site, then navigated to the Mercedes dealership in Buckhead. She clicked on Meet Our Sales Team. Callie sat back in the chair. There were 8 photos in 2 rows of 4, all but one a man. At first, she didn't read the names. She studied each man's headshot, looking for signs of Linda or Buddy. Her eyes went back and forth, row by row, drawing a blank. Finally, she relented and identified Andrew Tennant in the second photo from the top. His Miss America pageant bio was even better than Linda's. Andrew loves animals and hiking in the great outdoors. He volunteers most of his weekends at DeKalb's no-kill shelter. An avid reader, Andrew enjoys the fantasy novels of Ursula K. Le Guin and the feminist essays of Mary Wollstonecraft. Callie gave him little credit for the thick layer of bullshit. He should have mentioned Hamlet because she thinks the rapist doth protest too much. If there was none of Linda or Buddy in Andrew's face, she saw absolutely no sign of Trevor either. In fact, Andrew was wholly unremarkable compared to his fellow frat boy attractive car dealers. Strong jawline, neatly combed hair, closely shaved face. His dark blue suit was the only thing that gave him away. Callie could tell by the stitching around the lapels that an actual human being had sewn it. His shirt looked equally expensive, light blue with stripes just a shade darker. The tie set it off, a vivid royal blue that brought out the color of his eyes. His sandy hair was the only attribute he shared with his father. Andrew had the same thinning at the temples, half scoops taken out of his hairline. Callie could remember how embarrassed Buddy had been about losing his hair. "I'm just an old man, little Dolly. Why do you want anything to do with me? What do you see in me? Come on, tell me. I really want to know." Safety. Buddy had never sucker punched her at the kitchen table, at least not until the end. So,
They had argued a lot, mostly about Callie wanting to spend more time with him, which was crazy because almost from the beginning, she had hated spending time with him. And yet, there she was, telling him she was going to quit school and he was going to leave Linda and happily ever after, blah, blah, blah. Buddy would laugh and give her money, and then, eventually, sometimes, he would take her to hotels, nice ones at first, before everything turned seedy. They ordered room service, which was Callie's favorite part. Then he would get down on his knees and take his time pleasing her. Buddy was so much bigger than Callie that everything else he did hurt.
And toward the end, the everything else was all that he had wanted to do, and he always wanted to do it on the couch. "Stop crying, I'm almost there. Jesus Christ, you feel so good. I can't stop, baby girl, please don't make me stop." The bathroom door banged open. Phil hacked out a wet hairball of a cough. Her Doc Martens clumped up the hallway. Callie closed Andrew's bio page. She was back in her chair when Phil returned to the kitchen. "What have you been up to?" Phil demanded. She'd plastered on her war paint, a goth version of Mrs. Danvers if Mrs. Danvers favored spiked dog collars and had a nose piercing, and instead of loving Rebecca, had scuttled the uppity bitch's boat during an alcohol-fueled bender. Callie asked, "What is anybody ever up to?" "Jesus, you're so fucking squirrely." Callie wondered if her mother's Sid Vicious t-shirt was meant to be a celebration of a suicidal heroin addict, or if she just liked the anarchy symbol in the background. "Awesome shirt, Mom." Phil ignored the compliment as she jerked open the fridge. She took out a pitcher of micheladas, which was an ungodly mixture of salt, powdered chicken bouillon, a dash of Worcestershire, a shot of lemon juice, a bottle of Clamato, and 2 ice-cold bottles of Dos Equis beer. Callie watched her pour the concoction into a thermos. "Is it collection day? One of us has to work." Phil took a generous sip straight from the pitcher. "What about you?" Callie had 140 of Leigh's money in her backpack. She could save it, or she could use it to fund her methadone habit instead of stealing from Dr. Jerry, or she could just stick it in his cash box and let him think that everybody in the neighborhood had stocked up on heartworm medication this week, because the other option, sticking it into her veins, was on the back burner for now. She told Phil, "I thought I'd do a little of this, then, if I still have time, a little of that." Phil scowled, screwing the top onto the thermos. "You hear from your sister lately?" "Nope. She's got all that money. Do you think I ever see any of it?" Phil took another swig from the pitcher before putting it back in the fridge. "What are you doing for cash? The police would call it trafficking. You get caught with that shit in my house, I'll flip on you so fast your head will spin." "I know. It's for your own good, asshole. Harley needs to stop bailing you out. Make you pay the consequences of your actions." "I think you mean suffer," Callie said. "You suffer the consequences of your own actions." "Whatever." Phil grabbed a bag of dog kibble out of the pantry. "She has a daughter, you know. Kid has to be 20 by now, and I've never even met her. Have you?" Callie said, "I heard they're handing out disability for COVID survivors. Maybe I'll try to sign up." Bunch of bullshit. Phil ripped open the bag with her teeth. "I ain't never met nobody who died from that. I've never met anyone who died of lung cancer." Callie shrugged. "Maybe it doesn't exist either." "Maybe." Phil started mumbling to herself as she measured out food into 2 bowls. The dogs were getting antsy for breakfast. New Dog's collar jingled as he pranced alongside Roger. "Damn it, Brock, what did I tell you about manners?" Callie had to admit Brock was a good name for the half-terrier. He looked like a banker. Poor little thing gets constipated. Phil mixed a teaspoon of olive oil into the dry food. "Do you remember how backed up Harley used to get? Had to take her to the hospital. 2 Benjamins for some genius doctor to tell me she had a retarded colon. That's really funny, Mom. Who didn't find it hilarious that an 8-year-old messed up her colon because she was too terrified to go to the bathroom in her own house? Tell me another story. I'll tell you a fucking story." Callie listened to the needle scratch along the same old record. "I did the best I could with you 2. You don't know how hard it is to be a single mother. It wasn't all miserable, you ungrateful bitch. Remember that time when I, and then we, and then I? That was how it was with abusive parents. They only remembered the good times, and you only remembered the bad." Phil skipped on to another track. Callie stared at the back of the iMac. She should have looked up The Private Detective instead of strolling down memory lane, but seeing Reggie Pultz online would somehow make him real in her life. And the boarded-up house and the flash of light would be real, too. How about that? Phil stabbed her finger into the counter. "Who took 2 different buses to pick up your sister from juvie?" "You did," Callie answered, but only to break Phil's momentum. "Hey, is someone living in that abandoned house across the street?"
Phil's head cocked to the side. "Did you see someone in there?" "I don't know," Callie said, because the best way to scratch Phil's crazy was to show indecision. "It's probably my imagination. I saw one of the boards was pulled back. But there was a flash of light or something? Fucking crackheads." Phil banged the bowls onto the floor before she shot out of the kitchen. Callie followed her to the front of the house. The bat by the door swung up onto Phil's shoulder as she kicked open the metal screen. Callie stood at the window watching her mother storm toward the boarded-up house. "Cocksucker," Phil bellowed, bolting up the front walk. "Did you shit on my sidewalk?" "Damn," Callie mumbled as Phil pounded the thin plywood covering the door. She hoped like hell nobody was stupid enough to call the police. "Come out!" Phil turned the Louisville Slugger into a battering ram. "You fucking shitter!" Callie cringed at the crack of wood against wood. This was the problem with weaponizing Phil. You couldn't control the explosion. "Get the fuck out of there!" Phil rammed the bat again. This time, the plywood splintered. She yanked back the bat, and the rotted wood came off with it. "Gotcha!" Callie didn't know exactly what Phil had caught. The flash of light could have been just that, a flash of light. Maybe the methadone had hit Callie the wrong way. Maybe she'd shot up too much or too little. Maybe she should stop Phil from attacking some poor houseless man whose only crime was seeking shelter. Too late. She saw her mother disappear into the house. Callie's hand went to her mouth. There was another flash. Not light this time, but motion. It came from the side of the house. A piece of plywood bent up from one of the windows, like a mouth opening. A man was disgorged into the tall grass. Seconds later, he was on his feet, shoulders hunched as he made his way across the yard. He climbed over a rusted chain-link fence. He was gripping a professional-looking camera around the telescoping lens like he was strangling it by the neck. "Motherfucker!" Phil bellowed from inside. Callie's eyes followed the camera until it disappeared into another yard. What would be on the memory card? How close had the man gotten to her window? Had he taken photographs of her sleeping in bed? Had he managed to capture Callie sitting in front of the mirror, sticking a needle into her leg? Her hand cupped her neck. Beneath her fingers and thumb, the blood pulsed in her jugulars. She could feel the gorilla's claws digging into her skin, the rake of the telephone cord gouging her back, his hot breath in her ear, the pressure of him fingering up her spine. Callie closed her eyes, thought about falling back into the gorilla, surrendering to the inevitable.
Instead, she found her backpack and left her mother's house through the kitchen door. Leigh hadn't fallen asleep until 2 this morning, then her alarm had gone off at 4. She was punch-drunk from yesterday's Valium spree and the enormous stress that had caused her to break down and take it. Several cups of coffee had ramped up her jitters and done nothing for her clarity. It was almost noon, and her brain felt like a jello mold packed with buckshot. Somehow, through it all, she had managed to come up with a working Andrew hypothesis. He knew about Buddy's camera behind the bar because, even as a kid, he'd been a nosy shit who sneaked through your things. He knew about the femoral artery because he'd seen Callie worrying over the anatomical drawing in the textbook. Like Leigh, her sister leaned toward the obsessive-compulsive. She could easily imagine Callie sitting at the kitchen table, tracing the artery until her finger rubbed a blister. Andrew would have been sitting beside her because Andrew was always where you didn't want him to be. He'd stored both facts into his sick, twisted brain, and then somehow, years later, he'd put it all together. That was the only explanation that made sense. If Andrew really knew what had happened that night, he would know that the knife hadn't actually killed his father. Leigh had. What she needed to do right now was find a way to throw Andrew Tennant's case while Cole Bradley was looking over her shoulder. Leigh had barely made a dent in the volumes of paperwork attached to the looming trial. Andrew's files were splayed across her desk, overflowing from boxes couriered over by Octavia Baca. 2 associates were in the process of compiling an index, cross-referencing Octavia's work with the mountains of horseshit that the prosecutor had provided during discovery. Liz, Lee's assistant, had taken over a conference room to spread out everything on the floor so she could develop a timeline that backed up the footage that Reggie Pultz had spliced together on his laptop. And still, there was always more work to be done. Even though Cole Bradley had cleared the deck so Leigh could focus on Andrew's case, that didn't mean her calendar was completely open. She had to finish filing motions and compose interrogatories, review documents for discovery, call clients, schedule depositions, push back Zoom and court appearances, research case law, and, on top of everything else, she had to worry about her sister dangling herself as bait in front of a psychopath with a well-documented history of violently assaulting women. Callie had been right about one thing last night. Leigh had to stop flailing around like a helpless bitch. It was about time she flexed her hard-earned right to play by rich people rules. She had graduated summa cum laude from Northwestern. She worked at a white shoe firm and had clocked in nearly 2,000 hours of billing in the last year. She was married to one of the most admired men in his field. She had a beautiful daughter. Her reputation was spotless. Andrew Tennant was credibly accused of kidnapping, raping, beating, and sodomizing a woman. Who were they going to believe? Leigh looked at the time. 3 more hours before she was expected in Cole Bradley's office. Andrew would be waiting for her. Leigh would have to come fully armed, ready for whatever game he was going to play. She rubbed her temples as she looked down at the first responding officer's statement. Female victim was handcuffed to picnic table in center of open-air pavilion located in... Leigh's vision doubled on the rest of the paragraph. She tried to refocus her eyes by looking out the glass wall that separated her rarefied kind from the first-year associates. There was no breathtaking view of the downtown skyline, just a windowless cubicle farm that spread like prison bars across the entire floor. Plexiglass barriers kept the occupants from breathing on each other, but masks were still required. Janitors came through once an hour to sanitize the surfaces. All of the baby lawyers worked off hot desks, which meant they took whichever desk was available when they arrived. And since they were baby lawyers, most of them arrived at 6 in the morning and worked in the dark until the overhead lights came on at 7. If they had been surprised to see Leigh had beaten them into the office, they were too weary to show it. She checked her personal phone, though she knew Callie hadn't texted because Callie wasn't going to text until Leigh was so tense that her head was about to explode. As expected, there was nothing from her sister. But Leigh's heart did a funny little flip when she saw a notification on the screen. Maddie had posted a video. Leigh watched her daughter lip-syncing around Walter's kitchen as Tim Tam, their chocolate lab, played unwitting backup. Leigh strained to follow the lyrics, desperate for cues on how to post a response that didn't get an eye roll or, worse, completely ignored. At least she was able to recognize Ariana Grande. She scrolled to the description, but 3435 made absolutely no sense. She had watched the video 2 more times before her mind performed the simple addition and she realized what the song was really about. Oh, for the love of! She snatched up her desk phone. She started to punch in Walter's number, but there was no way to talk to Walter without telling him that she had seen Callie. The phone dropped back into the cradle. Walter knew everything about Leigh except for the one thing that mattered the most. She had told him Callie had been molested, but the details had stopped there. Leigh wasn't going to give Walter a name to look up on the internet, or a stray comment that would make him start wondering what had really happened all those years ago. She had held back the information not because she didn't trust Walter, or because she was worried it would make him love her less. She did not want to burden her gentle husband, her precious daughter's father, with the weight of her guilt. Liz knocked on the glass door. She was wearing a fuchsia mask that matched the flowers on her jumpsuit. Leigh put on her mask before waving her in. There was never any preamble with Liz. She said, "I've moved the Johnson depot by 2 weeks. The judge on the Bryant case wants your response to the motion by 6 on Friday. I've put Dr. Unger on the 16th. It's updated in your Outlook. You're due in Bradley's office in 3 hours. I'll bring you lunch. Just let me know if you want a salad or a sandwich. You'll need your heels for Bradley. They're in the closet. Sandwich." Leigh had written the details on her notepad as Liz rattled them off. "Did you read the incident reports about Andrew's ankle monitor?" Liz shook her head. "What's up?" "He's had 4 separate issues in the last 2 months. Anything from the GPS going offline to the fiber optic cable in the strap shorting out. Each time the alarm went off, he called the probation office, but you know how bad things are right now. Anywhere between 3 and 5 hours passed before an officer was dispatched to reset the system. Was there any evidence of tampering? Not that the officer reported. 3 to 5 hours.
Liz seemed to understand the problem. An argument could be made that Andrew was testing the response time. Not to mention that for 3 to 5 hours, his whereabouts were likely unknown. Liz said, "I'll see what I can find out." Leigh wasn't finished. "Did you speak to Reggie Paltz yesterday?" "I gave him the encryption key to upload his files onto our server," she said. "Should I log in for you on your desktop?" "I've got it, thanks." Leigh appreciated the way she had worded the offer, leaving out "you ancient dinosaur." "Did Paltz ask any questions about me?" "Lots, but he was mostly confirming," Liz said. "Where you went to school, how long you worked at Legal Aid, how long you were on your own, when you started working here. I told him to go to the website if you wanted your CV."
Leigh had never once considered that she was on the company website. "What did you think about him?" "Work-wise, he's pretty damn good," Liz said. "I read his background profile on Tenet. Very thorough. Doesn't look like there are any skeletons, but I can backstop it with one of our usual investigators if you want. I'll ask the client." Leigh was perfectly fine with letting the prosecutor surprise her with a dark detail from Andrew's past during the trial. But what about in general terms? How did Paltz come across to you? "Kind of a dick, but okay looking," Liz smiled. "He's got a website too." Another technological blind spot on Leigh's part. "I want you to put him on the Stout case. He's willing to travel, but keep him on a tight leash. I don't want him padding the bill." "He's already doing it, judging by the invoices Octavia sent over." Liz tapped one of the boxes with her hip. "I went through these last night. Paltz doesn't take a dump without charging a quarter for the extra flush. His timeline is an illustration of 5-star Yelp reviews. Let him know we're watching." Liz was already out the door by the time Leigh took off her mask and woke up her computer. Bradley Canfield Marks had exactly the sort of boring website you'd expect. The thick borders were red and black in honor of UGA, Times Roman font. The only embellishment was the curly ampersand. Appropriately, Leigh found her name under Lawyers. The photo was the same as the one on her employee badge, which was mildly embarrassing. She was listed as of counsel, a polite way of saying she was not a partner, but also not an associate. Leigh scrolled past the first paragraph, reading that she had appeared before state and superior courts and specialized in litigating DUI, theft, fraud, high-net-worth divorce, and white-collar defense. The Atlanta In-Town article was hyperlinked for anyone seeking a urine law specialist. The next paragraph listed her awards, pro bono work, various speaking engagements, and articles she had written in the early days of her career when that kind of thing had really mattered. She slipped down to the last line. "Mrs. Collier enjoys spending time with her husband and their daughter." Leigh tapped her finger on the mouse. She was going to have to give the private investigator's story the benefit of the doubt. It seemed plausible that Reggie had shown Andrew the In-Town article featuring Leigh's photo and that Andrew had recognized Leigh's face. It also seemed likely that Andrew would have had Reggie do a background check on Leigh before hiring her. Actually, Reggie was probably more dangerous at this point because he struck Leigh as the type of investigator who was good at digging up skeletons, which was why she was going to get Reggie out of the state. Jasper Stout, her divorce client's cheating husband, was about to take his mistress on a 10-day fly fishing trip to Montana. Leigh imagined Reggie would be too busy ordering catfish tacos off of the room service menu to worry about Andrew Tennant. For her part, Leigh was doing enough worrying about Andrew for both of them. She bolstered herself by mentally bullet-pointing Callie's speech last night. If Andrew had proof of the murder, then he would have shown it to the police. If Andrew had one of Buddy's videos, all it would show was that his father was a pedophile. If Andrew had put together the clues because Callie couldn't stop tracing a damn artery on a diagram of a leg, then so what? Even Nancy Drew had to show some actual evidence. No one had ever found Buddy Waleski's body, or the pieces of his body. There was no blood evidence on the steak knife. There was no forensic evidence taken from the Waleski house. There was no forensic evidence found in Buddy's burned-out Corvette. There were more than likely no official documents regarding Callie's beating, and certainly nothing that tied it to Buddy's disappearance. No one had ever asked Leigh about the $82,000 she had used to help pay her way through law school. Before 9/11, nobody was asking questions about piles of cash. Even with Buddy's ill-gotten gains, Leigh had worked as a waitress and a bartender and a delivery driver and a hotel room cleaner, and even lived out of her car to save money. It wasn't until Walter had found her nesting in the stacks of the Gary Library and invited her to sleep on his couch that Leigh had ever had a sense of permanency. Maddie, Walter, Callie.
She had to keep her eye on what was important. Without them, Leigh would have already taken the Glock and ended Andrew's miserable life. Despite evidence to the contrary, she had never thought of herself as a murderer, but she was damn sure capable of preemptive self-defense. There was a quick knock before the door opened. Jacob Gaddy, one of the associates, was balancing a sandwich and a can of ginger ale on 2 file boxes. He set them down on the floor, telling Leigh, "I confirmed the talk screen was negative. You'll find the indexes on top of the boxes." The search of the house turned up some really high-end, artistic SM photos framed in one of the back hallways, but nothing in the bedroom. Leigh wasn't worried about the photos. 50 Shades had taken the shock away from millions of housewives around the world. She waited for Jacob to put her lunch down on the edge of her desk. She knew why he had volunteered to play waiter. She would need a second chair at the defense table, and the associates would go into a cage match if it came to that. She decided to put him out of his misery. "You'll be my second. Make sure you know the case backward and forward. No mistakes." "Yes, ma'am." He caught himself. "Thank you." Leigh banished the "almost ma'am" from her mind. She couldn't suspend her review of Andrew's files any longer. She took a sip of ginger ale. She finished the sandwich as she flipped through the pages of notes she'd made so far. With any case, she always searched for weak spots that the prosecutor could exploit. But now she was looking to see how she could use those weak spots to build a shadow case that would send Andrew away for the rest of his life, all while keeping herself and Callie free. She had argued against the prosecutor before. Dante Carmichael approached his job with a frontrunner's sense of entitlement. He liked to brag about his win-loss record, but it was easy to brag about your wins when you only ever tried cases you were 99% certain would go your way. This was the sole reason that so many rape cases were not prosecuted. In matters of he said, she said, jurors were inclined to believe a man was telling the truth and a woman was looking for attention. Dante's plea deals were more like extortion to keep his record untarnished. Everyone who worked at the courthouse had a nickname, and Deal 'em Down Dante had come by his honestly. Leigh paged back through the official correspondences. Dante had proffered an incredibly generous deal in April of last year, a month after Andrew's arrest. She was loath to agree with Reggie Paltz, but her gut was telling her that Dante Carmichael had laid a trap. Once Andrew took a plea on the Carlson assault, he'd be linked by MO to the 3 others. If Leigh was careful, if she was clever, if she was lucky, she would find an alternate way to push Andrew into that trap. By habit, she picked up her pen. Then she put it back down. Strategizing her potential crimes on paper was never a good idea. Leigh mentally ran through her options, trying to find different ways to screw up while holding herself blameless. Andrew wasn't her only obstacle. Cole Bradley had forgotten more about the law than Leigh had ever learned. If he thought she was throwing the case, firing would be the least of her worries. The timing was also an issue. Normally, Leigh had months, if not a full year, to prepare for a criminal trial. And that was when she was honestly defending her client.
Now, she had 6 days to become intimately familiar with the crime scene photos, forensic reports, timelines, witness statements, police incident reports, medical reports, rape kit analysis, and the heartbreaking victim statement, which had also been recorded on camera. The video was the reason Leigh kept letting herself get distracted. She could run dozens of strategies on her shadow case against Andrew Tennant, but every single option would require her to aggressively question his victim. As a defense attorney, it wasn't just expected of her, it was required. Tammy Carlson had been violently attacked and raped, but those physical scars would pale in comparison to the emotional destruction she would undergo at Leigh's hands. In Georgia, as in the majority of states, criminal cases did not allow for depositions except under extenuating circumstances. The first time that Leigh would speak to Tammy Carlson would be during the victim's cross-examination. At that moment, Tammy would represent the top piece of a very stable pyramid that Dante Carmichael would construct to support her testimony. The base would consist of a substantial cast of credible witnesses, police officers, medics, nurses, doctors, various experts, and the dog walker who had found Tammy handcuffed to the picnic table in the park. They would all give the jury a rock-solid reason to believe every word that came out of Tammy's mouth. Then, Leigh would be expected to take a sledgehammer and knock the pyramid down. BCM spent a great deal of money finding out what motivated the average juror. They hired specialists and even brought in consultants on some of the higher-profile cases.
Leigh had been privy to their work product. She knew that in rape trials, juror comments could run from insulting to demoralizing. If a victim was high or drunk at the time of the assault, then what did she think would happen? If she was angry or defiant on the stand, they didn't like her attitude. If she cried too much or cried too little, they wondered if she was making it up. If the victim was overweight, then maybe she had been desperate and led the man on. If she was too beautiful, then maybe she was stuck up and deserved what she had gotten. Whether or not Tammy Carlson would be able to thread the needle was unknowable. Everything Leigh knew about the victim had come from crime scene photos and statements. Tammy was 31 years old. She was a regional manager at a telecom company. She'd never been married, had no children, and lived in a condo she owned in Brookhaven, an area that abutted downtown Buckhead. On February 2, 2020, she had been violently raped and left handcuffed to a picnic table inside an open pavilion located in a City of Atlanta public park. Leigh stood up from her desk. She closed the blinds on the windows and door. She sat back down. She turned to a fresh page in her legal pad. She tapped open the recording from Tammy Carlson's official interview and pressed play. The woman had been found nude, so in the video she was wearing hospital scrubs. She sat in a police interview room that was clearly meant for children. The couches were low and colorful, with beanbag chairs and a play table filled with puzzles and toys. This was what passed for a non-threatening environment for a rape victim. Stick her in a room for children to constantly remind her that not only had she been raped, she could also be pregnant. Tammy was seated on a red couch with her hands clasped between her knees. Leigh knew from the notes that Tammy was still bleeding at the time of the interview. She had been given a pad at the hospital, but eventually, a surgeon had been called in to repair the internal injuries from the Coke bottle. The video captured the woman rocking back and forth, trying to soothe herself. A female police officer stood with her back to the wall on the opposite side of the room. Protocol required that the victim not be left alone. This wasn't to make her feel safe. The officer was on suicide watch. A few seconds passed before the door opened and a man walked in. He was tall and imposing, with gray hair and a neatly trimmed beard. Probably mid-50s, with a Glock on the thick leather belt that reined in his big belly. His appearance gave Leigh pause. Women tended to do these interviews because they made more empathetic witnesses on the stand. Leigh could still remember cross-examining a male detective who had confidently stated that he always knew a woman was lying about an assault if she didn't want him in the room. He had never considered that a woman who had been raped by a man would not want to be alone with another man. It was 2020. Why had they sent in this bear of a detective? Leigh stopped the video. She clicked back through the incident reports to find the first detective on scene. Her memory was that the primary investigator was a woman. She checked the list, then the incident statements, to verify that Detective Barbara Klieg was the officer in charge. Leigh searched the other reports for a possible ID on the man in the video, then rolled her eyes because all she had to do was press play. He said, "Miss Carlson, I'm Detective Sean Burke. I work with the Atlanta Police Department." Leigh wrote down the name and underlined it. The width made her think that he was a consultant, not an employee. She would need to know what cases Burke had worked on, how many successful prosecutions he'd been a part of, how many citations or warnings were in his file, how many lawsuits settled, how he behaved on the witness stand, what weak points had been opened up by other defense attorneys. Burke asked, "Is it okay with you if I sit down over here?" Tammy nodded, her eyes on the floor. Leigh watched Burke move to a straight-backed wooden chair across from Tammy. He was not slow, but he was deliberate. He wasn't taking up all the oxygen in the room. He gave an almost imperceptible nod to the female officer against the wall before he took his seat. He leaned back, kept his legs from doing the usual manspreading, and clasped together his hands in his lap, making himself a study in non-intimidation. One giant mark against Andrew. Detective Burke exuded professional competence. This was why Barbara Klieg had called him in. He would know how to help Tammy lay down the foundation of her story. He would know how to testify in front of a jury. Leigh could parry with him, but she wouldn't be able to break him. Not just a mark against Andrew, but a possible nail in his coffin. Burke said, "I know Detective Klieg already explained this to you, but there are 2 cameras in this room, there and there." Tammy did not look to where he pointed. Burke explained, "You can see the green lights mean they're recording both video and audio, but I want to make sure that you're all right with that. I will turn them off if you don't want them on. Do you want them on?" Instead of answering, Tammy nodded her head. "I should ask, though, is it okay that we talk in here?"
Burke's voice was soothing, almost like a lullaby. "We could go somewhere more formal, like an interview room, or I could take you to my office, or I could take you home." "No," she said. Then quieter, "No, I don't want to go home." "Would you like me to call a friend or family member?" Tammy started shaking her head before he finished. She didn't want anyone to know about this. Her shame was so palpable that Leigh pressed her hand to her chest, trying to keep her feelings in check. "All right, well, stay here, but you can change your mind at any time. Just tell me you want to stop or you want to go, and we'll do whatever you say." Burke was clearly an authority, but he was going out of his way to give her a sense of choice. He asked, "What should I call you, Tammy or Miss Carlson?" Miss Carlson." Tammy coughed around the words. Her voice was strained. Leigh could see the bruises around the woman's neck were already starting to come up.
Her face was obscured by her hair, but the photos taken during the rape kit collection had been a study in devastation. "Miss Carlson," Burke confirmed. "Detective Klieg told me that you are a district manager for Datatel. I've heard of the company, of course, but I'm not quite sure what they do." "System logistics and telecom engineering." Tammy cleared her throat again, but the rasp would not go away. "We provide data support for medium to small businesses needing microsystems, optics and photonics, and systems controls. I'm in charge of 16 divisions across the Southeast." Burke nodded like he understood, but the purpose of this line of questioning was to help remind Tammy Carlson that she was a credible professional. He was signaling that he believed her story. Burke said, "That sounds a lot more impressive than my job description. I bet you had to go to school for that." "Georgia Tech," she said. "I have a master's in electrical and computer engineering." Leigh hissed out a long sigh. She knew one of Octavia's boxes would contain information from Tammy Carlson's social media, specifically anything to do with Tech's alumni page. Tammy's classmates were at that age of nostalgia, and there were probably ample posts about wild college years. If Tammy had a reputation as a woman who enjoyed drinking or sex, then Leigh could bring that out at trial, as if every woman didn't have a right to enjoy drinking and sex. Regardless, Andrew had probably earned a point in his favor. The video played on as Burke engaged in more small talk. The jury would follow him off a cliff. His easy confidence was better than Valium. His voice never left the lullaby register. He looked directly at Tammy, even though she never looked up at him. He was attentive, believing, and, above all, compassionate. Leigh could have run a checklist from the police manual on the proper way to interview a sexual assault victim. That a police officer was actually following it was a stunning revelation. Burke finally got to the point of the interview. He shifted in the chair, crossing his legs at the knees. "Miss Carlson, I can't begin to know how difficult this is for you, but if you feel like you can, would you please tell me what happened last night?" She said nothing at first, and Burke had the experience not to push her. Leigh stared at the numbers in the upper right-hand corner, watching the time tick by until, 48 seconds later, Tammy finally spoke. She cleared her throat again. Her esophagus wasn't raw just from the strangulation. During the rape exam, a nurse had stuck a long swab down her throat to find traces of semen. "Sorry." Burke stretched to his left and opened a mini-fridge Leigh had not noticed before. He took out a bottle of water, twisted open the top, and placed it on the table in front of Tammy before sitting back. She hesitated, but finally took the bottle. Leigh winced as she watched the woman struggle to swallow. Water dripped from the corners of Tammy's swollen lips, pooling into the collar of her scrubs, darkening the green. Burke said, "There's no rule to this, Miss Carlson. You start the story where you feel comfortable. Or don't. You can walk out of here at any time." Tammy's hands shook as she returned the bottle to the table. She looked at the door, and Leigh wondered if she was going to leave. But she didn't. Tammy took a few tissues from the box on the table. She wiped her nose, flinching from the pain. She worked the tissues in her hand as she started talking, slowly walking Burke through the beginning of a normal evening that had turned into a nightmare. Getting off work, deciding to go out for a drink, leaving her car with the valet, sitting alone at the bar as she drank a gin martini. She'd been ready to leave when Andrew offered to buy her another drink. Leigh flipped back in her notepad. She counted off the 2.5 gin martinis that the security cameras at Comma Chameleon had recorded Tammy consuming. As Tammy told the story of moving to the rooftop deck, she was off her alcohol consumption by half, but most people didn't remember how much they drank.
It didn't matter. Leigh would look petty in front of the jury if she pushed the woman on actually ordering 3 martinis instead of 2. She turned her attention back to the video. Tammy was describing Andrew the same way anyone would describe him. A little hard to read, but nice, professional, and adult at an age when a lot of her generation was not. Tammy was clearly cut from the same cloth. She told Burke that she felt like they had hit it off. No, she didn't know Andrew's last name. He worked at a car dealership, she thought. Maybe a mechanic? He liked to talk about classic cars. I kissed him, Tammy said, the guilt in her tone implying that she thought that made everything that had happened afterward her own fault. I flirted with him. Then, at the valet, I kissed him for a while, for too long, and then I gave him my business card, because I wanted him to call me. Burke let her sit in silence. He was clearly making the connection that Tammy had spent so much time talking about Andrew for a reason, but he was wise enough not to try to put words in her mouth. For her part, Tammy was looking down at her hands. She had shredded the tissues. She tried to clean up the mess, gathering the stray fibers on the table. When she reached down to the floor, she groaned, and Leigh was reminded of the damage that the Coke bottle had done. Burke leaned to his left again, this time to pick up the trash can. He placed it by the table. He was so big and the room was so small that he did all of this without leaving his chair. Tammy worked to get every single wisp of torn tissue into the wastebasket. Seconds passed, then minutes. Burke patiently watched. Leigh imagined he was processing the story so far, checking his own boxes, making sure that he'd gotten answers. Where did the victim first come into contact with the suspect? How much alcohol was consumed? Were they taking illegal drugs? Was the victim with friends? Who could be a potential witness? Or maybe Burke was considering the next batch of questions. Did the victim shove, punch, or kick her assailant? Did she say stop or no at any time? How did the assailant behave prior, during, and after the assault? What was the chronology of the sex acts performed? Was force or threat used? What about a weapon? Did he ejaculate? Where did he ejaculate? How many times? Tammy had finished cleaning up the tissue. She sat back on the couch. Her head started to shake back and forth, as if she'd heard Burke's silent questions and already knew her response. I don't remember what happened next. When I got to the valet, I was in the car, I think? Or, I don't know. Maybe I remember some things? I can't be sure. I don't want to. I can't. Ruin if I don't remember. I know I need to be sure. Again, Burke waited. Leigh admired his discipline, which spoke to his intelligence. 20 years ago, an officer in his position would have grabbed Tammy by the shoulders, shaken her, yelled about how she needed to talk if she wanted to punish the guy who did this, or was she making it all up because she wanted attention? Instead, Burke told Tammy, "My son fought in Afghanistan. 2 rotations." Tammy's head tilted up, but she still would not look him in the eye. Burke said, "When he came back, he was different. So much had happened over there that he couldn't bring himself to talk about. Now, I've never served, but I know what post-traumatic stress looks like because I spend a lot of time talking to women who have survived sexual assault." Leigh could see Tammy's jaw start to clench and unclench. She hadn't put it into those stark terms yet. She was not a regional manager or a tech grad. She was a victim of sexual assault. The scarlet letter would burn into her chest for the rest of her life. Burke said, "PTSD is triggered by a traumatic event. Symptoms include nightmares, anxiety, uncontrollable thoughts, flashbacks, and sometimes amnesia."
Are you, Tammy's voice caught, are you saying that's why I don't remember? No, ma'am. We should know more about that when we get back the toxicology report. Burke was going out on a limb, but he pulled himself back. What I'm saying is everything you're experiencing, whether you're sad or angry or in shock or wanting revenge or not wanting revenge or wanting to punish this guy, or maybe you never want to see him again, all of that is perfectly normal. There is no right way or wrong way to act here. What you're feeling, all of that is right for you. The revelation broke Tammy Carlson. She started to sob. There was no guidebook women were given at birth about how to respond to sexual trauma. It was like getting your period or miscarrying a child or going through menopause. The kind of thing every woman dreaded but was for unknown reasons taboo to mention. Jesus Christ, Leigh mumbled. This gentle giant was going to single-handedly turn the jury away from Andrew. She should send him a fruit basket after the trial. Leigh checked her heartlessness. This wasn't a game. On the video, Tammy's body was racked by sobs. She grabbed a fistful of tissues. Burke didn't go to comfort her. He stayed in the chair. He glanced at the female officer to make sure she did not move either. "I don't," Tammy said. "I don't want to ruin anybody's life. Miss Carlson, I say this with great respect, but you do not have that kind of power." She finally looked up at him. Burke said, "I know that you are an honest woman, but my belief and your words are not enough for a court of law. Anything you tell me has to be investigated, and if your memory has failed you or you've mixed up events, then our investigation will find that out in quick order." Leigh sat back in her chair. It was like watching Jimmy Stewart give a speech on the courthouse steps. "All right," Tammy said, but still, almost a full minute passed before she continued. "I was in the park. That's where I woke up, or came to. I've never been there before, but it was a park, and I was handcuffed to the table. That old man, the one with the dog, I don't know his name. He called the police." In the silence, Leigh could hear Tammy's breath on the audio, a quick in and out as she tried not to hyperventilate. Burke told the woman, "Miss Carlson, sometimes our memories come to us in images. They flash like an old movie across the screen. Is there anything about the attack, any stray detail, that you can tell me about the man who raped you?" Her voice caught again. The word rape had just cut through the fog. She had been raped. She was a rape victim. She said, "He had a ski mask on. And handcuffs. He handcuffed me." Leigh wrote premeditated on her notepad, because the ski mask and handcuffs had been brought to the scene. She stared down at the word. Burke was right about the way memories could flash up. Leigh thought about the vacation photos in Reggie Poltz's office. If she knew her grifters, Andrew had probably paid for those trips so that he could set the agenda. There might be a photo of him somewhere in a ski mask. One more possible mark against Andrew. Tammy's throat worked as she tried to swallow. "I asked him to stop, to please stop." Leigh made another note. She had seen more than one jury hang up on the fact that a woman had been too terrified or too overwhelmed to forcefully say the word no. "I don't remember," Tammy swallowed. "He took my clothes off. His fingernails were long. They scraped. I felt them scrape my—" Leigh watched Tammy's hand go to her right breast. She hadn't noticed Andrew's fingernails. If he was still keeping them long at the start of the trial, she certainly wasn't going to tell him to clip them. Tammy's voice cut off again. "He told me that he loved me, over and over, that he loved my hair and my eyes, and that he loved my mouth. He kept saying I was so tiny. He said it like, 'Your hips are so slender, your hands are so small, your face is perfect like a Barbie doll.' And he kept saying that he loved me." And Burke didn't rush in to fill the silence, but Leigh saw him clasp together his hands in his lap, as if he needed to keep himself from reaching out to reassure her that everything was going to be okay. Leigh felt the same need as she watched Tammy Carlson rocking back and forth, hair falling into her face to hide her expression, as she tried to disappear from this cruel world. Callie had done the same thing the night Buddy had died. She'd rocked back and forth on the floor, sobbing, repeating the line from the operator in a mechanical tone. "If you'd like to make a call." There was a pack of Kleenex in Leigh's desk drawer. She used one to wipe her eyes. She waded through the silence as Tammy Carlson shook with grief. The woman was clearly blaming herself, trying to think about how she had messed up. What stupid thing she had said or done that had put her in this position. She should be at work right now. She had a job. She had a master's degree. And now she had fleeting memories of a violent attack that had completely devastated her carefully planned life.
Leigh intimately knew that self-blame, because it had almost happened to her in college. She had been sleeping in her car, trying to save money, and woken up with a stranger on top of her. "I'm sorry," Tammy apologized. Leigh blew her nose. She sat up in her chair, leaned closer to the monitor. "I'm sorry," Tammy repeated. She was shaking again. She felt humiliated and stupid and completely out of control. In the course of 12 hours, she had lost everything, and now she had no idea how to get it back. I can't remember anything else." Leigh swallowed her own self-loathing and made a tick on her notepad. That was the 5th time Tammy Carlson had said that she couldn't remember anything. 5 points for Andrew. She looked back at the screen. Burke remained motionless. He waited a few seconds before prompting, "I know that his face was covered, but with a ski mask, now correct me if I'm wrong, you can see the eyes, is that right?" Tammy nodded. "And the mouth." Burke kept gently pushing her toward the obvious question. "Did you recognize anything about him? Anything at all?" Tammy swallowed loudly again. "His voice." Burke waited. "It was the guy from the bar. Andrew." She cleared her throat. "We talked a long time. I recognized his voice when he was doing what he did." Burke asked, "Did you call him by name?" "No. I thought—" She stopped herself. "I didn't want to make him angry." Leigh knew from her earlier reading that Andrew had been compelled to participate in an audio lineup along with 5 other men. Their voices had been recorded as each one repeated phrases from the attack. When the detective had played all of the samples back for Tammy, she had immediately picked out Andrew. Burke asked, "What makes the man's voice distinctive?" "It's soft. I mean, the tone is soft, but the register is deep." And Burke's supernatural composure showed a crack. "And?" "His mouth." Tammy touched her own lips. "I recognize that too. It went up on the side, like he was, I don't know, like he was playing a game. Like he was saying he loved me, but he was enjoying that I was terrified." Leigh knew that smirk. She knew that voice. She knew that frightening, dispassionate look in Andrew's cold, dead eyes. She let the video play out. There were no more notes to take, except 3 more ticks to the running count of Tammy saying she couldn't remember. Burke tried to tease out more details. Trauma or rohypnol had ensured that her recollection was shaky. Everything Tammy relayed came from the beginning of the attack. She couldn't remember the knife, getting cut on her leg, the violation with the Coke bottle. She didn't know what had happened to her purse or her car or her clothes. Leigh closed the video when Tammy Carlson was escorted from the room, and Burke ended the recording. She searched for a particular crime scene photo. Tammy's purse had been located, shoved under the driver's seat of her BMW.
Her clothes had been found at the scene. They were neatly folded in the corner of the pavilion. As an obsessive-compulsive, Leigh appreciated the careful symmetry of the staging. Tammy's gray twill skirt had been folded into a tight square. On top of that was the matching suit jacket. The black silk blouse was tucked inside the jacket the way you'd see the set displayed in a store. A black thong was laid across the pile. The matching black lace bra was clasped around the bundle like a bow on a gift. Tammy's black high heels were to the side, upright and carefully aligned to the tight square. Leigh remembered the way Andrew used to play with his food at snack time. He would layer cheese and crackers in a Jenga tower, then try to slide one out without toppling the pile. He did the same thing with apple slices, nuts, leftover kernels of popcorn. The desk phone rang. Leigh wiped her eyes, blew her nose. "Leigh Collier," Walter asked, "is side deck like side boob?" She took a long moment to realize that he was talking about Maddie's lip sync video. "I think it's like a dick you fuck on the side." "Ah," he said. "Well." She had to give him credit for not saying, "like mother, like daughter," because when Leigh said she was honest with her husband, she was honest about everything. Almost everything. "Sweetheart," he said, "why are you crying?" Her tears had stopped, but she felt them threaten to fall again. "I saw Callie last night. Would it be stupid to ask if she's in trouble?" Nothing I couldn't handle. Leigh would tell him about the unregistered Glock later. Walter had gotten the gun from one of his fireman buddies when she had started working on her own. She looks bad. Worse than usual. You know, it goes in cycles. What Leigh knew was that, eventually, Callie wouldn't be able to pull herself out of a dive. She wasn't even sure that Callie could tape her off. Especially with Phil around. There was a reason Callie had turned to heroin instead of her mother. And maybe there was a reason she hadn't turned to Leigh. When Leigh had seen her sister's dope kit in the motel last night, she had wanted to throw it against the wall and scream, "Why do you love this shit more than you love me?" She told Walter, "She's too thin. I could see the outlines of her bones." So, you feed her. Leigh had tried. Callie had barely managed half a cheeseburger. She'd made a face like Maddie the first time she'd tried broccoli. Her breathing was wrong, labored. I could hear her wheezing. I'm not sure what's going on. Is she smoking? No. Phil had smoked enough for the entire family. Neither one of them could stand the stench. Which was why it was doubly cruel that Leigh had let Callie go to their mother's last night. What had she been thinking? If Andrew or one of his private detectives didn't terrorize her into overdosing, then Phil would. It was her fault. It was all her fault. "Sweetheart," Walter said, "even if it's long COVID, every day you hear about some people finally getting better. Callie's got more lives than a cat, you know that." Leigh thought about her own battle with COVID. It had started with 4 hours of uncontrolled coughing that had gotten so bad she'd burst a blood vessel in her eye. The hospital had discharged her with Tylenol and instructions to call an ambulance if she couldn't breathe. Walter had begged Leigh to let him take care of her, but she'd sent him to find Callie instead. It was her fault. It was all her fault. "Sweetheart," Walter said, "even if it's long COVID, every day you hear about some people finally getting better. Callie's got more lives than a cat, you know that." Leigh thought about her own battle with COVID. It had started with 4 hours of uncontrolled coughing that had gotten so bad she'd burst a blood vessel in her eye. The hospital had discharged her with Tylenol and instructions to call an ambulance if she couldn't breathe. Walter had begged Leigh to let him take care of her, but she'd sent him to find Callie instead. It was her fault. It was all her fault. "Honey," Walter said, "your sister is an incredibly kind and unique person, but she's got a lot of problems. Some of them you can fix, and some you can't. All you can do is love her." Leigh dried her eyes again. She'd heard the stutter on Walter's line. "Is someone trying to call you?" He sighed. "Marcy. I can call her back." Marcy was Walter's current side piece. Unfortunately, he hadn't opted to spend the 4 years since their split pining for Leigh's return. She felt the need to tell him it would take 10 minutes to file a no-fault divorce online. "Sweetheart," Walter said, "I'll be your side dick as long as you'll be my side boob." Leigh didn't laugh. "You know you're always front and center with me," he said. "That seems like a good note to end on." Leigh kept the phone to her ear even after he'd hung up. She let the self-recriminations come to a boil before resting the receiver back in the cradle. There was a knock on her door. Liz popped in and out quickly, saying, "You've got 5 minutes to get upstairs." Leigh went to the closet to find her heels. She freshened up her makeup at the mirror on the inside of the door. BCM didn't just spend money on jury consultants for defendants. They wanted to know what jurors thought about their lawyers. Leigh was still haunted by a case she'd lost where her client had gone to prison for 18 years, perhaps because, according to one of the male jurors who'd been polled, Leigh's pulled-back hair, J.Crew pantsuit, and low heels couldn't hide that she was obviously a knockout, but needed to make more of an effort to look like a woman. "Crap," she said. She'd put on lipstick when the mask would cover her mouth. She used a Kleenex to wipe it off. She looped on her mask, then stacked together her legal pads and grabbed her phones. The low din of the cubicle farm enveloped her in white noise as she walked toward the elevators. Leigh looked at her personal phone. Still no text or call from Callie. She tried not to read too much into the silence. It was coming up on 4 in the afternoon. Callie could be sleeping, or stoned, or selling drugs on Stewart Avenue, or doing whatever it was she did with her endless amounts of time. An absence of communication didn't necessarily mean that she was in trouble. It just meant she was Callie. At the elevator, Leigh used her elbow to summon the car. Since her phone was out, she dashed off a text to Maddie.
I am a future employer. I check your TikTok. What do I think? Maddie wrote back immediately. I assume you are a Broadway director and you think, wow, that woman knows her shit. Leigh smiled. The punctuation was a small victory. Her 16-year-old baby calling herself a woman who knows her shit was a triumph. And then her smile dropped, because Maddie's TikTok was exactly the kind of evidence that Leigh would show a jury if she were trying to impugn her daughter's character. The elevator door slid open. There was another person in the car, a baby lawyer she recognized from one of the lower cubicle farms. Leigh stood on one of the 4 stickers in each corner that were meant to remind people to keep their distance. A sign above the panel advised no speaking or coughing. Another sign advertised some kind of high-tech coating on the buttons that was supposed to stop viral transmission. Leigh kept her back to baby lawyer, though she heard a gasp when she used her elbow to hit the penthouse button. The doors rolled closed. Leigh started composing a text to Maddie about college admissions, respect for your coworkers, and the importance of a good reputation. She was trying to think of a way to bring the beauty of sex into the mix when her phone buzzed with another text. Nick Wexler was asking, DTF? Down to fuck? Leigh sighed. She regretted circling back into Nick's life again, but she didn't want to come off as a bitch after asking him for a favor. She kicked it down the road, writing, rain check? A thumbs up and an eggplant rewarded her response. Leigh contained the urge to sigh again. She returned to Maddie's text, deciding she would have to climb back onto her high horse at a later date. She replaced the lecture with, looking forward to talking tonight. The baby lawyer exited on the 10th floor, but he couldn't stop himself from glancing back at Leigh, trying to figure out who she was and how she had gained access to the partner's floor. She waited for the doors to close, then let her mask hang from one ear. She took a deep breath, using the moment alone to recalibrate herself.
This would be Leigh's first meeting with Andrew after he'd shown his real nature. A duplicitous client was nothing new, but no matter how sadistic their alleged crimes, they were generally docile by the time they made it to Leigh's doorstep. Suffering the humiliation of arrest, enduring inhumane confinement, being threatened by hardened cons, knowing they could be sent back to jail or prison if Leigh didn't help them, gave her the upper hand. That was the warning siren that Leigh had talked herself out of listening to yesterday morning. Andrew Tennant had maintained the upper hand the entire time, and only in retrospect did Leigh realize how it had happened. Defense lawyers always joked that their worst nightmare was an innocent client. Leigh's worst nightmare was a client who wasn't scared. The bell dinged. PH flashed above the doors. Leigh put her mask back in place. A trim older woman wearing a black pantsuit and red mask stood waiting for her. It was like the Handmaid's Tale, UGA version, the woman said. Miss Collier, Mr. Bradley wants to speak with you privately in his office. Leigh felt a sudden jolt of dread. Is the client here? Mr. Tennant is in the conference room, but Mr. Bradley wanted a word with you first. Leigh's gut twisted into a knot, but she had no choice but to follow the woman across the giant open space. She stared at the closed conference room door. Her mind started racing through torturous plots. Andrew had gotten Leigh fired. Andrew had gone to the police. Andrew had kidnapped Callie and was holding her hostage. The ridiculousness of the last scenario helped spool her paranoia back inside its box. Andrew was a sadistic rapist, but he was no Svengali. Leigh reminded herself of her Andrew hypothesis. All that he had were stray childhood memories and guesses about why his father had disappeared. The stupidest thing she could do right now was behave in a way that confirmed his suspicions. Through here, Bradley's assistant opened an office door. Despite her return to logic, Leigh's mouth had gone completely dry by the time she entered the office. No detectives or cops with handcuffs were waiting, just the predictable red and black decor. Cole Bradley sat behind a giant marble desk. Files and papers were stacked around him. His light gray suit jacket hung on a rack. His shirt sleeves were rolled up. His face was bare. She asked, "Will Andrew be joining us?" Instead of answering, he indicated a red leather chair across from his desk. "Take me through it." Leigh wanted to kick herself for missing the obvious. Bradley wanted her to prep him so that he looked like he knew what he was talking about in front of the client. She sat down. She took off her mask, opened her notepad, and dove straight in. The victim's audio ID of Andrew's voice is confident during her initial interview. After his arrest, she chose him out of an audio lineup. She's shaky on some things, but they used a forensic interviewer who took her into the story. His name is Sean Burke. Never heard of him? Bradley said. Me either. I'll find out what I can, but he's a home run on the stand. I don't know how Tammy Carlson, the victim, will play out. She's very sympathetic in the recorded interview. On the night of the attack, she wasn't dressed provocatively. She didn't drink that much. She doesn't have a criminal record. No DUIs, no speeding tickets. Credit record is solid. Student loans are almost paid off. I'll dig into her social media, but she's got a master's in software engineering from Tech. She's probably scrubbed anything that's bad. Tech, he said, UGA's long-running rival. How sympathetic is she? There's no question about lack of consent. She got the absolute hell beaten out of her. She gave a firm no during the attack. The pictures alone buy her a massive amount of compassion. Bradley nodded. Evidence? There's a muddy shoe print consistent with a Nike size 9 found in Andrew's closet. I can argue that consistent isn't exact. There are several deep bite marks, but there was no DNA found when they swabbed the wounds, and the prosecutor wouldn't dare try to put up an odontologist when he knows I can easily debunk the junk science. Leigh paused to take a breath. The Coke bottle is more difficult. Andrew's print was found on the bottom of the glass. Right pinky finger, but it's a solid, peer-reviewed match from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. There's nothing else on the base of the bottle but fecal matter and the victim's DNA. The attacker probably used gloves and the pinky tore, or it's a bottle that Andrew touched before the assault. He's been to that park before. Bradley took a moment to process that last piece of information. Problem areas? On their side, Rohypnol is suspected, so I can argue temporary amnesia. Carlson suffered a concussion, so traumatic amnesia is a given. I've already put 2 specialists on standby who are very good with a jury. Leigh paused to look down at her notes. On our side, the crime scene photos are horrific. I can keep some out, but even the okay ones are bad for Andrew. I can try to shake the audio identification of Andrew's voice, but like I said, it comes off as very confident both times. I've seen the prosecutor's list of possible witnesses, and they've got a forensic audio expert I would have used if they hadn't snagged him first. And? Carlson is hazy on almost everything else. The hazy might cancel out the confident, but if it sounds like I'm at 50-50 on a not guilty, that's because I am. Miss Collier, Bradley said, get to the problem. Leigh should have been impressed by his insight, but she was furious because Bradley had seen in 5 minutes what it had taken her all morning to strategize around. Sydney Winslow is Andrew's alibi for the night of the attack. The jury will want to hear from her. Bradley sat back in his chair, steepling together his fingers. Miss Winslow will have to waive spousal privilege in order to testify, which means that Dante will be able to take a crack at her. Do you foresee a problem with that? Leigh felt her teeth start to grit. She had intended to use Sydney as a Trojan horse, letting her burn down Andrew's life while Leigh held herself blameless. Dante's no Perry Mason, but it won't take much. Either Sydney's going to get pissed off and say something stupid, or she'll try to help Andrew and say something stupid. In my day, saying something stupid under oath was called perjury. Leigh wondered if Bradley was encouraging her or warning her. Lawyers were not allowed to put witnesses on the stand if they believed they were going to lie. Suborning perjury was a criminal offense that carried a sentence of 1 to 10 years and a hefty fine. Bradley was waiting for her response. Her boss had made a legal observation, so Leigh gave him a legal rebuttal. I'll advise Sydney exactly as I always advise witnesses. Stick to the truth, don't try to be helpful, only answer the questions you're asked, and never embellish. Bradley's nod indicated that was good enough for him. Any other issues I should be made aware of? Andrew's ankle monitor has gone off several times. False alarms, but someone could say that he's testing the response times. Let's make sure no one says that, Bradley told her, as if Leigh had any control. Your second on the case, Jacob Gaddy, Leigh provided. I've tried a few cases with him before. He knows his way around the forensics. He's good with witnesses. Bradley nodded, because it was accepted strategy to balance out a woman with a man. Who's the judge? It was Alvarez, but COVID. Bradley sounded grave. Alvarez had been his contemporary. When will you know who you're getting? They're still figuring out the new rotations. Everything's upside down at the courthouse.
We've got jury selection on Thursday and probably Friday. Then the trial starts Monday, but who knows whether they'll move it up or postpone it. It depends on the infection rates, whether or not the jail gets locked down again. No matter what, I'll be ready to go.
Is he guilty? Leigh was taken aback by the question. I can see a path to a not guilty, sir. It's a simple yes or no. Leigh wasn't going to give him a simple answer. She was in the process of trying to throw a case for her own personal gain. The biggest mistake criminals made was to appear overconfident. She said, probably. And the other possible cases? There are similarities between the 3 other victims and the Tammy Carlson attack. Leigh knew she was circling around the point. She had to keep Bradley convinced that she was doing everything possible to get Andrew to a not guilty. If you're asking me, did he rape the 3 other women? Probably. Can Dante Carmichael prove it? I'm on the fence. But if they nail Andrew on Tammy Carlson, my probably slides over to an absolutely. At that point, it's just a matter of whether his sentencing will be concurrent or consecutive. Bradley kept his fingers steepled as he took another moment to think. Leigh was expecting a question, but he told her, I worked the stocking strangler case back in the 70s. Well before you were born. I'm sure you've never heard of it. Leigh knew the case because Gary Carlson had been one of Georgia's most notorious serial killers. He'd been sentenced to death for raping and strangling 3 elderly women, but it was believed that he'd attacked countless others. Carlson didn't start out killing. That's where he ended up. But there were many, many other cases where the victim survived. Bradley paused to make sure she was following. One of those FBI profilers looked at the case. This happened years later when that kind of thing was in vogue. He said there was a pattern of escalation with most killers. They start off with the fantasy. Then the fantasy takes over. Peeping Tom turns into rapist. Rapist turns into murderer. Leigh didn't tell him he was relaying knowledge that anyone with a Netflix account could access. She had thought the same thing when she'd seen the photos from Tammy Carlson's rape kit. Andrew's attack had been savage, just short of killing the woman. It wasn't a leap to say that sometime, maybe next time, the knife would cut open the artery and the victim would bleed out in a pool of her own blood. She told Bradley, the 3 other cases, someone went to a lot of trouble to connect them to Andrew. I wonder if there's more going on behind the scenes. Such as some officer or a detective who worked one of the earlier attacks. Maybe she wanted to charge Andrew, but the DA or her boss told her to drop it. She? He asked. You ever tell a woman to drop something? Leigh watched Bradley's ears twitch in his version of a smile. There's no way any boss approved all the man-hours it must have taken to tie together these 3 other cases. The department can barely keep gas in their squad cars right now. Bradley was listening intently. Extrapolate. Somehow, maybe from credit card receipts or video footage or something we haven't thought of yet, the police already had Andrew's name on their list. They didn't have enough probable cause to bring him in. Considering his financial resources, they knew they would only get one chance to question him. Bradley leapt to the obvious conclusion. There might be even more attacks that we have yet to learn of, which means that everything rests on winning the Carlson case. Leigh kept up her rah-rah attitude. I only need to persuade 1 juror to break the case. Dante has to persuade 12. Bradley leaned farther back in his chair. He folded his hands behind his head. I met Andrew's father once. Gregory Sr. tried to pay him off, but of course Woloski reneged. Terrible human being. Linda was little more than a child when she married him. The best thing that ever happened to her was his disappearance. Leigh could have told him that Buddy Woloski's disappearance had been good for a lot of people. He asked, would you put Andrew on the stand? I could shoot him in the chest and save the jury a verdict. Leigh reminded herself that she was speaking to her boss and that she needed to provide herself a framework of legitimacy. I can't stop Andrew if he wants to testify, but I'll tell him he'll lose the case if he does. Let me ask you a question, Bradley said, as if he hadn't been doing just that. Assuming Andrew is guilty of the assaults, how are you going to feel if you get him off scot-free and he does it again? Or he does something even worse the next time? Leigh knew the answer he was looking for. It was the answer that made people hate defense attorneys, until they needed one.
If Andrew walks, I'm going to feel like Dante Carmichael didn't do his job. The burden is on the state to prove guilt. Good, Bradley nodded. Reginald Pultz, what do you think about him? Leigh hesitated. After the conversation with Liz, she had wiped Reggie from her mind. He's good. I think his background work on Andrew is excellent. We won't be surprised at trial by anything the prosecution digs up. I'm putting him on one of my divorce cases. Delay that, Bradley ordered. Mr. Pultz is on exclusive retainer for the duration of the trial. He's waiting in the conference room with Andrew. I won't be joining you, but I think you'll find he has some interesting things to say. 8. Leigh braced herself as she walked toward the conference room. Instead of trying to anticipate the interesting things that Reggie Pultz had to say, she silently recited her Andrew hypothesis. When Andrew was a kid, he had found Buddy's camera behind the bar. After his father had disappeared, he'd seen Callie worrying the femoral artery diagram in the textbook. For some unknown reason, at some point, the two memories had collided, and now he was out there copying his own sick interpretation of his father's murder. A bead of sweat rolled down the back of Leigh's neck. The hypothesis didn't seem as strong with Andrew less than 20 feet away. She was giving him a lot of credit for making the connection. There was no such thing as a criminal mastermind. Leigh was missing a detail, a B that connected the A and C. Bradley's UGA handmaiden cleared her throat. Leigh was standing like a statue in front of the closed conference room door. She gave the woman a nod before going inside. The room looked the same, though the flowers in the heavy glass vase had started to wilt. Andrew was at the fireplace end of the conference table. A thick file folder was closed in front of him. Light blue, not the sort that they used at the firm. Reggie Pultz was 2 chairs away. The setup was familiar from their previous meeting. Reggie was working on his laptop. Andrew was frowning at his phone. Neither was masked. When Leigh closed the door, Andrew was the first to look up. She caught his expression mid-transformation, irritated one moment, completely soulless the next. My apologies for being late. Leigh walked stiffly. Her body felt suspended in the same perpetual fight-or-flight mode as before. Her senses were heightened. Her muscles felt tensed. The urge to flee coursed through every molecule. She bought herself some time as she found a pen in the cup on the credenza. She sat down in the same spot she'd taken 2 nights ago. Her 2 phones went flat to the table. She knew the only way to get through the next hour was to stick to business. "Reggie, what do you have for me?" Andrew answered. "I remembered something Tammy told me at the bar." Leigh felt a sharp prickle of a warning trace up her spine. "What's that?" He let the question linger as he picked at the corner of the light blue file folder. The tick, tick, tick drew out the silence. Leigh estimated there were around 100 pages inside. She knew instinctively that she didn't want to know what they contained. And she also knew that Andrew wanted her to ask about them. She heard Callie's admonition. You can't play a game with somebody if they're not willing to suit up. Leigh did the opposite of suiting up.
She raised an eyebrow, asking, "Andrew, what did Tammy tell you in the bar?" He let another moment slip by, then said, "She was raped and had an abortion when she was 16 years old." Leigh felt her nostrils flare as she worked to keep the shock off of her face. He said, "It happened over the summer of 2006. The boy was on her debate team. They were at a camp in Hiawassee. She said that there was no way she could keep the baby because she knew she would never love it." Leigh pressed together her lips. She had watched every frame of the 98-minute video. There was no point at which Tammy Carlson was engaging in anything but light banter and flirting. "You see the value of this information, I assume." Andrew was watching her closely. The tick kept its steady rhythm. "Tammy Carlson has falsely accused a man of rape before. She murdered her unborn child. Can the jury really believe a word she says?" Leigh tried to look at him, but the open menace in his eyes broke her nerve. She didn't know what to do but play along. She asked, "Reggie, what do you have to support this?" The ticking stopped. Andrew was waiting. "Yeah, Reggie was a study in dishonesty, which told Leigh that he had obtained the information by dishonest means. So Andrew told me about how he remembered. So I tracked down some of Carlson's high school friends. They confirmed the abortion, and that she told everybody she was raped.
Did the friends go on the record? Leigh tested. Are they willing to testify? Reggie shook his head, looking somewhere over Leigh's shoulder. They prefer to remain anonymous. Leigh nodded, as if she accepted the explanation. That's too bad. Well, Reggie glanced at Andrew. Still, you can legitimately ask Carlson about it when she testifies. Like, has she ever had an abortion? Has she ever thought that she's been raped before? Leigh pushed back on his armchair lawyering. You have to lay down a foundation for asking the questions. Since none of Tammy's friends will go under oath, I'll need to put you on the stand, Reggie. Reggie scratched his goatee. He gave Andrew a nervous glance. You could get it in otherwise. No, you'll do great, Leigh said. Walk me through your investigation. How many of Tammy's friends did you speak with? How did you locate them? Did you talk to any counselors from the camp? Did Tammy file a complaint with the director? Was there a police report? What was the boy's name? How far along was she? What clinic did she use? Who took her? Do her parents know? Reggie wiped his forehead with the back of his arm. He'll be ready to go when you need him. Andrew had not looked away from Leigh since she had entered the room, and he didn't break off contact now. Won't you, Reg? The tick, tick, tick started up again. Leigh watched Reggie's throat work from across the room. She gathered from his silence that he was suddenly uncomfortable with his crimes. And crimes was the appropriate word. Private detectives were barred from using illegal means to gather information, just like attorneys were barred from using unlawfully obtained information in court. If Reggie went on the stand, he would be opening himself up to a perjury charge. If Leigh called him up knowing he was going to lie, she would be facing the same. Andrew was trying to fuck them both over in plain sight. He prodded, Reg? Yeah. Reggie's throat worked again, as he swallowed. Sure, I'll be ready. Good, Andrew said. What's next? Tick, tick, tick. Just give me a minute to... Leigh indicated her blank notepad. The pen clicked. She started writing nonsense words so that Andrew would think she was seriously contemplating losing her law license and being thrown in jail. At least Cole Bradley's absence from the meeting made sense. The slick bastard didn't want to expose himself to prosecution, but he had no problem letting Leigh take the risk. He'd even tested her back in his office, asking her opinion on whether or not she felt comfortable suborning perjury with Sydney on the stand. Now she had to work her shadow case against Andrew, plus the actual case, plus put on whatever dog and pony show Cole Bradley was expecting. All right. With great difficulty, Leigh made herself look at Andrew. Let's go over your appearance in court. First, I want to talk to you about your presentation, what you're going to wear, how you're going to behave. You have to remember during voir dire that potential jurors are watching your every move. Do you have any questions about procedure? The ticking had stopped again. Something about Andrew's posture held a warning. He took his time asking, Voir dire? Leigh fell back into lawyer mode, launching into her usual speech. Voir dire is the process by which each side gets to question prospective jurors. Generally, a pool of around 50 people. We'll get an opportunity to question each person. We'll be looking for perceived bias, backgrounds, qualifications, who we think will be sympathetic to our side or not. How do we know? Andrew had broken her rhythm. She could tell he had done it on purpose. What if they lie? That's a good question. Leigh had to stop to swallow. His voice was different, softer, but still deep in register, the same way that Tammy had described. All jurors have to fill out a questionnaire, which we'll get access to ahead of time. Can we investigate them? Andrew asked. Reggie can... No, we don't get enough time and it's counterproductive. One glance at Reggie told Leigh that he was on board with whatever Andrew wanted. She tried to move them away from another scheme to rig the system. When prospective jurors are on the stand, they are under oath. They have to be honest, and judges will give you a lot of leeway to look for possible conflicts. Reggie said, You should really get a jury consultant. We've already discussed that. Andrew kept his attention on Leigh. What kind of questions will you ask? Leigh's internal siren sounded an alert, but she listed off some of the possibilities. The judge will ask some general questions first, like, have you or a family member ever been the victim of a violent crime? Do you think you're capable or incapable of being impartial? Then we'll get into education, work experience, clubs or organizations they belong to, religious affiliation, whether there's any relation between themselves and anyone on the case, whether or not they are prepared to hear graphic details about sexual assault, whether they've been sexually assaulted themselves. Right, Andrew said. Will they have to talk about that? If they believe they've been sexually assaulted, Leigh shook her head. She didn't know where this was going. Sometimes. And are you saying we do or we do not want those people on the jury? Her throat had gone dry again. We get challenges, and I think the best strategy is to try to pull out the details. For instance, how old they were when it happened, whether it was child abuse or, he paused, forgive me, is there a difference between a sex act with, say, a teenager and one with an adult? Leigh couldn't speak. She could only look at his mouth. Tammy Carlson had talked about the derisive curl of his lips behind the ski mask. Now he was clearly enjoying the fact that he was making Leigh squirm. He continued, because it seems to me that a person who had a sexual experience as a teenager wouldn't necessarily be inclined to believe an adult sexual experience that got a little out of hand is a bad thing. Leigh bit her lip to keep herself from correcting him. Nothing had gotten a little out of hand. Tammy had nearly been destroyed. Andrew had known exactly what he was doing. Something to think about, Andrew shrugged, but even the up and down movement of his shoulder was tightly controlled. You're the expert. I leave the decision to you. Leigh stood up. She walked over to the credenza. A mini-fridge was behind the cabinet door. She took out a bottle of water, asking Andrew, thirsty? For the first time, light flickered behind his eyes.
His excitement was almost palpable, like a predator stalking fresh prey. He was soaking in her discomfort, reveling in her anxiety. Leigh turned her back to him. Her hands were trembling so badly that she could barely twist the cap on the water bottle. She took a long drink. She sat back down. She returned to the safety of her well-rehearsed speech. So, as I was saying, we get a specified number of challenges to dismiss jurors, some for cause, some for people we just don't like. The prosecutor gets the same number. At the end of the process, we'll have 12 jurors and 2 alternates picked for your trial. Leigh's breath ran on the last word. She coughed, trying to cover her jitters. Sorry. Andrew's dark gaze covered her face like a veil as she took another drink from the bottle. She continued, one of our associates, Jacob Gaddy, will be second chairing me. He'll navigate the paperwork and some of the procedural details. I'll use him to interview a few of the witnesses. At the table, I'll sit on your right, Jacob will be on your left. He's your attorney too, so if you have any questions or comments while I'm performing interviews, then direct them to Jacob. Andrew said nothing. She kept going. During voir dire, all of your potential jurors will be watching you. The case can be won or lost in that moment, so I need you on best behavior. Hair trimmed, nails clean, face shaved. Make sure you have at least 4 clean suits ready. I expect the trial will last 3 days, but it's good to be prepared. Wear the same mask every day. The one you had on yesterday from the dealership is fine. Reggie stirred in his chair. Leigh willed him to stay silent, telling Andrew, the judge will probably give you the option of taking off your mask once the trial starts. We can go over the rules if it comes to that. Keep your expression as neutral as possible. You need to show the jury you respect women. So when I talk, you need to listen to me. Pull out my chair. Carry any boxes. Wouldn't that look bad? Reggie chose this moment to contribute to the defense. I mean, some jurors might think Andy's putting on an act, right? So, what you're talking about, the sharp suit and the slick haircut, all of that could turn the jury against him. It's hard to know. Leigh shrugged, but she found herself wondering about Reggie's motivations. This clearly wasn't a blackmail situation. Otherwise, Reggie would have kept his mouth shut and let Andrew burn in whatever fire Leigh was trying to set. That left money. Reggie had agreed to perjure himself on the stand. He knew that could mean anything from losing his license to losing his freedom. The risk must have had a very high reward. She told Andrew, "This is your trial. It's up to you. I can only make recommendations." Reggie tried another pop quiz. "Would you put him on the stand?" "It's his decision," Leigh said, "but if you want my opinion, no. He's not likely to come across well. Women won't like him."
Reggie guffawed. Dude can't walk through a bar without every bitch in the room giving him her number. Leigh turned all of her attention onto Reggie. Women in bars are looking for a reasonably clean, gainfully employed man who can string 2 words together without sounding like a jackass. Women on juries have a different agenda. Reggie's belligerence was out in the open now. Which is compassion. Reggie didn't have a response. Neither did Andrew. He let his silence chew at her nerves. Leigh looked at him, blurring her eyes so she didn't have to see his face. He was sitting back in his chair, spine straight, hand resting on the file, yet every part of him seemed ready to pounce. She watched his fingers gently stroke the corner of the light blue folder, tickling apart the edge. His hands were large like his father's. The gold watch hanging loose from his wrist reminded her of the one Buddy had worn. "All right," Andrew said. "That's voir dire. What about the trial?" Leigh looked away from his hand. She struggled to find her place. "The prosecutor will start with establishing a timeline. While he's presenting his case, keep silent, don't shake your head, or make any noises of disbelief or disagreement. If you have questions for me or comments, then write them down on a notepad, but keep it to a minimum." Andrew nodded once, but she couldn't tell if any of this mattered at all. He was toying with her, playing at Leigh's edges the same way he was playing with the file. "How does the prosecutor establish the timeline?" Leigh cleared her throat. "He'll take the jury through the night at the bar. He'll call the bartender, the valet, then the dog walker who found the victim in the park. Next up is the first officer on scene, then the paramedics, then the nurses and doctor who performed the rape exam, the detective who—" "What about Tammy?" Andrew asked. "I've gathered from Reggie that your job will be to annihilate her. Are you ready to annihilate her?" Something had shifted. Leigh recognized the unsettling sensation from the day before, her flight triggering into overdrive. She tried to act as if the subtext was meaningless. "I'm ready to do my job." "Right." Andrew started clenching and unclenching his fist. "You'll start with showing how Tammy was aggressive with me in the bar. You can point out how, in the video, she keeps touching my leg, my hand. At one point she even touches the side of my face." Leigh waited, but then she realized that Andrew was expecting a response. She picked up her pen, ready to write. "Go ahead." She had 3 drinks in 2 hours, double gin martinis. She was clearly getting sloppy. Leigh nodded for him to continue, recording every single word. She had wasted hours figuring out a shadow strategy to tank his case. Andrew was clearly willing to do the heavy lifting for her. She told him, "Keep going." Then, at the valet stand, she grabbed me by the neck and kissed me for 32 seconds. Andrew paused, as if to give her time. "And of course, she offered me her business card, which I still have. I didn't ask for her number. She gave it to me." Leigh nodded again. "I'll make sure to bring that out during cross." "Good," Andrew said, a new edge to his tone. "The jury needs to understand that I had plenty of opportunities for sex that night. Reggie might have framed it crassly, but he's right. Any woman at that bar would have gone home with me." Leigh couldn't give him too much rope. Reggie was not her compatriot. Cole Bradley would be expecting her to put up a plausible defense. And if the prosecutor argues that rape isn't about sex, it's about control, then you'll explain that I have plenty of control in my life, Andrew said. "I can do anything I like. I live in a $3 million house. I have my pick of luxury cars. I have access to our family jet. I don't chase after women. Women chase after me." Leigh nodded her head to encourage him because his arrogance was her biggest advantage. Andrew had picked the wrong part of Atlanta to commit his crimes. The jury pool would be drawn from registered voters in DeKalb County, a demographic that was overwhelmingly comprised of politically active people of color. They weren't inclined to give a rich white asshole like Andrew Tennant the benefit of the doubt. And Leigh wasn't inclined to change their minds. She asked, "What else?" Andrew's eyes narrowed. Like any predator, his senses were finely tuned. "I assume you agree that going over Tammy's sordid past is the best course of action?" Reggie saved her from answering. "It's he said, she said, right? The only way you can fight back is to make sure the jury hates her." Leigh wasn't going to openly challenge a graduate of the Twitter School of Law. There's more nuance to it than that. Nuance? Reggie repeated, clearly trying to justify his paycheck. What does that mean? A subtle difference or distinction. Leigh pulled back on the sarcasm. It means that generally you have to be very careful. Tammy will come across as extremely sympathetic. Not when you tell them she nearly ruined a guy's life in high school, Reggie said.
And then killed his baby. Leigh pushed the pile of shit back in his lap. Honestly, Reggie, everything will rest on your testimony. You'll have to be flawless on the stand. Reggie's mouth opened, but Andrew's hand went up to stop him. He told his lapdog, "I'd like a cup of coffee. Sugar, no cream." Reggie stood up. He left his laptop and phone on the table. He kept his eyes straight as he passed by Leigh. She heard a click, but she wasn't sure if it was from the door closing or from Andrew's finger picking at the corner of the file. He knew that something was wrong, that somehow, at some point, he had lost the upper hand. For Leigh's part, all that she could think about was that she had not been alone with Andrew since their brief conversation in the parking lot. She looked at the pen on the table in front of her. She did an inventory of the objects in the room, the trophies on the credenza, the heavy glass vase with its wilting flowers, the hard edge of her phone case. They could all be used as weapons. Again, she returned to her safe spot, which was the case. "We should go over." Andrew banged his fist onto the file. Leigh jumped before she could tell herself not to. Her arms instinctively flew up. She expected Andrew to explode, to come across the room and attack her. Instead, his expression maintained its usual icy composure as he shoved the file across the table. She watched the pages flutter as the folder slid across the polished wood and stopped a few inches away from her notepad. Leigh dropped her defensive posture. She recognized the gold seal of the Georgia Institute of Technology. Black letters designated the file as from Student Mental Health Services. The name on the tab read, Carlson, Tammy Renee. Leigh's inner siren started trilling so loudly she could barely hear herself think. HIPAA, the healthcare law guaranteeing that all medical data was kept private, fell under the purview of Health and Human Services. Violations were investigated by the Office for Civil Rights, and if they found criminal acts, they referred the case to the Department of Justice for prosecution. Federal law, federal prosecutor, federal prison. She bought herself time, asking Andrew, "What is this?" "Intel," he said. "I want you to study those records front to back, and, when the time comes, I want you to use every detail inside to shred Tammy Carlson on the stand." The siren grew louder. The medical chart looked like the original, which meant Reggie had either broken into a secure location inside Georgia Tech, a state institution that took federal dollars, or he had paid someone working in the office to steal the file for him. The list of crimes behind the theft or the receipt of stolen property were almost impossible to calculate. And if Leigh used the ill-gotten gains, she could be setting herself up as a co-conspirator. She straightened the pen against the edge of her notepad. This is not A Few Good Men. The Jack Nicholson moment you and Reggie are looking for could turn the jury completely against me. They'll think I'm a raging bitch. And, Leigh said, you need to understand that when I am in the courtroom, I am you. Whatever comes out of my mouth, however I behave, whatever tone I set, helps the jury form their opinion of what kind of man you really are. So, you go after Tammy, and I stand up and order you to stop, Andrew said. That way you tear down her credibility, and I look like a hero. Leigh wanted that to happen more than Andrew realized. The judge would probably declare a mistrial, and Leigh could get kicked off the case. Andrew asked, "Is that a good strategy?" He was testing her again. He could go back to Cole Bradley and ask him to weigh in, and then Leigh wouldn't just be dealing with an enraged psychopath, she would be looking for a job. She said, "It's a strategy." Andrew was smiling without the smirk. He was telling Leigh that he knew what she was trying to do, but he didn't care. She felt her heart skip. Why didn't he care? Was Andrew holding back something even more horrifying than stealing Tammy Carlson's most intimate therapy moments? Did he have a strategy that Leigh could not divine? Cole Bradley's Netflix detective warning came back to her. Peeping Tom turns into rapist. Rapist turns into murderer. Andrew's smile had intensified.
It was the first time since she'd met him that he truly seemed to be enjoying himself. Leigh broke contact before her fight or flight sent her running out of the building. She looked down at her notepad. She turned to a fresh page. She had to clear her throat again before she could speak. "We should." Reggie chose this moment to return. His footsteps dragged as he placed the steaming cup of coffee in front of Andrew. He sat back heavily in the chair. "What did I miss?" "Nuance." Andrew took a sip from the cup. He grimaced. "Damn, that's hot." "It's coffee," Reggie said, absently checking his phone. "I hate when I burn my mouth like that." Andrew was looking directly at Leigh again, making sure she knew that his words were meant for her. "And then you put on your mask, and it feels like you can't catch your breath. Hate that." Reggie wasn't paying attention, but Leigh was. She felt like she was caught in a tractor beam. Andrew was doing the same thing he had done the day before, luring her into his sights, gently pressing at Leigh's weak points until he found a way to break her. "I'll tell you what it feels like," Andrew said. "Like, what's that kitchen stuff called? Is it plastic film? Cling film?" Leigh's breath abruptly stopped. "Do you ever get that feeling?" Andrew asked. "Like somebody took out a roll of cling film from the kitchen drawer and wrapped it around your face 6 times? Vomit rushed into her mouth. Leigh clamped her jaw tight. She tasted the bitter remnants of lunch. Her hand went to her mouth before she could stop it. "Dude," Reggie said, "that's a weird way to put it." "It's horrible," Andrew said, light playing across his dark, callous eyes. Leigh choked the vomit back down. Her stomach pulsed with her heartbeat. This was too much. She couldn't process it all. She needed to get away, to run, to hide. Her voice caught. "I think we have enough for today," Andrew asked. "Are you sure?" There was the smirk again. There was the soft but deep voice. He was feeding off Leigh's terror the same way he had fed off Tammy Carlson's. The room turned sideways. Leigh was lightheaded. She blinked. The out-of-body sensation took over, sending her soul somewhere into the firmament while her other self performed the menial tasks that would extricate her from his talons. Left hand closing her notepad, right thumb clicking the pen, then stacking together her 2 phones, standing on trembling legs, turning to leave. "Harley," Andrew called. With effort, Leigh turned back around. His smirk had turned into a pleased grin. "Don't forget the file." 9. Callie scrolled through Nat Geo, reading about the African crested rat who rubs against the bark of the poison arrow tree to store lethal poison in the porcupine-like hairs on his back. Dr. Jerry had warned her about the creature as they were counting out the cash drawer at the end of the day. If he noticed there were more crumpled 20s than usual, he didn't bring it up. He seemed more concerned that Callie never, ever accept an invitation to one of the prickly rodents' dinner parties. She let the phone rest in her lap as she looked out the bus window. Her body ached the way it always ached when her brain was telling her that the 2 maintenance doses of methadone every day were not enough. She tried to ignore the craving, focusing instead on the sun as it flashed through the tops of passing trees. The taste of rain was in the air. Binks would want to cuddle. Dr. Jerry had persuaded Callie to take one of the 20s as a bonus.
She could give it to Phil as down payment on next week's rent and possibly something to eat for dinner, or she could get off at the next stop, head back to Stewart Avenue, and buy a quantity of heroin that would have Janis Joplin clutching her pearls. The bus wheezed to a slow stop for a red light. Callie turned in her seat, looking through the back window. Then she looked at the vehicles lined up beside the bus. Only a handful of white dudes, but none driving a nice car. After sneaking out of her mother's house this morning, Callie had taken 2 different bus routes to Dr. Jerry's. Then she had gotten off early and walked down the long, straight road to the clinic so that she could make sure no one was following her. Even with that, she couldn't shake the sensation that she was going to turn around and see the camera's unblinking eye tracking her every move. Now she ran through the mantra that had helped her get through the day. No one was watching her. No one had taken photos of her through the plate glass windows that fronted the vet clinic. No camera-strangling man from the boarded-up house was waiting for her back at Phil's. Reggie. Callie should use the name of Andrew's private detective, at least in her head.
She should also tell Leigh about him, maybe turned it into a funny story about Phil streaking across the road with her baseball bat and scaring the shit out of him. But the thought of texting her sister, of giving her a point of return contact, felt burdensome. As much as Callie enjoyed having Leigh back in her life, there was always the downside of seeing her own miserable existence through her sister's eyes. Was Callie eating enough? Was she doing too much dope? Why was she so thin? Why was she breathing so hard? Was she in trouble again? Did she need money? Was this too much money? Where had she been all day? Well, after I unleashed Mom on my stalker, I sneaked out through the backyard, caught the bus, then I trafficked narcotics on Stewart Avenue, then I passed the proceeds on to Dr. Jerry, then I went to a tanning salon so I could shoot up in the privacy of a small windowless space instead of going home to my depressing childhood bedroom where a telephoto lens could capture me jamming a needle into my leg again. Callie rubbed her thigh. A painful bump pressed back against her fingers. She could feel the heat of an abscess festering inside her femoral vein. Technically, methadone was designed to pass through the digestive system. The take-home syringes they used at the clinic were needleless because owners were incapable of helping their pets maintain a healthy weight. Very few of them were going to jam a needle into their beloved Fluff. Oral medications took longer to hit the system, which was why the usual burst of euphoria was delayed. Injecting it directly into your veins was shitifyingly stupid. The oral suspension contained glycerin and flavoring and coloring and sorbitol, all of which easily broke down in your stomach. Pushing it into your bloodstream could result in particles traveling straight into your lungs and heart, or a clog developing at the site of the injection, which resulted in the very type of nasty abscess Callie could feel growing under her fingertips. Stupid junkie. The only thing Callie could do was wait for it to get large enough to drain and steal some antibiotics from the drug locker. Then she could steal some more methadone and inject more methadone and get another abscess that had to be drained because what was her life if not a series of drastically bad choices? The issue was that most IV drug users weren't only addicted to the drug. They were addicted to the process of shooting the drug. It was called a needle fixation, and Callie was so fixated on the needle that even now, her fingertips pressing at what was likely to become a raging infection, all she could think about was how good it would feel when the needle pierced the abscess on its way into her femoral vein again. Why this made her think of Leigh again was something for her biographers to decipher. Callie tightened her fingers around the phone in her hand. She should call her sister. She should let her know that she was okay. But was she really okay? Callie had made the mistake of looking at her entire naked self in the mirror inside the tanning salon. In the blue glow of the ultraviolet bulbs, her ribs had stood out like whalebone on a corset. She could see the joint in her elbows where the radius and ulna plugged into the humerus. Her hips looked as if someone had clipped her legs to a clothes hanger meant for trousers. There were red, purple, and blue tracks on her arms, belly, legs. Broken needle tips that had been surgically removed. Old abscesses, the new one starting in her leg, scars she had made, scars that had been made upon her, a pinkish bump in her neck where the Grady doctors had inserted a central line directly into her jugular in order to deliver the medications to treat her COVID. Callie reached up and lightly traced her finger along the tiny scar. She had been severely dehydrated when Leigh had brought her to the emergency room. Her kidneys and liver were shutting down. Her veins were blown from almost 2 decades of abuse. Callie was generally a master at blocking out most of the unpleasant moments of her life, but she could easily recall shivering uncontrollably in the hospital bed, breathing through the tube shoved down her throat, and the spacesuit-clad nurse gasping at the state of Callie's ravaged body when she'd come to change the sheets. There were all kinds of postings on the COVID message boards about what it felt like to be intubated, alone, isolated in the ICU while the world raged on, mindless to your suffering, and in some cases denying that it even existed. Most people talked about ghostly visits from long-dead relatives or getting maddening songs like Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go stuck inside their heads. But for Callie, it was one moment that had stayed with her for almost the entire 2 weeks. Tap, tap, tap. Trevor's grubby little fingers menacing the nervous blennies. "Trev, are you tapping on the aquarium like I told you not to?" "No, ma'am." The bus gave off another low hiss, slithering to another stop. Callie watched passengers getting off and on. She allowed herself a brief moment to think about the man Trevor Woleski had grown into.
Callie had met her share of rapists. Hell, she'd fallen in love with one before she was out of middle school. From what Leigh had said, Andrew was not big and obnoxious like his father. You could see that much from his website photo. There was none of the stalking, angry gorilla in Buddy's only child. Andrew sounded more like a stargazer, a fish that buried itself in the sand in order to ambush unsuspecting prey. As Dr. Jerry would say, their spiteful reputations were rightfully earned. They had venomous spines to poison their prey. Some had weird electrified eyeballs that could shock an unsuspecting invertebrate on the ocean floor. Leigh had certainly been shocked last night. Andrew had scared the shit out of her during the meeting with Reggie Paltz. Callie knew exactly what her sister meant by the cold, dead look in his eyes. When Andrew was a kid, Callie had seen flashes of his burgeoning psychopathy. But of course, Andrew's transgressions had been in the order of snack stealing and pinching Callie's arm while she was trying to fix dinner, not being accused of sadistically raping a woman and slicing her leg the same way that Callie had sliced Buddy's. She shivered as the bus revved away from the curb. Callie forced her thoughts away from Andrew's current crimes and put her focus squarely back on Leigh. It was painful to watch her big sister flounder around, because Callie knew the worst part for Leigh was feeling like she had no control. Everything in her sister's life was kept neatly sectioned off. Maddie and Walter and Callie, her job, her clients, her work friends.
Whoever she was screwing on the side, anytime there was an intermingling, Leigh lost her mind. Her burn the motherfucker down instinct was never stronger than when she felt vulnerable. Aside from Callie, the only other person who could talk her off the ledge was Walter. Poor Walter. Callie loved Leigh's husband almost as much as her sister did. He was much tougher than he looked. Walter had been the one to end their marriage, not the other way around. There was only a certain number of times you could watch someone set themselves ablaze before you stepped away. Callie assumed that growing up with two drunks for parents had taught Walter to choose his battles. This made him particularly understanding of Callie's situation. It made him even more understanding of Leigh's. If Callie had a needle fixation, Leigh had a chaos fixation. Her big sister longed for the calm normalcy of life with Walter and Maddie, but every time she reached a certain level of tranquility, she found a way to blow it up. Over the years, Callie had watched the pattern play out dozens of times. It started back in elementary school when Leigh was in line for a spot at the magnet school and ended up losing her slot because she had gone after a girl who'd teased Callie about her hair. In high school, Leigh had qualified to take special courses at the college, but she'd gotten caught slashing her sleazy boss's tires and ended up with 2 months in juvie. Then there was her meltdown with Buddy less than a month before she was due in Chicago, though admittedly, Callie had laid the dry powder for that particular explosion. Why Leigh continued the pattern into her adult life was a puzzle that Callie could not solve. Her big sister would have these bursts of joyful wife and motherhood where she'd be carpooling Maddie and going to dinner parties with Walter and writing white papers on crazy smart shit and doing speaking engagements at legal conferences, and then, eventually, something trivial would happen and Leigh would use it as a reason to self-sabotage her way out. She never did anything bad with Maddie, but she would force an argument with Walter, or yell at a room mother, or get sanctioned by a judge for mouthing off, or, if the usual routes failed her, she would do something incredibly stupid that she knew would send her back to purgatory. There wasn't a hell of a lot of daylight between what Leigh did with her good life and what Callie did with the needle. The bus bristled against the curb like an exhausted porcupine. Callie pushed herself up from the seat. Her leg immediately started to throb. Navigating down the stairs took an inordinate amount of concentration. She already had issues with her knee. Now she had added the burgeoning abscess to her list of maladies. She hefted the backpack onto her shoulders, and, suddenly, her neck and back moved up to the number 1 and 2 slots. Then the pain radiated down her arm, her hand went numb, and, by the time she turned onto Phil Street, all she could think was that another bump of methadone was the only way she was going to get to sleep tonight. That was how it always started, that slow decline from tapering off to function and then slowly falling back into not functioning. Junkies were always going to find the solution to any problem at the tip of a needle. Phil would take care of Binks. She wouldn't read books to him, but she would keep him brushed and educate him about birds, and maybe even give him some advice on his tax situation, since she'd spent a lot of time reading up